The last day of week 2 for the blue group, ladies and gentlemen. 48 teams ready to fight it out for one last opportunity, at least in the second week of the BGMI Pro Series 2023. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Super. Joining me on the panel is going to be none other than Arka. And Arka, as we were talking about it, Week 2 was very impressive from a few of these teams. Have you enjoyed the competition so far in this week?
Very much. I've enjoyed because the new pros are over here to make a statement that they won the trophy real bad. But at the same time, I'm a bit disappointed with big names out there.
Yes.
Since they have played 3 games already, I'm looking forward for their 2 best, which is going to be coming up.
Exactly. This was one of the best things about this week, where we saw new names pop up on that overall leaderboard for the blue group. But it was a struggling journey for the big names, of course. A few of them have kept the momentum in check, but today will decide their fate, ladies and gentlemen. It is a journey at the end of which 16 teams out of the 96 that are there in the competition right now will get an opportunity to compete for 1 crore rupees in prize money in the beautiful Eka Arena in Ahmedabad on that land finale. It is going to be an exciting set of affairs, but we still have a long way to go. But ladies and gentlemen, as we talk about the prize pool, as I mentioned, it is 1 crore rupees in prize pool, and here is the distribution. The champions walking away with 40 lakh rupees, Arka.
Oh yes, the biggest chunk you can ask for. But again, the runner-up is going to get 20 lakhs. The second runner-up is going to take home 10 lakhs as well. But the best part of it all has to be that no team is walking away empty-handed, because the 16 team is also going to get 1 lakh rupees minimum.
Exactly. And as you mentioned, we have been talking about this. As long as you qualify for the finals, you will walk away with something in the bag. And we have talked about the individual prize pools quite a lot, because right now the race for MVP of the PGIS, it is getting more and more intense day by day. But ladies and gentlemen, here's the point structure that is followed by the teams in every single match that is played in the BMPS 2023. Winner walking away with 15 points, the team on the second with 12, the third position getting 10 points. And then we drop down to the single digits, where 13 to 16 you get nothing. And this element was put on such a marvelous display yesterday, where we saw teams struggle for points just because they were getting out early, Arka, with no eliminations.
But the best part is this. There were several teams who concentrated more on those finish points and eventually had 8 to 9 points just by those finishes, even though they got eliminated early. And I do believe that now people are able to adapt to this system so well and understand it's not about the chicken dinners anymore.
Exactly. It is not about the chicken dinners. We have seen this in the past as well. Teams without chicken dinner putting themselves very high up on the leaderboard. And ladies and gentlemen, as we talk about the leaderboard, we have mentioned this in week 1. We have been mentioning this in week 2. Based on where you finish on the overall leaderboard at the end of your play week, you get bonus points, extra points in the overall rankings, where you face off against the 96 teams in the entirety of the competition. And this is the bonus point structure. You finish first in your particular group, you get 25. You finish second, you get 20. You finish third, you get 15 points, and the points keep on dropping. 25 to 48. The teams within this bracket get absolutely no bonus points, and that is where the struggles begin for these teams, ladies and gentlemen. Starting things off, Group 1, Arka, on our screens.
Oh yes, Growing Strong is still in the competition for the top 10, as they hold themselves around 40 points in total so far. It's not a bad run if you ask me, but yes, they could have done much more better, and let's see whether they'll be able to bring more on the table. But Autobots is going to be one of those teams I'll be watching out for today, because it is important for them to make the best use of how many games they have in hand right now.
Yeah, Autobots are not too far behind, and in Group 1, these two are the teams that everyone is looking out for. Growing Strong, of course, their run in week 1 was absolutely flawless, but week 2 was there with its own struggles. But as we move on to Group 2, we have Hydra, who did so well for themselves in the first week of this BMPS, but this time around they are struggling, sitting on the 14th position in the overall rankings. And this time, in this last play day, hopefully they make a comeback and finish in the top 8.
Speaking about comeback, we have to speak about Global Esports, because the kind of aggression they brought on the table with 43 points in total and holding that 5th position, I do believe that they can, rocket themselves into the top 2 by the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, opportunity is going to be there for Global Esports as well. They're not too far behind. But moving on to Group 3, Revenant Esports, the talk of the town, one of the most consistent teams we have had in the entire competition. But of course, I am official. Their chicken dinner in game number 1 yesterday was so phenomenal, right?
Oh, yes. And let me remind you, they still have 2 more games to go. Probably they can kick out Team TTE, who are holding the top of the table after finishing all their 5 games with 83 points, where we felt the cutoff for each week will be somewhere between 50 to 70. teams are proving us every now and then that 100 is just a number.
Exactly. They have done that in the past, in the last week itself. But Group 4, as you mentioned, their matches are done, so they're not going to be playing today. Just watching from the backlines with fingers crossed and hope in their eyes. But hope will be there for Group 5 as well, because we have Lifecraft, Blood Rose, Fly Esports, OPHV, Vanguard, RTG, Redemption Crew, and Execute Esports. I feel like this is the most unpredictable group you could ask for.
Yes, Lcraft right now, on almost the bottom half of the table, and they have just finishes and no placement points, and I will look forward to how much more they can bring on the table. But yes, the talk of the town for this group obviously is going to be Blind, who have been performing consistently from week 1, and it seems like they want to end this week as well with a very, very good points for themselves.
Yeah, Blind have been absolutely phenomenal. Yesterday, that last match, the fight against Team Together Esports, that was so brilliant. Unfortunately for Blind, Team Together Esports walked away with a win in that game, but Blind, they're going to show up today to make sure that they compensate for that missed chicken dinner. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward and have a look at the schedule for the day. We have 5 matches lined up for you guys. It's going to be an exciting state of affairs. We start our journey just like every single day on the map of Erangel, where we will have groups 1 and 2 going against each other. On Miramar, it will be Group 5 versus Group 6. Sanok will be played between Group 2 and Group 5. We have Vekendi Group 1 stepping into the battleground again versus Group 3, and then the last wrangle will be Group 3 versus Group 6. So apart from Group 4, every single group, they have 2 matches.
Oh yes, and for all those viewers out there, if your favorite team has not done that great so far and you want to do the calculations yourself to see where they might stand by the end of the week, all you have to do is follow the pin comment in the comment section below, and that will lead you to the points table of the Instagram handle of Crafton Esports, and eventually you can do the math yourself. And let me remind you this: even though Marcus Gaming looks like, they do not have a chance, they have a big one in front of them, because 2 good games can have them in the top 5 itself.
Exactly, just 2 good matches and you can be in a position from where you will be very happy once you have a look at the overall rankings. That includes the bonus points. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about the rankings, let's have a look at the overall leaderboard as it is right now before the last play day begins and see where the teams are going to be starting from.
Now, we have already spoken about this on a brief when we saw the groups.
Yeah.
But yes, TTE or Team Together right now is going to be on the first rank with 83 points for themselves. But guess what? It's not like they have the highest number of finishes, because Genesis had done the talking when it comes to the guns.
Exactly. Genesis was phenomenal. 33 finishes on the board. Just 1 extra against the players of Team Together Esports. But what is special about Genesis is the fact that they're sitting there on the 2nd position of the leaderboard without any chicken dinners. The other 2 teams who have broken into the top 5 without any chicken dinners are Blind and Global Esports. But then again, those 2 are some of the most experienced teams in the country.
Now, speaking about experience, I will look forward for Revenant's domination today, because we were able to see that Apollo from week 1 and Fierce from week 2 have a small competition going on within themselves for that MVP title. And since they hold the 10th position with 18 finishes in their hand with the just 3 games they've played, they might step up a bit more when it comes to the firepower today.
It will be required as well, because let's not forget, Revenant is also competing for the top spot in the overall leaderboard, where all the 96 teams are there. So Revenant, their priority is going to be to take that first position away from the players of Growing Strong, if they can, that is. But as we move to the next page of the rankings, ladies and gentlemen, we have teams from the 17th to the 24th position. And of course, one of the surprising names over here is going to be Vintage, who did so well in week 1.
And also Midwave Esports. These are the 2 teams which had a lot of expectations on trying to maintain that momentum. But since they've already done a good job in week 1, now they have a very good fighting chance in week 3 to make sure that they sustain in the top 16 when it comes to the cumulative overall standings. But things are going to start turning interesting from here on, ladies and gentlemen. As we said, Marcus Gaming, Lcraft, Vanguard, UP50, those names who need to perform will have 2 games in their hand, and let's see how much can they bring on board.
They will have to go all in the matches that they have, that is for sure. But then on the 28th position, there's U4G. 5 matches all done and dusted. Nowhere left to go except drop down in the rankings. I think that is definitely going to happen to them. But Moving on to the second last page of the standings, ladies and gentlemen. Again, another opportunity for these teams as well to bring themselves back. And of course, there are big names even on the second last page. Blood Rose, their week filled with a lot of struggles. Reckoning Esports not really finding opportunity to secure the points.
Reckoning Esports were well known for their rotation, especially Punk, who had so many position points when it comes to BJIS and the latter tournaments which took place. But look at this, just 2 possession points. It seems like he's been questioned to every rotation he has taken so far. And let's see whether he can crack the code this time, rather, and make sure that he gets more finish points and more position points on board.
Well, let's see. Last page of the rankings. Burnx official on the 41st position. No one thought this is how Burnx's second week was going to go. 10 position points, just 1 finish in the 3 matches that they have played. Not really a position you would want to be in. But then again, on the 48th, we have UK07 still to put themselves on the board. 3 matches done, no points secured.
They're going to be the wrecking train, if you ask me. Today, they don't have anything to lose. They know that their journey so far has not been great. So just to leave a mark in this tournament, probably we can expect them to go completely berserk, picking up as many finishes as possible. And in turn, probably hit a 50-pointer with the rest 2 games they have in hand.
I mean, hey, 50 points divided between 2 matches, that means every single game they will have to get 25. And the only way to do that, or the best way to do that, is 10 finishes plus the chicken dinner. If UK07 can do that, I think they will shut up all the critiques that are there that have been scrutinizing them. Not just you, it's me, all of us. I mean, because it has been a weird journey. 3 matches and you don't get a single point. That was an unfortunate incident yesterday for UK07. But we are also hopeful. We are quite optimistic to see how this team goes berserk in the last 2 matches that they have played. And Arkaya, you definitely believe in them, right?
Yes, I strongly believe in them because it's not just the 2 games they have right now, but also the 5 games in the upcoming week.
That is true.
So a total of 7 games still left out in hand, and getting an average of 15 in all those might give them a very, very good cushion into the top 16 itself. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going forward to see the matchup of the first game of the day in the map of Erangel. Group 1 versus Group 2.
This one is going to be the battle of the titans for sure, because we have the players of Growing Strong over here. We have Hydra, and both these 2 teams, as I mentioned, it's not just Revenant. Hydra is sitting on the 2nd spot, or at least they were sitting on that 2nd position in the overall rankings, cumulative leaderboard at the end of week 1. As of now, we don't really know. We're going to find out at the end of the week. But Growing Strong was the team that took that first position away from them. Growing Strong came in from that red group and just absolutely annihilated the rest of the competition on the last day.
I mean, I can see 2 ends of the spectrum, if you ask me. One being Marcus Gaming, who will try to be as aggressive as possible, making sure that, placement points is just going to be a secondary aspect for their gameplay. Whereas we have the side of Hydras, who have got decent amount of finishes, as well as Global Esports, who have so many finishes in hand, and they'll try to hide away from those crosshairs, make it to the final circles, and get that big chunk of 15 points as chicken dinner.
Survival will definitely be important for all of these teams. Even yesterday, we saw there are a few teams who don't really drop into a game thinking that, all right, we will be aggressive in this match, or we will look for a lot of fights. But after a few initial collisions, if they end up winning, they just roll with the momentum, throw the punches a few more times on the opposition, and secure as many finish points as they can before they are eventually taken out. Because after a certain point, you just start feeling the heat you feel inside of the zone in the game, and then you just can't stop yourself.
I mean, somewhere I feel that it's that adaptability which you have between being a little bit aggressive to becoming defensive immediately. When you're in a fight and you understand you are on the back end of things, immediately, avoid that. Make sure that you rotate away from that fight has been one of the most crucial things which the teams have not learned when it comes to, this BMPS itself.
Exactly. I mean, we see people, and in fact teams, entirely just commit to a particular situation even if they realize that, all right, we might not make it back from this position with all 4 players, or this extended fight might lead us into an unfavorable position mid-rotation. But ladies and gentlemen, what will happen? Only time will tell. We see the counter. It's going to hit to 0. And that only means one thing. It is time for us to jump into the action. Game number 1 of the last day for Group Blue, ladies and gentlemen. The map of Erangel on our screens. And this time, we have the flight path starting from the southwestern edge of the map, heading towards the northeastern edge, towards just below Kameshki.
Now, for those people who are wondering that why 63 boys are there in this flight path and not 64 is because, you know, few teams, probably one of those teams did not have their player come up on board. But ultimately, coming back right into the game, the flight path is a default one which all teams will be praying for because they need to go to their respective drop locations, because these final 2 games in this week is going to predict their fate in the future.
Well, let's see. It is going to be an important game to start the day off. As we mentioned, every single group playing today, they have 2 matches in the bag. That means you have to try your level best in both of them. It's not going to be enough if you mess up one game and hit the chicken dinner in the next. Well, it can actually work out if you have a massive chicken dinner with like 15 eliminations, drop a 30 bomb. But we all know those are pretty rare.
No, I don't think so. It's going to be rare for today because the equation for this week was simple. B is your gun power. You need to show your aggression. You need to be strong with your gun power, and then and only then will you be able to put points on the table. And we did see that, right? If you see yesterday's gameplay. But before I speak about gameplay, the circle like this, Johnny, what are your thoughts on this one?
I mean, I like the circle and I like the drops from the teams as well. We had 2 clusters, one dropping towards this Gatka area where we have Global Esports colliding against the players of A2K, and as of now, it has started off with a 1v1. In the meanwhile, though, ladies and gentlemen, there's another cluster heading towards the Georgiapol area where we have Autobots gliding towards that northern Georgiapol city, and then you have 2 teams, Enigma and the players from GH, who will eventually fight for the control of that Georgiapol containers and the city area. But coming back to this fight, Wiki has the M4 compared to the Uzi and the shotgun that is there in the hands of Beast. 1 nade, he's going to lob it, a Hail Mary attempt, because Wiki also realizes that the backup from the side of Global Esports is here.
Now, this is the best part about Global Esports in the recent past. Look at how Ninja Boy is just to slam into the top lanes, put him down on his knees, and just finish him off with a blink of an eye. When you try to attack a team which is coming in full force, you need to be prepared for the worst outcome out there.
Daytime robbery, Arka. That is daytime robbery. Took his M4, took his life, took everything from him. First finish of the game, ladies and gentlemen, in the hands of Global Esports. And as we know, or as we saw yesterday from their side, if they start taking these fights early, they don't feel like stopping sometimes. And that leads me to believe even in this game, Global Esports, we are going to see a lot of finishes from their side.
I mean, if I look at the mini-map which we have, it seems like they're up for an hunt. Look at that. They're going to be heading on to the second guy as well, who's going to be hiding behind the bushes, not having any idea that these scavengers are here for some finishes, and some finishes alone too in the name of Ninja Boy. And let me remind you one more thing, ladies and gentlemen. Ninja Boy is still in the run for the MVP.
Hey, they're not done. They're looking for the 3rd guy from the side of A2K. It seems like Global Esports, they did their work while they were dropping. They spotted out exactly where the players of A2K are, and now they are hunting them down one by one. Look at that. Noisy, he's pinned out, and Maui just drove his US behind the last guy. He's trying to stop him. Hawk in the distance being the distraction, trying to save his teammate, but it is going to be a risky move since he just has the buggy to work with. Everyone from the side of GE getting out of those vehicles are trying their level best to pick Hawk off, but as the name suggests, he's a Hawk, so he's going to be very quick.
I don't think so. They're going to allow him to even breathe at this point of time. They just want to chase him down. It's just that the gas which is going to run out, or his driving skills which is going to eventually backfire. But yes, he'll have to have a good gun in his hand to, you know, take this fight against the opponents. No matter how far he runs, there's no way they're going to let him live.
Oh, Beast, he was driving the buggy, switches the seat, dishes out the damage, but it will be Ninja Boy who finds the knock, and Hawk is also going to be finished off. 3 players from the side of A2K down, but ladies and gentlemen, this fight is breaking over in the military island, just across the military bridge, where we have T7S who just wiped out the players of Hyper, and the 3rd party from the players of Galaxy is instantaneous. T7S, they did take a massive hit, few of the players were knocked out, but Galaxy without any delay, straight up looking to push inside the barn houses. One last man from the side of T7S hiding in the corner room gets rushed by every single person from Galaxy Esports. What an easy squad wipe. But not just that, they have one extra finish because they finished one of the players from the Hyper squad as well.
Galaxies looking out for all the stars in the sky, counting them perfectly and making them one amongst the pocket. And I do believe that I'll be looking forward for Galaxies, performance to be much more phenomenal.
Yeah.
Since they've already headed towards the side of...
His teammate sacrifice. Noisy makes it out alive.
I mean, they're still tracking him down. It seems like the scavengers are still up to check out which are the doors which is open in the nearest compounds. And that's the best way.
This is evil, though.
I wouldn't say it evil because, see, I really wanted somebody to bring up this conversation, and thanks to you. In the game of cricket, when you know that you're going to target a bowler to get your runs, that doesn't mean the batsman is evil. It's just that is a strategy, and that is what Global Esports is doing right now. They know these early pickings are going to be the ones which they can have for themselves.
That is also true, but you can't deny this. You can't feel bad, can't help but not feel bad for the players of A2K at this point. Just hunted down one by one in the middle of nowhere. They chased them and then finished them off. No single opportunity given for anyone to escape.
Hey, have you ever gone to the Conqueror lobby alone?
Once.
I guess, you'll be able to feel what A2K are feeling right now.
That is true. I mean, I know for a fact, he's not getting out of that shack for the next 5 minutes.
Not the 5 minutes. He's going to take the brunt of the blue and just wait for the opponents to get away from this location.
I mean, see, so in a situation like this, I'm pretty sure, all of us have played solo versus squads for a long time, right? And from Noisy's perspective, that is what all of a sudden this game has become.
Yeah.
I believe he did not have ample time in that squad house to look for first aids, and it was just one house in his control. So that is one of the issues I'm worried about. But definitely he can play that early heal strat, try and play close between the blue and the safe zone, that empty area that's there, move along with the blue zone, play as slow as possible. That's the only way he gets some points.
Yes, completely agreed. But again, Marcus Gaming doing the same mistake which Revenant did yesterday, and due to which Sensei got taken down and the performance eventually depleted. A 2v2 split which they are having for themselves. But before I break down further about them, we have another fight which we can witness over here. 7 Show versus the side of Galaxies, and it seems like Galaxies do want to shine out amongst the stars.
Well, they did shine in the previous fight as well, but switching over, GH against the players of GE. In fact, Beast taking a lot of damage from the nade, and I believe one of the players from the side of Global Esports was knocked out a few seconds ago. Oh, Ryder, in fact, he has been finished off. It's a 3 versus 3 situation. Slay and Draken pinned out inside that building. GH, Riz 6-9 is going to be finished off by Mavi, who goes the distance to secure that point for his team. But Beast, he needs to heal up. Finally decides to put on that first aid and bring his HP back. One thing that's lacking from the side of GE Arca is utility, throwables.
Yes, not only the throwables, but also that strat of sticking together. In case Ninja Boy gets taken down, GH is going to eventually push, and with that man advantage, they can do wonders against the side of GE. And also, the predictable positions being held by the side of GE, it needs to be countered as Mavi comes up to a very good blind spot situation. And let's see whether he can counter-strategize from that corner.
But as Mavi has taken a flank, the two players from the side of GH taking the slope, the same one as Ninja Boy and Beast, and a fight is bound to break out. Draken and Slay stopping in their tracks. Slay looking to go for a push, but before they can do anything, Rocky's going to be knocked out. Draken, he's one of the last players surviving for his team. He's going to be picked off as well. Slay, he's hiding in that house, and Mavi is running after him. Ninja Boy running out of ammunition, finishing the opponent just for the bullets.
Now, this is where things are going to be much more interesting. Mavi, again, is going to be tested in 1v1, which is going to be a pretty easy job if you ask me. But it seems like GE Beast is going to get taken down because Autobots now come into third party the situation.
This is one of the fastest games of Erangel we have witnessed. Another third party breaking out without delay. Already 3 squads have been eliminated from the game. GH also hitting the floor now, and Global Esports, they might be the next one because Beast was knocked out. Ninja Boy and Mavi, oh, they actually do make an escape. Both of them just abandon their teammate and just go along their merry way.
Now, Global Esports for the first time are going to be tasting their own medicine, but the most important thing we have to look out for over here, I know this is going to be a statement which is unnecessary, but I think karma is served cold.
See, it is bound to happen. You make a lot of noise in the game of BGMI and you will attract a lot of unnecessary attention. But Dark Lord from the side of Marcus Gaming 0, gatekeeping. Started off quite nicely, did secure the knock for Sangwan, but the other 3 players from the side of Cincinnati are still sticking in the backlines. Believe has taken a lot of damage, is going to be extremely low, and Dark Lord needs to be careful with his AKM and how he uses this weapon because he is also running out of ammunition.
Forget about the ammunition. Look at the mini-map. There's
the
some
third party.
in
Wow.
the back line, and they're watching Dark Lord very closely as they do not want to strike right now. It's the Digger discipline which is going to be coming in. Yes, eventually when Goat puts him down, it's going to be clinical for them to pick up that finish. I know that Reflex has missed a lot of shots, but can Scout go in to save his teammate who's down on his knees?
Scout is moving towards Dark Lord, so I believe his intentions are there to go for a revive to help his teammate back up on his feet. But it's not going to be an easy one. In the meanwhile, Marcus Gaming Zero, as you talked about, this the split bridge block that they employed. 1 player on that Nova Repnoy bridge, 3 players were there in Nova. Then later on, Scout did join Dark Lord for that bridge block, and the other 2 players stayed back. That split play has now worked out because they did put, or in fact fire a few shots on towards the players of 7 Show and forced them away from that hill, from that ridge, back inside the zone. This will allow an opportunity for Scout to go for a revive, bring Dark Lord back, and then Marcus Gaming, they can fall back as a 4-man unit.
Now, the other side of the story is going to look like this. Alright, Dark Lord now injured. CK can push forward to those bridges, and it's just 2 men standing and a man advantage. They can clear off the side of Marcus Gaming as well. So, what's important for the side of Marcus Gaming to do is immediately regroup, make sure that they clear off 1 squad at a time, and also watch out for the backlines. But man disadvantage, you're going to lose 2 pairs of eyes, and which is pretty crucial in a map like this.
That is true. 7 Shore just woke them up from their sleep like, guys, your backs are exposed, anyone can show up. We were nice, we walk away. The other party that shows up, they aren't going to be as nice as us. What is happening over here? Onyx, he's just in the water, just standing still. And UK07, again, the journey filled with struggles. It continues. It's their last man, just swimming to stay alive. And with how fate has been, on how their luck has been so far, UK07, even in this game, they might just take an early exit with no eliminations.
Look at the eastern side of the map. Things are so much interesting out there. GS Sparky probably is the lone man from the side of Growing Strong who is looking forward to strike against the side of Hydras, as he has a complete view on them. But yes, Hydras pushing themselves to again be in the blue, not prioritizing the center of the circle, looking for those finishes. Do you think that's the right thing for the side of Hydra to do?
I think they can. At least they need to take that fight before they cross the Norapnoy bridge, because as we were looking at the map, we still noticed the cluster that was still holding on to the other side, and Hydra, I think, realizing that this is the team that they need to take on, even on the leaderboard, are looking to push for the fight. Godbot still left alive, has secured a knock. Eclipse, in fact, has been finished off. Godbot, he runs behind this box, hiding in a corner, but the Molotov just pixels away from his feet. He's so lucky, but the nade, it fell on his head, went a little doink, and then blew him up. Faith is still going to be there, trying to jump indoors, fails with the mechanics, goes inside, finally going for a revive, but he's going to have to reposition. The players of Hydra are extremely low. 1 single shot to the body, and they are going to be on the floor. Sparsh looking to take the fight with the DBS, fires the shot, fails to connect, and Faith retaliates. 1 more man in the front line. Faith jiggling in and out of cover perfectly, has denied any opportunity for the peak, but finally the shots connect, and Faith is going to fall as well. Last man standing from the side of Growing Strong, Sparky Eye in the back lines. He was cooking up a nade, now he's just standing still.
I hope that he's not disconnected and he's well aware of what's happening. Yes, he comes in a bit more forward. Now he's got an opportunity to strike. The first grenade has been tossed perfectly, but the blast radius is not going to be catching anybody off guard. The second one upstairs, he's just going to follow those audio cues. But what's more important is to watch out for those crosshairs. Yes, he misses them. And eventually it's Starboy who's going to be shining brighter.
But Hydra, they see the players from Enigma crossing the bridge in the distance, and Spray God, look at him. He was a little too eager to make the exit, to exit the blue. And Enigma, they have spotted the threat in the back lines now. They will be aware that there's a team closing in or crossing the Novorepnoy bridge, and they will have a perfect opportunity to gatekeep these 3 players.
Hydra, they can still use the waterways, if you ask me.
Yes.
Because nobody till now have taken those boats to make it to the Novo region and then make it inside the circle. So I do believe they're going to be jet skis as well as boats on which they can traverse around with. But at the same time, this corner of the circle is going to turn interesting as Enigma is going to be shot at by two teams, CK as well as Marcus Gaming.
Oh, Enigma. Tommy already knocked out. Scout from the distance finds another one. In fact, that's going to be the finish secured by the players of Marcus Gaming 0. Addy, Infinity and LeBron still remaining, but they have been made cautious of the threat that lies ahead. And even towards the northern side, we see Addy moving. This is a risky move. He can be caught off guard by the players of CK.
Now, the special part about GE is how quickly they've adapted to make it inside the circle and try to play for position points. Look at them, completely inside the circle. CK trying to push their luck against the side of Enigma will be losing out of, probably luck right now because they had to take those fight a little bit earlier.
But how things sit inside of the game for Enigma, it feels like they have nowhere left to go. Northern side blocked by Cincinnati Kids. Southern side blocked by Marcos Gaming 0. If you try to go for a direct push inside the circle, you run into the players of Galaxy. And again, it's going to be very tricky for Enigma to figure out a way out of this. But this was an impressive fight. Faith trying his level best, loved his movement just at the corner of the wall. But Sparky, I don't know why he ran behind that dumpster, because I think he heard Starboy run up to the first floor, and it was quite obvious that he was going to go to the balcony and try to position himself where he would deny the opportunity for utilities to be lobbed towards his teammates.
No, the most important thing is that he had to stick with his teammates inside of the house.
That is also true.
Because he could have welcomed the opponents with those shots. He's very good when it comes to the DBS as well. So I was looking forward for his presence inside the building. But yes, the throwable strat which they come up with as that one player from outside will try to do damage the opponents did backfire against them. But the circle is turning out to be much more interesting, but nobody to the center of it. But yes, I would love to see what Marcus Gaming can now pull off.
Well, Marcus Gaming, we will see there a bit as they have a very brilliant position inside the zone. But in the meanwhile, Autobots taking their shots on the players of Seven Shaw. Zeus knocked out. He's going to be finished off as soon as that US blows up. Falls back a little. He's going to bleed out before his teammates show up, of course. Goat, he has a difficult position to work with, but we have seen Goat convert a lot of finishes from very unorthodox position, playing against his team entirely. Look at that. He's just hiding. Skrill's overcommitting. That is a risky move. He can be taken out. Needs to be careful. Goes for the spray. Unable to connect. Is going to run towards the other side of the ridge, hoping to catch Reflex off guard or at least take that US out of commission. Is not going to happen. But Goat, is he still hiding around that airdrop?
Oh yes, and finally his location is going to be compromised as he's going to get shot at. He could not convert that knock to finish, but Autobots are just going to welcome this finish with that level 3 helmet in waist and with all the ammunition he was carrying until now.
Yeah.
Autobots, this is one other team who have chosen violence, and it seems like this was the right time to do so.
Arka, you're one of the best analysts I know, right? What was he doing? What was going through the man's head?
I do believe that he thought the opponents will not get to know my location and I can strike them from an off angle completely. But, he failed real hard.
Yeah, I think he expected or at least hoped that Autobots would get baited by his teammates and he would at least get 2 picks for free, but that did not happen. Autobots, they are being extremely careful. But ladies and gentlemen, finally, Noisy from the side of A2K takes an exit from the game, still bringing home 1 point for his entire team from a game where they could have just gone for nothing. A good recovery, a decent recovery, I have to say. But Reflex from Seven Shaw, the players of Enigma toying with him. Ooh. Finally, Addy managed to run him over, and they're looking for Joy Boy. The slam looks good. LeBron pins him to the tree, splitting him in half. And of course, the team also gets finished off. We're down to 9 teams, and it's not even the 6th zone yet.
I just love every bit of action which is taking place over here.
Yeah.
But as I said, Marcus Gaming's gameplay is now going to be questioned to its fullest potential, if you ask me. An unnecessary rotation far away from the circle where they could have prioritized one and picked up all the finishes they can look forward for right now.
This is one of the best hit angles we have had in this BMPS yet.
Completely agreed. And the most chaotic one so far, Vintage, is now in the crosshairs of CK. And it seems like for the first time, CK will be looking forward for some good amount of finishes for themselves as well. As two experienced teams now lock horns. It's going to be Autobots versus CK. Two OGs, and let's see who's going to be coming out on top.
As of now, Autobots there with an advantage, and Cleo caught off guard. Looking somewhere else, gets shot from the flank, and Autobots, they have another pick for themselves. Dream in the back lines. Should be an easy one for Autobots to finish off, considering they have already brought this fight to a 1v4 situation where they sit with a big, hefty advantage in their favor. But they are worried about the team on the high ground, the players from the side of Do or Die, looking to build up the pressure. But Skrills, he has a brilliant angle to work with, and with Servi across the board, can definitely draw the pressure. But Skrills still falling down on his knees. 3 players still remaining from the side of Autobots. But look at this, Arka. While Autobots, they get distracted in the backlines, there is an opportunity for CK to get that revive and bring belief back in the game.
Not only them, now Marcus Gaming can make it inside the circle as well. And guess what? They're going to be coming into the doorsteps of Galaxy to take this fight. But are they prepared for the off angles being held over here? As Saurav, he's cooking up a grenade, might land to perfection to get a knock against them. And it seems like now Marcus Gaming is going to be tumbled down. As we can see, most of their players are very low on HP. And this frontal battle seems to have backfired with just Scout, the last man standing, with a grenade in his hand.
Well, he can still bring his team back. Saurav needs to be careful, realizes there's Enigma giving across the ridge, sees LeBron lob a nade, does absolutely nothing in return. Goes on to secure the finish of Shadow in the backlines though. But I still don't understand Enigma. They got so lucky because if LeBron went out, then Enigma, they would be stuck on that slope. Scout is being so patient, letting Enigma and the players of Galaxy settle their differences, but finally steps out since he is out of first aids now and falls
to the zone.
Was it to the zone? Yes, it was to the zone.
It was to the zone, but ultimately Enigma Gaming is still alive over here against the side of Galaxy. Gives an opportunity for the side of Autobots to now regroup, get that high ground for themselves, and they place themselves perfectly inside the circle, if you ask me, because Global Esports is also one of those big names. After such a great start off, is still alive in the final circles to come.
Stage 5. 5 teams. There's a lot of time before the final circles appear in front of us. What a chaotic game. And in this matchup right now, there's just one team who is there with all 4 players, and that is the side of Autobots, ladies and gentlemen. 12 players remaining, and 4 of them are from the side of Autobots. They have 10 eliminations. The players of Enigma spotted out. Should be easy points for Autobots to retain. Addy knocked out. The nade looks good for Infinity as well. He has nowhere left to run. Steps in front of the tree to bait out Rico. What a move!
Now this is the important move coming in from the side of Galaxy as well. They've damaged the side of Autobots, given a bit of an opportunity for the opponents to now build up their momentum as well. But Global Esports still being silent, still being one amongst the nature, do not want to get into any kind of action because it's important for them to come to the top 2 right now. Look at that CRV looking forward, and M4 with that 4x almost doing wonders with that helmets getting taken down. But CK, can they make it through?
They have nades, they have a lot of utility, the players from the side of Autobots. At this point, they can just wrap this game up very quickly. Look at that, 2 nades in tandem. Cincinnati Kids wiped out from the game without a lot of effort, and now the next team in their crosshairs are going to be the players of Galaxy and Enigma. Oh, Rico, did he see the 2 players from the Enigma lineup on the other side? Yes, he did. Yes. And I believe his intentions are very clear. He's going to try and gain some more info with the help of this buggy. And he's still there, knocked out. He is going to be finished off. Infinity out in the open. Rico taking a lot of damage, but Infinity gets baited and finished off. 3 teams remaining, 8 players alive. Autobots still in this match with a 4-man lineup. But look at this. These 2 individuals, they were the ones who started all of this nuisance. And yet they are there in the top 3, Mavi and Ninja Boy from Global Esports.
Autobots coming to bring out, it seems like for the first time somebody from their group has told Autobots, assemble.
Yes.
And they are ripping things apart out here. It seems like every single team out there is looking like Decepticons for them. Hasn't they now pushed forward for the final finish to be gained They've got 17 so far. The perfect start, if you ask me, for the side of Autobots. Ninja Boy will not do anything much, and before even the 6th stage forms in, Autobots are going to walk away with that winner-winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Since you've already made the reference, I'm going to finish it. Just like Optimus Prime, this team has also said, we are here and we are waiting. 18 eliminations on the board. A brilliant win coming in from Autobots, and all because of the level of progression. This game had it had some tacticality, but it was just about third parties. I don't think there was a single fight in this match that did not get third partied. You did not have time for a 4v4.
I would say only the first one.
Yeah.
You know, where globally...
No, that was 1v4s.
Yeah. I can give it to you on that.
It was 1v4s. They got hunted down. And yet, Mavi and Ninja Boy, they made it to the top 3. That is what I find even more incredible than the early finishes they got.
I mean, mark my words, if Global Esports perform similarly from here on to the rest of the tournaments, they might be crowned champions of BMPS, because Mavi is able to not only bring out the aggression from the youngsters, but also place them inside the circle with just one man standing with him. And this could be the prime again, hitting back from the side of Mavi.
Exactly. I mean, there were so many critics that were saying, like, all right, what has happened? The performance is not really there. But Mavi, with the help of his teammates, and in fact, the entirety of Global Esports, they are match after match just shutting up the critics, and in style as well. Because this is just raw aggression mixed with the young firepower being brought in by the team. But ladies and gentlemen, as Global Esports and Autobots have gone ahead and shut up the critics, we also have Bolti Band that's going to come out on Craft and Esports' social handle. Well, let's have a look what it's going to be about and what we can expect.
BGMI, it's not an easy game.
Hi guys.
Chico! Mummy? गाड़ी लेकर आ गया और वो भी बाइक. हाँ? इधर क्या भेलपूरी चाट पूरी खाने को जा रहे करे? वैसे तूने गेम तो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना?
वो ना स्टोरेज फुल हो गया है.
BGMI, it's not just a game, it's an emotion.
Help!
तुम लोग गिट-गुट कर करके चैंप्स बन गए और मैं नुबड़ा का नुबड़ा ही रह गया ना.
Well, that looks as fun as this game of Wrangle, and I'm pretty sure, just like me, you guys would also want to check it out. And it's simple. If you want to know when Bolti Band is coming out, make sure you guys follow Craft and India Esports on their social media handles everywhere, because you get updates everywhere. Right?
It's important, right?
Yeah.
Just like how Global Esports were picking up finishes everywhere, as well as Autobots were doing the same as well. We did speak about this, right?
Yes.
The experienced lineup and all those teams with the frontal battle or the firepower are just going to rake up as many finish points as possible. And it seems like it's become obvious for the rest of the BMPS. We can expect the same to take place.
So here's the fun thing. Autobots in the last 3 games they played, they had 16 eliminations. In this match alone, they had 18. They outperformed themselves. And what is better than being better than what you were yesterday?
Oh, yes, very much. And in a single game, if you're better than yesterday, that means you've just unlocked the beast within yourself.
Exactly.
And this is how everything took off. Galaxy, it was just that, Global Esports were on another level altogether. Mavi, oh my goodness, the guy was jumping in the air, and with that AK connects that headshot. And Mavi back in his prime.
That was, I just noticed this hero move from Sparsh OP, because you know how in movies there's an explosion and the hero is walking in front, never looking back. He just lobbed the nade towards the players of GS and ran towards the shack. The nade goes off, they secure a knock, and they just push for that compound control.
Marcus Gaming, even though I'm a bit disappointed, I'm happy that finally they're choosing to be a little bit aggressive compared to the other teams. As I said, if not holding that military building, if they made it inside the circle, the aggression of Scout needs to be again woken up, because if Mavi can do this, then imagine what Scout can do, awakening his powers.
Hey man, we know they are brothers, they're very good friends, and at this point, Mavi performing like this might have motivated Scout as well a little bit. I'm pretty sure he's motivated, but in the next match when we see him, he's going to be like, alright, I need to match up to my brother, otherwise He might say a few things to me like, what has happened? Why are you playing like this? Maybe something along those lines. But anyways, I mean, it is healthy competition between the two individuals. And we also enjoy this level of competition. But of course, this game was about the Autobots rolling out in style, all four of them together, and just annihilating any single squad they ran up against.
Autobots. I feel so, relieved right now.
Me too.
Because Autobots were actually capable of doing this.
Yes.
The first time ever Autobot hits the scene. I do believe that you were one of the casters and you understood the South aggression was bought in by them.
Yeah.
And it seems like they've gone back to their old ways. And we can expect them to do much better.
There were teams that built a legacy. And these lads, they were there. I mean, the pressure was there on their shoulders to carry forward their legacy,
Correct.
be the torchbearers. But finally, it feels like they have held on to that mantle. And now it's just a question of not letting go. Or just a statement of making sure that you do not let go. You carry forward this aggression into the last game that you have left.
Yes, and I'll be looking forward for some more action to take place. But guys, if you're enjoying all the action over here, don't be selfish for yourself. Make sure that you share it among your friends, bring them out here, because probably like how we're going to be blessed by the Fool in days to come, you can also be blessed by some good gameplays.
Exactly. I mean, the Fool's Blessing, ladies and gentlemen, is out there in BGMI. Do make sure you go ahead and check out the reward section in BGMI. And if you guys do get lucky and get the Fool's Blessing, do make sure to let us know as well. We'll be happy for you guys as well. Share your happiness. And of course, do make sure you share that previous game of Erangel, because that was something else. But now, Arka, this has given us a lot of hope for the rest of the day. We still have 4 matches left. That was just the first game.
But, the best part is this.
Yeah.
These two teams are not playing the next game.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a brand new group coming in and a brand new kind of game style which we might witness.
Do you think they will be inspired by Autobots and Global Esports?
I mean, if they're watching the stream, then for sure. They're going to be like, you know what? It's probably time for us to activate ourselves as well. But again, that was a map of Erangel where it gave them scope for aggression.
Yeah.
But the upcoming map is going to be the map of Miramar. It is going to challenge your crosshair every single time you go above a ridge.
Yeah.
And I do believe now it's going to be a time where we can witness Blind to perform much better.
Hopefully, I mean, Blind. The level of performance that we are seeing from the other teams are usually what we expect from Blind. We did see glimpses of that in the last Erangel yesterday.
Yes.
And Blind, I'm pretty sure, will look to roll with the same momentum or
Correct.
roll out inside of the game with the same play style. Be aggressive, secure points from the mid game to the late game. Early stages, we know that La Cobriera drop can get a little bit tricky for them because you can't really challenge teams in El Pozo directly. You will have to take your time, move towards the third or the fourth edge, and then look for fights.
I mean, it's not like Manya doesn't know to do it because he has done it before in the map of Miramar. He has showed the way for his team to somehow make it in through the final circles, and then he says, you know what, smash, and they start smashing every look in corner. So let's see whether, they're going to be one of the teams to watch out for. But there's going to be one team I would like to bring on table. That has to be Elcraft.
I mean, we will see what Elcraft and Blind will be up to in the next game. But before that, we have to break down the action of this match as well. We did just went over the recap. And it's going to be a very simple question. Which team in this game did you think could have done better than they did?
Marcus Gaming.
All right.
Because they started off on a very good note. They were like, more about being aggressive, trying to almost bridge block and get a knock and a finish over there. And then eventually when they had to make it inside the circle, that was the only time I felt they were hiding away or shying away from all those fights, which was happening at the center of the circle.
One more thing I don't understand is letting go of that bridge block, because you had the players of Cincinnati get spinned out. Hydra wasn't even bothered about crossing the bridge because they were busy in their own fight, and Enigma came like, I think, 3 or 4 minutes later on. And Marcus Gaming Zero, even before that, as soon as Seven Shaw sort of started the third party, gave them the opportunity for the revive, and then just left along their merry way. A few minutes after that, even Marcus Gaming abandoned that bridge block and just played for the circle.
I guess, bridge block has become a form of art. It's not like you can just have 2 men standing at the bridges and the 2 of them looting the Novo region. You need to make sure that you have those ridges behind that bridge block being covered, as well as the hard compounds as well. So in case, just like how a team came and backstabbed the side of Marcus Gaming, you'll have a cover fire, and that is going to shoo away these teams trying to put them down.
Well, let's see though which individuals in this game were doing so well for themselves. And of course, like always, ladies and gentlemen, we will start off with the MVP of the match, which I believe this time around will be Skrells from the side of Autobot. 6 eliminations, 33.3% contribution for his team. But he was also, the reason I say this man was incredible, because he was taking the most risk in going for those finishes and also securing information for his team that, alright, this is where you guys shoot, this is where I went down from.
Yes, and he's going to be accompanied by one other person, Mr. Spray, who also did a phenomenal job to get 6 finishes for himself.
The whole team is there.
Yeah, and Ninja Boy. I mean, from the get-go, we saw how aggressive he was. The first 4 finishes which he got were the only 4 finishes which he could bring on table.
This is an all-star lineup itself. Look at that. Autobots, all 4 players present in the list of top 5. You add Ninja Boy to that list. It becomes difficult to decide who gets to play.
Obviously, right? It seems like, you're talking about a squad like OG, who
also
were in the very situation where they didn't know who were the best 4.
Because everyone's so good.
Yeah, and let's see. But again, we have to, speak about the point standings, as Autobots will be on the top with 33 points, 18 finishes, and probably this could be just the beginning of the domination from this team.
But I love the fact that from 18 finishes on Autobots, because they did in fact dominate the game, we have 7 on Global Esports, Galaxy with 8, Enigma with 3, 4 on Cincinnati Kids, Marcus Gaming 5, Hydra 4, T7S 3. T7S have 0 points, by the way, and they are in the top 8. So that sort of gives you an idea how chaotic this game was. Everyone was just running around the map, shooting blindly. You see someone, you shoot first, ask questions later. That was the motto of this game.
Yes, Marcus Gaming. I mean, even though we thought they did not have much finishes, look at that, 5 finishes before they got taken down. But again, the bottom of the table, as you guys call it, binary, looks that way, as UK 07 to Hyper are just going to walk away with 1 point, where Hyper is going to end up with a 0.
I mean, from 11 to 16, it is actual binary. From there on out, it's just A to K. And I can't commend Noisy enough for even getting those 2 points.
Yes.
His teams almost got wiped out within the first 2 minutes of the match.
The first finish was also against Global Esports, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, from there, we talked about it, right? It is going to be like being in a Conqueror lobby, solo versus squads. You can't really do anything. You can't take team fights without thinking about it. You have to be extremely careful and play for survival. That is the only option that you have.
Yes, and also the adaptation which I was speaking about, from being aggressive and then being a little bit, passive.
Yeah.
And Global Esports just gave us a perfect example of how to do that, because picking up those finishes and then laying down.
Yeah. I mean, it was a tried and tested method from their side. And in fact, in this game, they made it work quite nicely as well. But this, ladies and gentlemen, was just the first game of the day. And if the day starts like this, I don't even know where it's going to head next. But we know for a fact that we are going to head towards the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2. It will be an exciting one for sure. And as I say that, we will also have a look at the teams that will be playing in the upcoming match.
Now, this is going to be pretty interesting if you ask me. Group 5 and Group 6 fighting it out over here, as Aircraft, Blood Rose, these are the teams who are well known for their firepower. They're going to be coming back to play this game. And then Group 6, we're going to have the side of Blind, UP50, Burnex Official. We're going to have Gujarat Tigers and TWOB. Oh my goodness, I just can expect no less than what we saw in the map of Erangel. But yes, you know the ritual. We're going to have a switcheroo on the desk. Replacing Johnny this time is going to be Salty. And I saw the way he was jumping at the sidelines to every finish which came out there. Salty, I know the map of Erangel was chaotic.
Yeah.
But what would you do if you were casting that game?
Just like you said, jump along the sidelines. That is all that I did throughout the game as well. So, in spite of the fact that I wasn't casting that particular game, I think when a team gets 18 finishes, when 12 finishes are exchanged between 2 particular players, I think all you can do is just sit back, relax, and possibly have popcorn in your hand, because that was a phenomenal game. But that was not the end of the road, of course. We just saw the teams for the map of Miramar. And I think that this map might even surpass this, because it's Blind in that lineup.
You know, one thing which I'm starting to love about this tournament, probably it's trying to bring out the best of the OGs. It's trying to make them realize that aggression is what you guys were well known for. Bring it back, make sure the further tournaments you play, people are scared to approach you, then probably you'll be able to come back to your prime.
Absolutely. I think this is what it is all about. Just trying to be at the top of your aggression, trying to be exactly what you were known for back in the day, I think.
Exactly.
With all the time we've said that they have experience and they have all the wisdom of playing in competitive lobbies for such a long time, it seems like the OGs that you're talking about, they've kind of held themselves back. They're not in their true colors. And it is time, I think, we have to bring that back. And the way you've said it, I think that just brings me one name, that is Marcus Gaming Zero, who still had a decent affair. But I want to know from you, Arka, which is that one team that you want to pick for the map of Miramar?
This is going to be very hard if you ask me. But somewhere my gut feeling says it could be Gujarat Tigers or Vanguard.
I agree. I
Because-
also had Gujarat Tigers in my mind.
Well, let's see whether, we are on the same level when it comes to the map of Miramar. But ladies and gentlemen, the big bird is going to hit the sky on the deserty island of Miramar, starting all the way somewhere close towards the side of Porto. Is going to end up towards Torre Hemura, a complete eastern flight path, and a pretty interesting one if you ask me, because this gives an opportunity for teams to again duck hunt in the beginning of this game.
Exactly. I mean, the flight path on towards the right-hand side of the map itself, I think this might just cause problems, especially for the teams landing towards Chumasera. El Pozo is completely out of the picture.
I still would say that, you can probably place yourself in such positions where you can pick up, the vehicles and head towards the El Pozo region. But again, as you said, since something is far away from your grabs, that means you're going to try much more harder to reach there. And eventually, you'll have to watch out for your backs as well.
Yeah, watch out for your backs is going to be the case, of course. And I think one team that needs to do that is going to be Burnix, because I see them taking that deep glide. Might as well try and move towards the Chumasara region. But Arka, you know what? One thing, if the circle is on the western side, I think that is when the interest lies.
Oh, yes. And we can expect something like that to take place. We saw the map of Erangel, a complete southern circle challenging every single team out there. Bought the aggression out. It was the circle thanks to it as well. But again, it seems like our manifestations are coming, right?
Yeah.
And probably the one cluster which we see to the eastern side of the map where we head right now, it's going to be ECE versus HH in the map of Miramar. And I guess this love story needs to end here and now.
Exactly. I mean, we've kind of seen Hyderabad Hydras get into multiple drop collisions, especially on the map of Miramar. But are they prepared to take this fight? Because ECE, they've dropped on the other corner of this particular city. So it is going to be a little difficult for them, especially the ones who are in the close lines. I'm talking about Madman. He still does not have any helmet to work with. So if he peeks out, might get taken down.
A very good point over there with Madman trying to peek out. But again, since he's already having information about the opponents, he's going to relay that to his teammates and who might be able to converge from different directions. But what's more important for them right now is to make sure they head inside the circle. They head to the other side of the map towards that El Pozo or the Ladrillera region, because it's going to be a very, very hard ride after this.
Something which is very interesting is the information that we get from the map feed. Look at that. Team 1 Power and their drop location is extremely scattered. And it seems like they have sort of surrounded this entire commotion, this entire, these two teams who have dropped in and tried to take a drop collision. Either of these teams, if they try and make an exit from this particular fight, Arka, do you think that there will be risk coming in from Team 1 Power?
I don't know. That's a pretty hard question if you ask me, because as I said, in the map of Miramar, no matter how close you are, you're still far away. So it gives you a little bit of a cushion to hide behind those dunes and make sure that you exit from that very location and slowly make it inside the circle. And 1 Power as well, they might think that they have the right kind of strategy. But if one person gets taken down, there's no way his teammates are going to come to revive him.
Well, we'll have to find out if that fight, of course, does take place. But for now, of course, in front of our screens, Arka, we have one team whose firepower has shown us that they can pull off incidents. Speaking of incidents itself, it seems like Team Hyderabad Hydras, they've actually got their courage together and they want to take this fight right off the get-go itself. Look at the entire army that is charging in, and right off the get-go, the first shot connects. 2 players be taken down from the nade itself, and now Hyderabad Hydras, they're charging like a pack of wolves and they are finishing them right off the get-go. It has been a phenomenal effort, and now just 1 player remains, and that's going to be Thunder. I don't think he'll be able to do much.
Now he's got the deadly Mafia gun Thompson in his hand, and he'll have to make sure that he falls back and make sure he plays for possession points. There's no way he can stop the aggression of HH, as you can see that the grenades were connecting to perfection, and also the push was also perfect.
Oh no, but Arka, look at that. Look at the radar right now. You can see those blue dots, and that is the presence of 1 power that I was talking about. And it seems like they are hearing this entire commotion from the distance. You've got Kalyug, and he does have that mini 49. He does have the scope as well. I think both Execute Esports as well as Team Hyderabad Hydras, they have a massive danger looming on top of their heads.
Very much a danger if you ask me, but again, if you're a solo man and you try to taunt the big bears who are actually looking aggressive, they might backfire at you.
Yeah.
And I don't think so that OPs are prepared for such a fight. But again, Thunder being one within that vehicle, probably his location has got to be compromised anytime soon, because they understand that these are the corners which is left unchecked, and eventually Thunder gets taken down. And Hyderabad Hydras are doing everything right if you ask me.
Yeah, and they've also made a change in the lineup. Bob Dope is back, so this is going to be pretty interesting.
And let me remind you this, Bob Dope was one of the casters of the Punjabi desk for the BJIS, and it seems like he's brought the right tinge of aggression for the side of Hyderabad Hydras.
And look at that, right? Hyderabad Hydras also have information about the presence of 1 power in the back lines. We just saw the first pick, and it was from 1 power, and Hyderabad Hydras only have managed to secure 3 finishes from this fight. It seems like they knew that the third-party presence was there, and they understood that the risk factor made it necessary for them to escape from the situation. Let us have a look at this fight once again. The nade did come in, but how did 1 power get that fight? It was 1 nade from, I believe, Rix, if I'm not mistaken, that completely wiped off 2 players. It was interesting to see that the first pick went to 1 power. But hopefully, we'll resort all issues out. Hyderabad Hydras, they're going to be happy with 3 finishes.
Yes, a perfect start for the map of Miramar. Those early finishes is going to make sure that you have a better fighting chance in the final circles with the man disadvantage. But again, I would love to see which are the main teams who will be concentrating on getting those major points. Aircraft are going to be, yes, the obvious team to watch out for. Week 1 was pretty decent for them, but as week 2, they're at probably the 25th or the 35th position, or 28th position to be specific, and with just 7 position points, they need to focus more on their rotations and trying to survive until the very end.
And I think Miramar does allow that opportunity. I think if you plan your rotations right, you will be able to get to those final circles and play those end game battles. One way to do that is, of course, to try and not involve yourself in early battles, not involve yourself in unnecessary battles. And it seems like Team Blind will be one of those teams who have to do that, because Miramar has not been their greatest strength, Arka. And I feel like one of the reasons why it has not been their greatest strength is because they get taken down in some mid-rotation fights, which is completely unnecessary for the team's success.
You know, there's been several factors which also involves the map of Miramar, right? One being this, that you need to have that hard compound for yourself in the final circles, which becomes very crucial. Sometimes it's the high ground which has been held by the opponent. So it's more about you getting finishes in the map of Miramar compared to the position points, if you ask me.
Absolutely, but this is going to be one of the teams that you were talking about, WinGod Esports. Definitely a lot of potential in this lineup. I mean, Simple being added over there is going to be one of those players I will be watching out for. But performance-wise, WinGod hasn't really proven their worth so far inside of this tournament. I want to know your thoughts about WinGod Esports and what you think they can do to improve their gameplay in the later part of the tournament.
I guess try to prioritize the circle, try to get some position points for yourself, because the aggression is always there.
Yeah.
We have seen that Avi is no less of an assaulter himself than, as you said,
Absolutely.
a simple, that's what I like to call him as of now. But
Yeah.
he's also one of those youngsters in the making who's capable of being the next big star of BGMI.
Yeah.
So in case when you have, such great firepower for your squad, you can actually replicate what Autobots did in the map of Erangel.
Replicating what Autobots did on the map of Erangel will be necessary, especially if teams want to replicate similar success. But for now, of course, the circle will take a central shift, and we still have the reins over the lands of Monte Nuevo. You've got Picado in the mix of things as well. You've got Minas Generalis, which has just been left behind, but Junkyard San Martin is still going to be there. So there is no shortage of compounds inside the circle, Arka. The hard cover inside the final circles that you were talking about, I think it is going to be there. But one aspect which is going to be very important is trying to predict where the final circle is going to land. But look at this right now. We've got Team Fly Esports. They're absolutely flying, but now they've spotted two oppositions.
And they're going to commit for this fight, and who they have in front of them is no less than an aggressive team.
Yeah.
As UP50, Adnan wants to start things off. He's going to immediately evade from the very position, but he's prepared for the push. Look at the blind spot being covered perfectly. One person gets taken down and almost finished off, and Fly is now on the receiving end of things.
Absolutely. It seems like Fly kind of underestimated UP50 in that particular fight. The first knock was absolutely not necessary, but now Sarkar has found the first finish for his team. How will UP50 manage to react after that one? Because now they have the advantage, but it seems like the rest of the players are also charging in. They want to take this fight head on, and why not? Having established the advantage early on in this one.
Atlas needs to be careful, because Zasur on the other side, we saw what he can pull off in a 1v3 or a 1v2 situation. He's got that deadly DBS, preparing himself to welcome the opponents through those stairs. But yes, Atlas, he needs to clear off those stairs region to make an entry into the first floor itself. Sarkar, that off angle, he also needs to cover the windows just in case the opponents jump off.
Yeah, definitely. But having said that, it seems like a strike back from Fly Esports, and within a matter of a flash, Asur has managed to wipe off two players from UP50. This is exactly what we were talking about, the choke point and the DBS. And it seems like your prediction, this man was the game changer. UP50 have been shooed away from this particular fight, but it seems like the lack of utility, the lack of nades trying to unsettle Fly Esports has hurt UP50 very badly in this one.
I would have suggested UP50 to come in from 4 different directions and build that pressure a bit more.
Yeah.
Because they made it way too obvious for Asur. And a great assaulter like him, he wouldn't miss much shots. And I hope that, they've learned the lesson the hard way and might bounce back well in the second week. But again, Fly is right now building up a very good team, if you ask me.
They certainly are. I mean, they have been very successful yesterday and inside of week 2 as well. So we'll have to find out if this team is going to carry on that momentum. They certainly are doing so right now. They have 2 crates. But having said that, UP50 is also very, very close by. This was the instant replay that we were talking about. Also just coming up, 2 pumps and 2 players being taken down. Oh wait, was that just one shot?
Yes, it was. DBS works that way, right?
Yeah.
When you press the trigger, it's going to be 2 shots which comes out on a single shell. And guess what? Both those shots were connected perfectly. And when you're pushing towards a player who has a DBS in hand, you just can't go head on into his crosshairs.
Exactly right. I mean, I was thinking UP50 would use a little bit of utility over there. Some nades and Molotov smokes, exactly. But none of those were utilized. It seems like UP50, like I said, they kind of underestimated the fight a little bit in that situation. But 2 players surviving right now. They will have to look for the much coveted position points that you were talking about. It's going to be tough, but I think it is possible. Do you think it's possible, Arka?
Kind of, yes. At least an average of 6 to 7 points is what they can aim at right now. Because if Global Esports were able to bring their team to the top 2 with just 2 men standing, and I do believe that, there are other teams who can do it as well. Whereas Burnex Official, the team which we spoke about, it seems like they're tossing the grenade to the right corners, but eventually Ernie will be shot at its back. And he'll be thanking his stars for somehow making it inside in time.
Too many teams in very close proximity, Arka. You've got Team Burnings Official, you've got Team Road to Glory as well, and not just them, you've got Dragon Esports. Now, all three teams have been very successful, especially when it comes to their firefights, but it seems like in terms of positioning, Burnings, they have got the best position out of all of them because they have the high ground advantage and as well as hard compounds. On the other side, both Dragon Esports as well as Road to Glory, they're completely out in the open, and that is why they're suffering third-party shots. So many teams in such close proximity, it is absolutely necessary for you to find the cover angles, and Dragon Esports have nothing about it.
Elcraft, one of the other teams we thought can perform well. It seems like they've got their sense back. Look at that. They went in closer towards the side of THW.
Yeah.
And then eventually understood this is an unnecessary one with 15 teams standing. Fall back to the nearest, hardest compound. And from here on, strategize better for the place to come.
THW, they have the warehouse under control, and they kind of were almost being attacked by Livecraft Esports, but the shots that came in from Sekiro as well as Hellgod, it seems like that has sort of discouraged them from taking that particular fight. It will be important for them to keep an eye on the rest of the opposition very close on, but look at this, Octavius in such close proximity of Avi. What happened to Team Wingod, and why is Avi all by himself? His teammates of course start appearing on the radar, but they're still at a very far distance. Look at what Hyderabad Hydras are doing right now. Nades being lobbed in. Wingod has been trapped in between a rock and a hard place, Arka.
He can fall back. He's still got that opportunity. What he has to do right now is make sure he becomes one with the nature and his teammates come in from different angles and giving the right kind of backup. Octavius probably, oh my goodness, Madman coming in from the off angle and doing the damage against the side of Avi. And TWOB, they've got an opportunity from the backlines to come in and do a third party.
I think Team Hyderabad Hydras have realized that as well. Octavius already starting to charge down TWOB, but that did not really was successful. Nades being lobbed in, but TWOB, they definitely have the better positioning and they also have better resources. As a result of which, Hyderabad Hydras have been pushed behind. Wingod Esports also want some revenge for themselves. Simple from the backlines as well as the rest of his crew. They will try and spray down the likes of TWOB. What a spray it was on top of Fish. Flash has been knocked down. Tap shots connected. I think the finish will be secured. And Team TWOB, did they not spot the rest of the players from Team Wingod will be the question. And now Octavius will charge down. The rest of the players of Team TWOB will also get engulfed in battle.
Now this is where the rest of their teammates can just watch them get finished off as Hyderabad Hydras. I mean, I like this aggression as well. Those teams who have chosen aggression as their strongest gameplay right now are actually doing well, if you ask me.
Certainly, Hyderabad Hydras are doing very well. They had 3 finishes in the first fight that we witnessed, Arka. I believe which was against... Never mind, I am suffering from short-term memory loss. We will talk about that in the highlights once again when it appears. But now for sure, Hyderabad Hydras with 5 finishes, they are certainly having a good time in the map of Miramar.
The silence after such a big war sometimes is soothing for the ears. But again, RC now taking that fight against the side of Wingod, and it seems like Wingod is still not able to catch that momentum perfectly. Blind Esports versus Gujarat, and we were speaking about 2 aggressive teams, and it seems like they're crossing path. And we'll be able to witness someone else take the benefit out of this, as Elcraft from a distance will also chime in over here, but eventually Blind is going to reap benefits of all that hard work.
Yeah, they certainly will, but I think Blind Esports, they'll have to struggle a little bit. It was Omega from Team Livecraft who got that final finish on towards AJ. So the finish counter on Blind is still going to be 0. On the other side, Redemption Crew and Wingod, they have sort of come head to head. And it seems like Wingod certainly have the advantage for themselves. Max all by himself has secured 3 finishes, but the flank is just too much for him to handle. Redemption Crew are starting the influx of oppositions, the influx of bodies in the face of Wingod. And Wingod, it was just too much for them to handle. The wind and the sails did not help them flow faster, did they? They just absolutely crashed the ship, and now it seems like only one player will survive.
Now, can he survive to the very end? Can he be the last ray of hope? But guess what? That's not going to be the case as Baymax comes in from another angle, gets that final finish to get his team 3 valuable finish points at a loss of a player. But again, the deed is still not done. They'll have to now make it to the center of the circle, being shot at from different directions. Fly versus RTG, and it seems like Fly have cut off their wings as well.
They certainly have. I mean, Exist is the last one who's still standing, but Road to Glory, they just have too much of a presence in that situation. You can have a look at this, right? Seizu and Ethic, both of them charged in, but it was actually THW who got the finish from Fly Esports. What on earth is happening? I have no clue, to be honest. Even Livecraft, as a matter of fact, they've lost 3 bodies and only 1 player is still alive. UP50 are gonna fear the brunt of Blind Esports. KSR just surviving by a sliver of HP. It's an absolute artillery warfare that we are witnessing on the map of Miramar. And it seems like KSR will try and survive for long, will try and keep his team's hope of Beacon alive.
Dragon Esports from a distance were watching all this commotion take place and try to be a third party. With the circle forming up to the northern side of the map, it's just going to be much more interesting for us to see. As Blind Esports now, look at that prime position inside the circle, wants to convert this to a chicken. But again, they shouldn't allow anybody to come close to them.
Close to them as well. Road to Glory arose. The nades were being cooked, but it seems like he has sort of thought of backtracking it. But from the other side, it's going to be Bloodrose Esports, and they've done a good job in finding a flank angle against Livecraft, and not just a flank angle, also a good position inside the circle, Arca. Have a look at that. Few players off Road to Glory right up front. If they get that compound for themselves, it seems like Bloodrose Esports, they will be unstoppable. But from the back lines, it's Akiro. The nades were perfect, but THW, they choose not to engage.
Now this is going to be the better rotation for the side of THW. Now they can deal with the side of Bloodrose with having the circle under their control. But they also have to watch out for the trifecta of death, which is going to be forming up over here. As Bloodrose, RTG and THW will be fighting it out. From a distance, OPs are going to watch this and try to come in and fourth party and get as many finishes as possible.
I mean, getting as many finishes as possible is definitely going to be their first priority. I mean, 11 players in this one compound. It's going to be the trifecta of death, just like you mentioned. And it seems like amidst the smoke, there's a soldier charging up. His name is Viper OP. He'll try and charge up to the terrace. And Bloodrose Esports, they have that influx already happening. They have invaded the compound. And it seems like they've struck when the iron was hot. Even from the other side, it is Malik as well as Helgol. They're going to go down. Sezu from the back lines. The nades have been doing wonders. But Bloodrose Esports might just get all the benefits out of it. It is absolutely impeccable how the 3 have locked horns, but out of nowhere, it's Livecraft as well who have joined the party, Arca.
BR Esports trying to come up on the open is going to be shot at by the side of OP and Bloodrose. They've lost 2 players for an unnecessary push on top of the building. I mean, these are the moments which Bloodrose should avoid, trying to be in the open out there. And guess what? There's going to be more grenades lofted in towards them. And now the rotation inside the circle is going to be the most crucial one. As shots are going to be coming their way. And look at that. Viper gets taken down. The final man is going to be tucking his tails and trying to run away. But will he stay alive?
Not for long. Just back in the distance, it was Rix in IGL. We just saw him get wiped off. It was the pressure of the circle, the pressure of the opposition, and Bloodrose Esports just could not keep up with it. But as we focus onto this fight between Livecraft and THW, it seems like THW, they've done a very good job in trying to hold on to that pressure coming in from both sides. Needs being cooked up as of yet. He just spotted Ethic and he just blows him apart. What a brilliant recovery from Livecraft. And it seems like these 3 players, they're doing a very good job. Seizu, the nade is going to go there as well. The explosion does not hurt him, but he still manages to survive. Mafia will close on up. He does have the shotgun as well, but look at his HP. I think he will be forced into kind of healing himself up. There is no more time left. This is insane stuff.
Hellcraft have done the deed, if you ask me, in this compound. But how will they make it inside the circle with several other teams already made it and, trying to get themselves the prime position inside the circle? Blind Esports, they're looking for more domination, more finishes out there. But yes, Dragon Esports, seems like they're spit out fire on the ground as Final Boss is burning in it. And his teammate might be wanting to avoid this fight completely.
I mean, that might just be the case. Avnish definitely needs to have some sort of a backup, and there it is. Max Kosh is here. Certainly one of the stalwarts of the community, Arca, but he has to prove his worth in this fight because otherwise One Power will get easily wiped off. Look at that. Blind Esports, as a matter of fact, they have managed to retain all 4 players and are starting to have a 2-2 split. Do you think this 2-2 split is going to work out? Because 2 of them inside the circle, I think we'll get so much information from the backlines. Sprays coming in, but Ronnie is still going to survive this. They have a nice little ridge as cover. I think Blind Esports, this was the cover that they were wanting for.
No, I don't think so. Because on the other side, Dragon Esports have got a hard compound and they're going to have that bird's eye view if they go on top of the building. But Elcraft, now walking it inside the circle, might have walked into the jaws of death. Omega is going to be the next person to get taken down as S-Power, 3 finishes strong, is looking forward to end this game on a very good amount of finishes.
Oh, look at that awareness as well. He knows exactly that from the backlines. Burning's official is there. And that just means that Blind Esports, they are starting their run of authority. The map awareness is there. The gun power is there. The numbers advantage is going to be there as well. And now finally they have got the circle in their favor. This is Blind Esports. And this might just be their game, Arca.
You know, you spoke about Blind Esports, but again, we have to see that 2 players of OP were trying to avoid and be that, you know, bad thorn in the pockets of Dragon Esports. Because Dragon Esports now will have a divided attention. 2 players trying to tear off the side of OP, whereas the other 2 trying to concentrate on the side of Blind, who have the circle for themselves.
And out of nowhere, you've got one player from Redemption Crew, Baymax. He's just watching all the action unfold from the backlines. He has no involvement whatsoever. And I wonder if nobody knows about his position. But speaking about position itself, it is a 3v3 battle between Dragon Esports and One Power. Nades, of course, being exchanged, but Wanted wants to get that flank angle so desperately. It's just that the fences and the cover do not extend far beyond, but his position has been marked, Arca, as nades are starting to approach. Avnish took a massive risk trying to take down Wanted, but that 1v1 did not turn out to be in his favor.
And suddenly everything is going right for the side of Blind. The circle in their favor, the information of the opponents is also going to be one other thing. S-Power now will have to revive his IGL Mania, who's down on his knees, but guess what? He's going to be concentrating on achieving those finishes rather as the throwables are going to be tossed in. Cho'Gath, rather than, you know, creating that angle against the side of OP, is now concentrating on Blind, and that could not be the right thing to do.
That possibly might not just be the right thing to do, to be honest, but for now, One Power, they have been hurt massively. Max Kosh has been taken down and the entire team has been taken down in a flash. It's just 3 teams and 6 players who are still playing in this one. But it seems like Blind, they're throwing it away. Mania is down as well. It seems like it's just Ronnie and Nakul, the dynamic duo of Team Blind. They will have to bring this home with just Baymax. It's a 1v1 right now. Baymax might just be able to change fortunes for his team. Nakul is the only man who is still surviving. The AKM sings the songs of death, and Nakul, of course, he does have the mental awareness to use that little buggiest piece of cover. The amount of awareness, Arca, you've got to give it to him. In the final circle, blows that piece of bug. He knew that danger was looming on top of him, blew it up, became a permanent piece of cover, peeks out constantly to get that final finish in his pocket. It was absolutely brilliant. A winner chicken dinner with 17 finishes. What a game from Blind Esports.
I mean, at the beginning, we tried to, you know, say that Blind Esports might be the team to walk away with this Miramar chicken dinner because they have got aggression in their favor, and it seems like, you know, they have done a great job. But again, the final fight you were speaking about and trying to break it down to perfection, in case the opponent had a good throwable to work things around with, the story could have been much more better. But ultimately, it did do the damage against the side of Blind, but did not get finishes, because that's the most crucial thing in the final circle.
Absolutely. And, you know, if you speak about the last remaining player from Redemption Crew, Baymax I'm talking about, it was the ideal situation for him because when he was surviving, there were 4 teams left and he was a lone survivor who could only hope to not get spotted amongst all the chaos. And it was a 1v1 at the very end. It was the best case scenario for him. It was a 50-50 chance where he could have gotten the chicken dinner for himself, but it was Nakul on the other side, and he had more cover to work with. He kind of feels sad, but that was great mental awareness, not just from Nakul, but also from Baymax to just stay alive in that situation and let the situation handle himself. He will get the opportunity.
To be frank, it was more of a 1v3.
Yeah.
Because he put down S-Power first, and then he put down Ronnie, and then he had to deal with Nakul, which became a little bit of a hard work for the solo man.
I mean, a lot of hard work has been done, not just by Blind Esports, but by multiple others. You've got to give it to Dragon Esports as well. You've got to give it to One Power as well. All of them were absolutely phenomenal, especially One Power, because I think performances were lacking in the past, but now finally they're back at their very best. And speaking about back at their very best, I think there is one thing that kind of surpasses everything else, and that is the Fool's Blessing set, which is coming out very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Fool's Blessing set, of course, one of the best in my opinion, to be honest, and I'm definitely going to try and equip them as quickly as possible. If you like it, then do make sure that you check your in-game equipment list, and maybe if you find something, just equip that for yourself inside of the game. Might help you get some of those crazy chicken dinners. But speaking of crazy chicken dinners, we've had one in our pocket already, Blind Esports. Consistency is there, aggression is there, the chicken dinner is there. Do you think this team is one of those contenders for that BMPS 2023 trophy?
Very much. You know, I very strongly agree that in case Manya is still able to find such kind of rotations in all the maps to be present further, I do believe that they can pull off to be the champions as well. But they have a very, very tough competition, and other IGLs also doing well with the rotations.
You know, speaking of the rotation specifically, I just said during the cast that Blind Esports, they've struggled on the map of Miramar. It seems like Blind once again have done their homework, and that homework is showing off. I think Mayavi and Ayogi's contribution in this particular thing also has to be talked about, because they have figured out the rotation part, and I think Manya has just kind of perfected that once again.
Oh yes, the catalyst in the equation, that's what I keep referring them to be. Without the catalyst, there is no reaction. And I do believe that they are doing a great job, and from the time Mayavi has come back as the coach again, we can see that Blind have gone back to, you know, their old ways of being as aggressive as possible. And also, let's not forget the addition of S-Power. Before we speak further about this team, we're going to look at these highlights as UP50. This was the moment they understood that the Blind on the other side are lions roaring over the horizon.
You know, UP50 in that fight against Blind could have actually given them a tough competition had they had their 4 players up alive, but it was an unfortunate fight against Fly Esports where they lost a couple of players in the process. Redemption Crew as well got out in the open, did not really have the best of time. And have a look at this, even One Power, as a matter of fact, the final circle just did not really do them any sort of favors. Livecraft as well, just getting taken down. But Livecraft, I think, have been improving with every single game that they play.
I mean, they understood, right? Once they get that average in the first week and the second week as well, they're closer to getting those 60 to 70 points. I do believe they're trying to play in that soft cushion where they're not going to be targeted, nor are they going to be disturbed in the overall standing. So let's see how much more that's going to work out for them. But yes, this was the moment where actually Baymax, all he had to do that pull that crosshair a little more lower to connect the shots against Nakul, and in case he had done that, that would have been one of the most phenomenal chicken dinners we would have witnessed in the recent past.
Absolutely. I think a solo man surviving and bringing back a chicken dinner also kind of reminds me of that one chicken dinner that Manya bought for himself on the map of San. If you still remember the heal battle and then the nade itself. I think I agree with you on that point. If Baymax had certain utility, certain throwables, if one nade was there in his arsenal, maybe the story would have been different. But speaking of the story so far, it's been a domination. It's been a day of aggression right from the very beginning. I think rarely we have seen Miramar take such aggressive notes right from the start.
I mean, me and Johnny were just thinking that, will the teams which are coming in the map of Miramar try to be as aggressive as the teams from the map of Erangel?
Yeah.
And it seems like yes is the answer, because similarities are so good. Both the teams who got the chicken dinner, 18 finishes in both the maps, shows that there are several teams out there looking forward for some aggression.
Absolutely. Both Autobots as well as Blind, they look for some high numbers. And speaking of high numbers, I think if you also want some high numbers in your game, maybe the Fool's Blessing set is something which you need to equip. But having said that already, Arka, we have 2 games done for the day itself.
Yeah.
One team that I want you to kind of shed some light on is going to be Wind God Esports. You talked about them right now. Another game which did not really go in their favor. And it seems like gunpowder is not a problem. It's been the rotations where they have been lacking massively.
I mean, in this game as well, right? Unwanted fights is what they looked out for, because they knew from the beginning they're not able to get those position points.
Yeah.
It's just that the finish points they're able to pick up every now and then. And sometimes Avi needs to understand it's better I take this team inside the circle, and it's not like a complete squad which he has formed. So they've joined hands with another squad altogether, and they're trying to build that synergy as well. There are several factors in which Wingod still have to learn their ways, and I hope that they don't learn it way too late and make their way outside of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Wind God Esports, I think when you say outside the tournament, I think that aspect of the elimination aspect of the tournament is also pretty close, because today is the last day for Group Blue inside of BMPS, inside of week 2, of course. They still have one more week left, but one more week only means that there is going to be 5 games remaining.
Yes.
How many points will you be able to acquire, especially when the lead has been set up? The standards of the tournament have already been set up. We are, of course, going to talk about that, but let's just discuss about another team which was very close to my heart, especially during the times of BGIS. Been closely following them throughout. I'm talking about Blood Rose Esports, to be specific, and their fights were very was the signature style of how this team used to function. They used to be very, very aggressive back in the days, but now, do you think they are the same, or do you think they've changed?
I think they're underestimating the opponents. For example, the fight which they took, there was no necessity for them to go above that building and being shotted by teams from different directions.
Yeah.
They underestimated, thinking that nobody's going to be looking at us. We'll make sure that we attack from 2 different directions, but rather they could have been the spectators of the first fight and then gone in at the right time to pick up 3 to 4 finishes, and from there on continued the game. So a little more controlled aggression could be the answer for the side of Blood Rose.
I think controlled aggression has to be the appropriate term for it, because it is not the lack of aggression that we are looking for over here. It's just the aggression which you can control, of course. But speaking of aggression which you can control, I think one player that has done that will be the MVP of the map of Miramar. I think it is going to be from the team Blind, and I think I know who that player is going to be. I was going to say Nakul, but I think S-Power takes that title away from him. 5 finishes and almost 30% finish contribution. What do you have to say about this prodigal player?
It's almost about the damage which he dished out as well. Since he was the frontline assaulter, he exactly knew it's not about him going in for the revival. That's a job for someone else. So let me continue to get those shots as well. But this final one where he took that finish was also so good. And the presence of mind. He knew that, the blue damage is already there. Just 1 bullet is what he needs. Before he goes to reload, he connects that and immediately goes on his belly.
Absolutely. And then, of course, following up closely is going to be Nakul from Blind as well. Once again, 5 finishes, no differences whatsoever. But I agree with you, the damage numbers will be higher for S-Power. Life Rough Omega is also going to be in the 3rd spot. He has 5 finishes for himself. Baymax with 4 finishes. And once again, you've got one player from Team Blind. It's Ronnie, just closely following up in that department. It's been a monumental game for Blind Esports. But with that being said, how many points did they acquire from this game? That question will be answered right now with the point standings. 32 points, 1 less than Autobots from that first game, Arka.
I don't know where they lost that one finish, but in case they had gained that one, it could have been so close for that final game or the final fight which they had. But yes, looking forward for the other teams, it's got to be Aircraft, one other team which we were trying to place our bets on.
Yeah.
Seems to have performed well when it comes to those finishes. A 13-pointer decent game is what they've had for themselves as well.
Absolutely. I mean, 13 points is the average that we're looking for every single game. You're supposed to get more than 10 points. Hyderabad Hydras as well, they've got 6 finishes to their name, but that position points number, I don't know what is the problem for all of these teams. They're doing so phenomenally well, getting more than 5 finishes every single game, but it's been the position point that have sort of hurt them majority of the time. And on the second page, of course, we've only got disappointments, don't we?
I mean, I'm very disappointed to see GT at the very bottom at the 0. I mean, it's not like we are trying to, tell that this is the team to carry out. We're just trying to predict that, these are the teams who are capable of being in the final circle. So,
yeah.
GT being, if you look at the checkbox, right?
Yeah.
Aggression is there.
Yeah.
Rotation, the IGL is also great. They've done great in the previous tournaments as well. So, looking at those possibilities, I do believe that they are capable of coming into the final circles.
They certainly are, and I think Gujarat Tigers, if I'm not mistaken, they got a chicken dinner yesterday, and that was also on the map of Miramar. I might be mistaken once again, just like I said during the cast. Sometimes the short-term memory loss kicks back, but ladies and gentlemen, let's just have a look at the matchup for the next game. It is going to be the map of Sandhawk, and finally, there is going to be some big names back in action. You've got the likes of Hydra, you've got the likes of Seven Shore, Vintage is going to come back in the action, Hyper Legends, Global Esports, Game Hub, Cincinnati Kids, and T7S from Group 2, of course. And from Group 5, it is going to be a repeat, of course. You've got Live Drop, Blood Rose Esports, One Power, Win God, RTG Esports, Redemption Crew, and finally Execute Esports. All the 16 names are fabulous, of course. But speaking of fabulous, how can we forget about that one fabulous man whose luscious locks of awesomeness has gotten everyone off their seats? I'm talking about Mr. I Super Johnny, who is back on the desk with his charisma at its peak.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my charisma is at its peaks after that first game. And Arka, I mean, we have to talk about Arka though. I mean, we keep talking about him. The man at the start of the day did say and make a bold statement that every single game we are going to see 30 bombs being dropped.
Oh.
He's 2 for 2 right now.
Okay, 100% prediction record.
Yes.
I think from the Hindi desk, Ravan was the person who kind of had the 100% prediction.
Spear is doing pretty well right now.
Spear is doing pretty well. I mean, everyone else but us does pretty well on that prediction chart. Pardon Maisie from that list as well. I think we three...
He's in our group, yeah.
Yeah, he is in our group. Everyone else have done phenomenally well in terms of predictions. But speaking of predictions, like since it is obviously a culture, it is a tradition of trying to predict. Even if we do bad at it, I'm still going to ask you which team is going to win this particular game of Sandhawk.
I'm going to go with Lifecraft because I did hear both of you talk about Lifecraft and they did do quite well in terms of the aggression. It was the positional play that put them in a corner from where it was very difficult to bring themselves back. But in the upcoming match, considering it is going to be 2 back in a row, maybe they can make something happen.
Yeah,
I mean,
possibly.
hope is going to be there.
Possibly, because I think on the map of Sandhawk, Lifecraft kind of suit perfectly because they've got that little bit of an aggression. And I think on the map of Sandhawk, apart from those initial jitters, if you have finally solidified which island the circle is going to be and which position you're going to find to pick in terms of positioning yourself, I think the rest of the job is sorted.
Exactly. Unless we have a similar game of Sandhawk just like yesterday. I mean, it was an island middle of nowhere. I mean, the tri-section area where the 3 rivers meet. There's a small little island just north of boot camp. That is where the game ended yesterday. And think about this, right? Today is extremely awkward. Erangel ended by the time we hit stage 7. Miramar again was taken to a whole another level of aggression that we've never seen before. And Sandhawk, it is a pretty small map already. We always talk about by default Sandhawk is always one of the most aggressive games you will witness in a competitive scene of BGMI. And if the trend follows,
if the trend
this
follows.
is going to be something else.
Now, see, this is theory crafting at its level best, I think. If the trend does follow, Sanhok will be as aggressive as it can get. But I wouldn't be surprised if there are some dull phases at the start, of course.
Yeah.
Because I think this is the second half of the tournament already started. Today
Yes.
is the last day of week 2 inside of BMPS 2023. I think teams have understood already that the bonus points is on the line. So they can't just go do or die in every single game. I think it has to be some planned aggression. They have some plans which they want to execute.
Hey, the planned aggression is always going to be there, but I think few of these names have decided to not rely on the bonus points, and they're like, we'll get those bonus points ourselves. We'll just start counting our finishes as bonus points, and they're just going berserk inside of the game. One of those teams, well, at least they tried their level best to bring that level of aggression, was 7-show in that game 1 of today, and hopefully they can carry that momentum. I understand there has been a break for them. They were not there on Miramar, but since they are stepping back into Sanhok, and considering how aggressive Erangel was, they're already warmed up, all set for the action.
Exactly, they are warmed up as well, and I'm pretty sure group number 5 who just played their games, they are going to be warmed up as well. High expectations from Blood Rose Esports from my end, honestly, because this team, they've sort of underestimated, according to Arca, according to me as well, I think they've sort of underestimated certain fights. The lack of utility usage in someone, just dry peeking majority of those fights has been a problem for them.
This does not seem like the same Blood Rose that we saw during the BGIS. It feels like a completely different team, and not for the better, that is. It has me worried, but hopefully they can bring themselves back in this game. Let's see what's going to happen.
Exactly. I think the skill is always going to be there, and I hope that when they jump into the game, which is happening right now, by the way, they are coming back at their absolute best, ladies and gentlemen. The map of Sanhok is going to be live right now, and the fly path is gonna be starting right from the get-go itself. You've got Camp Alpha towards the lands of docks, a flight path which definitely is going to be normal. It doesn't really have anything surprising about it.
Well, let's see though. I mean, there is nothing surprising about it, but let's see how this game is going to go. We have the flight path starting from the northwestern edge of the map, going towards the southeastern point between Kampong and Docks. One thing Global Esports are going to be happy about is that Blind is not there. We all saw what happened to a team that tried to take control of that Temple Hill early. And this time around, let's not forget, Global Esports, they've had an incredible game, all thanks to that hill control. This time, they get it for free. And if the circle is anywhere towards the northern part of the map, this should be a game that Global Esports dominate.
Exactly, and I think that there should be a game at Global Esports and Blind lock horns in that part of the map. But talk about the circle, it is on top of the mainland, just completely removing its focus from the Camp Alpha and the Camp Charlie Island. This is going to be fun, by the way, because you've got two teams, Vintage and Hyper Legends. Their split is massive from the side of Vintage. But if they do decide to converge upon Hyper Legends, it will be a very interesting fight. And then, of course, rotation back inside the mainland. It will take a toll on top of them, but here are the gunshots. It is coming in from the lands of Cow, and this is going to be interesting. Redemption Crew and Wingod Esports, two teams who certainly are struggling on the meat pack right now. They are locking horns.
Cow is one of those places where drop clashes are quite rare, and I think one of the reasons you would ever go to Cow on Sanhok is if you are looking to have a slow start. Not a slow start, but if you are looking to have a slower pace on Sanhok compared to the rest of the lobby. But it seems like Redemption Crew and Wingod, both of them have the same idea right now, and they need to be careful, because 7-show, as we saw in the early stage of the game, are very close to this position. But ladies and gentlemen, here we have the first knock of the game. Cincinnati Kids are the ones who have found this for themselves, taking down one of the individuals from the opposing side. Dreams, he's looking to go for the finish on the lad Slay from GH. And Slay's just sitting there outside the compound in the open. Dreams waiting with the shotgun ready. Shots fired with the DBS now. The opposition is going to be aware of his position. Spray from the M4. Dreams hiding behind cover, being patient ever so slightly. Now the finish point is going to be secured. Slay giving away the information to the opposition, but the backup from the side of CK has arrived as well, and Sangwan, before he can do anything, is going to be taken out. In the meanwhile, Dreams, a brilliant job done, finds the trade. The DBS in the hands of Riz connects, and Believe is going to fall as well, but Dreams from the backline chimes in. A perfect peek. The timing just phenomenal. Saves his team from an early destruction.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Cincinnati Kids in this fight, They almost could have actually gone down. It could have been very bad.
Hyper,
but it seems like it is going to be going very bad for them. Hydra Esports is here. And I'm pretty sure they've heard all the gunshots. CK, this is not good for them.
This is not good for anyone except Hyper, I guess. And for CK, at least they get a few points before they get taken out. But Starboy gets up on top of that rock. He's just waiting for either Clear or Dreams or anyone to reveal themselves. Sees Dreams, shots fired, knock secured by Starboy. The UMP doing a phenomenal job. Needs to be careful about that left flank where Sangwan has brilliantly positioned himself. The line of fire was available and Sangwan, ever so precise, does secure the knock, but the trade coming in from Spraygod in the backlines, and now we have Sparsh OP charging with everything that he has towards the last surviving player from the side of Cincinnati Kids. Cleo, as he hides in that shack. Should be an easy finish for the side of Hydra.
I mean, should be an easy finish, but you can't really count him out, of course. He has been massively successful in the past, and Sparsh OP right from the get-go itself with the nades has tried to clean up players of Team CK right from the get-go. He's still holding back. But what does Cleo have information about? He does have the DBS, but the level 1 vest is something that I'm not a big fan of. Sparsh OP all by himself, he's charging and then he has backup. It's too much of a pressure. Hydra Esports just completely surrounding him, engulfing him from all angles. Nothing can be done about it. Team CK just going down, bowing out with 4 finishes.
Just a little under 4 minutes in and we have already lost 2 teams in this game.
Yeah. You talked about it. The premonition was there. Arca's prediction was there. How can he be wrong?
Yeah.
I mean, how could you question Arca?
Oh, by the way, one more thing is happening right now. How they have wrapped up this fight against the players of CK, but remember I talked about Hyper a few moments ago. They finally started to move in this direction, hearing all of that commotion. And I would love to see a fight between Hydra and Hyper. It's going to be interesting.
It is going to be interesting, but also it is going to be a bit of a tongue twister for all of us.
Yeah, that is true.
Blood Rose Esports on the other side. A huge responsibility on their shoulders, huge expectations from them as well. And hopefully they will be able to kind of show their true potential. They're very close towards Livecraft, and from the map feed, of course, and from the radar, you can find out the Livecraft. They're just in the vicinity, and all the rumbling that these Lamborghinis make for sure describes that you've got the cash, but you've got the skills.
Well, let's see. It's gonna be quite close to the wire. Blood Rose walking the razor's edge. Right now, Livecraft in the meanwhile have started to move up north, so the fight that we were hoping for might never actually break out. In the meanwhile, though, look at Vintage, positioned towards Nakham. We saw this strategy staying far away from the circle as long as possible, being employed by Hydra yesterday. Hyderabad Hydras, my apologies, yesterday. And this, again, clear intentions to play for a heal battle.
Yeah, for sure, I think tensions will be there, but let's just talk about the replay right now. Riz69 was phenomenal, especially in this position. Taking down Believe, but finally it was Dreams who just cleaned up. Team CK could have actually been very clinical about this particular fight, could not have lost Believe, and possibly they would have had a fighting chance against Hydra Esports, but that did not happen. In fact, it kind of felt like GH sort of gave up in that fight, but still, CK allowed them the opportunity of bringing down one of their men.
If I'm being honest, I mean, it was a very scrappy fight from all 3 of these teams. CK made a lot of mistakes. We had Hydra. Starboy should have never gone down. I mean, he should have waited for his teammates after he knocked Dreams out. You have one of your teammates already on the other side of the road, so he can make sure that Dreams never escapes. If there's someone who tries to go for a revive onto Dreams, he can be picked off quite easily. So they had all the positions covered, but Starboy, that level of aggression was unnecessary. Luckily for Hydra, they did not lose him. They came out of that 5 in a single piece, all players sticking together. But let's see, RTG against the players of Fly. Close to the massive boulder, Fly in front of them, but I believe RTG, they're going to be lacking information about the opposition.
Yeah, they will be lacking information. And I think Fly Esports will deny them information as well as they kind of roll out away from this particular fight. But I do hear gunshots, and where is it coming from?
It is going to be Tokia's teammate in the back lines, trying to see if they can at least put some pressure on the players of Fly, but now they're going to be forced into a reset. Fly, they have taken a little bit of damage, but they did find some cover midway. Yeah, here they are.
Fly versus Road to Glory. It has been it has been a to and fro battle ever since the map of Miramar, and I think on the map of Sanhok, this lore is going to continue, ladies and gentlemen. You've got on the other side Executor Esports and Team T7S, but Obsession G is the only one. Not the only one. He's got his comrade right next to him, Shivam, just holding down the angles of Lakawi, but there shouldn't really be anyone there. It is the far eastern end of the map, and it is also one of those locations where you drop by to have a slower start to your game, don't you?
Yeah. Lakavi on Sanhok, Lipovka on Erangel, both on the eastern edges of their respective maps, and both locations where you will not really face a lot of resistance.
I kind of get the idea where they're coming from, especially when the circle does have a little bit of the waterways involved on that shoreline of the map itself. I think they're looking positively to hold that shoreline, but a circle like this might eventually force you back towards that quarry region. That is where I think the final action is going to happen. You still can't predict though. But having said that, all of a sudden the action and the decibel levels on the map of Sanhok just drops. Not for long though, I think, because Team ECE, they're very close towards Blood Rose Esports.
Well, Execute Esports looking to execute the players of Blood Rose. They will have a slight advantage, as you guys can see on that team status. Blood Rose just with 3 players. Execute with all 4. Biku seeing if you can check the wind. Oh, wow. Now that is incredible. Just allowing, in fact, making a human tower so that the lad can climb up on top of that rock. But Execute, it seems like they're just scrambling for information right now, not really having any at this point. And if these players stay out in the open like this, it won't be long before they get picked off. Especially look at the zone moving between Paradise and Bootcamp, shifting ever so slightly towards that western side now. Center of the circle right now. There are 2 compounds along those roadsides. 2 clusters, in fact, which are completely abandoned. Hydra, they're in the perfect position to take control of the cluster of compounds towards the left-hand side.
Yeah.
But they will have to be extremely careful in the late game stages. Early game, at least, it is going to be pretty okay from their perspective.
For now, it is going to be okay, but if they do get the compound that you're talking about, I think they will be the center of attraction, and it will be very hard for them because you have those little buildings and it's very difficult for 4 players to capture all of them. I think there will be influx of opposition. Speaking of influx of opposition, you've got players from Team Vintage very close by. They are rotating ever so slightly with those vehicles, but I think they're also looking for praise to hunt. They're on a hunting mission. And players of Lifecraft, players of Executor Esports are also close by, so it should not be difficult for them to spot them out.
Should not be too difficult, I do agree with that, but Vintage has never been the team that likes to take fights aggressively or preemptively tries to force situations upon the opposition. So this is extremely weird coming in from there, but I do agree with you with how they have positioned themselves. It feels like they have seen at least one individual from the side of Blood Rose and are aware, alright, there is a squad waiting down in those shacks and we might look for a push, but let's see how that is going to go for them.
There was an entire Lamborghini standing next to those shacks, so they know for a matter of fact that there is someone, and they have sniffed their presence as well. Vintage, they've got the great sense of smell, their strong instincts give them that extra bit of information as well. So Blood Rose Esports, you better watch out, but talking about watching out, man on the watchtower is going to be Mavi. He just had his birthday recently, and now, of course, Global Esports. On his birthday, his team performed phenomenally well.
They did well today as well. I mean, the first game was quite phenomenal. Every time we see this lineup get aggressive, get warmed up, it is exciting for sure. I mean, even yesterday, it seems Mavi right now had decided not to complicate things for his teammates. He's like, all right, we're going to see if we can scout out enemy teams. And as soon as we have all 4 players spotted out, we start shooting. Do not ask questions. Do not cross go or anything. Just see if you can finish them off. It's as simple as that. We rack up those finish points. Eventually, if we finish off everyone, we will get the chicken dinner.
Yeah. I mean, that is BGMI simplified in 30 seconds, but I think Global Esports will have a similar strategy as well, just to try and simplify the game as much as possible for these young lads. But on the other side, you've got the lads of Redemption Crew as well, and Baymax, he has to be given credit for what he achieved on the map of Miramar. It was absolutely fabulous on how he managed to survive right until the very end. And a 1v1 to finish things off is always very, very dicey. I mean, if I was in place of Nakul, especially with the burning buggy right in front of me, I wouldn't have the mental awareness or the capacity instead.
If you were there, I doubt you would be in the end game.
All right, Johnny. All right, I'll take the hit. I know, I understand we have our differences, but we can sort it out after the broadcast, can't we?
All right, yeah. 1v1 me, bro.
1v1 you. You're going to get wrecked, by the way. I'm the one lifting weights.
I was talking about in the game.
Oh, pardon me for that. I just thought in real life.
Yeah, I can't outrun you. But we'll come back to that in a bit, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, I think it is Wingard who have to outrun the side of global esports. And definitely now they have to run for their lives because we have a shift of the zone between Query and Bootcamp. And as we talked about Hydra, they did take control of those cluster of compounds. But they have gone for a 2-2 split as well, which I actually like, because now they have the option of taking an early exit and still being in a much safer position since they have the grounds up ahead already scouted out for threats.
Exactly, and I think even Hyper Legends, as a matter of
fact...
fact...
look at Vintage's rotation there.
Vintage just trying to go through the blue right across Query, and... if they go right across Query, I think they're going to find themselves that open spot in between Bootcamp and Query. They also have a cluster of compounds to find themselves in, and I don't think anybody else will come and challenge them. Hyper Legends and ECE will be the center, will be the front line of attack, because the influx of vehicles from the right-hand side will be massive.
Well, talk about things being massive, and there's a massive hill just south of Bootcamp where we did see the players of Hydra take a sprint in that direction, and it seems like from how Vintage was rotating, even they wanted to take control of that southern hill. But right now on our screens, we have the players of RTG. The road to glory not really looking too bright for them. Rose, though, a few days ago did have a spectacular performance, looking to emulate the same thing in this matchup as well. They are aware of the players of Blood Rose still waiting inside those shacks, and I have to give props to Blood Rose. They've been so patient this entire time.
They have been patient because they lack that advantage of having 4 players in a team.
And Salty, what a contradiction, man. Erangel was so aggressive. Miramar was taken to a whole nother level, and Sanok has absolutely nothing happening.
I mean, for now, though, I mean, Arca has been saying just wait for a while, wait for a while. And speaking about wait for a while, Ninja Boy, what a spray it has been. All of those shots completely missing the vehicle. And a few amounts of damage, and that is it. Not a single knock in that one. Global Esports, you've got to do better than that.
Tried his level best. And yet, Redemption Crew, they make it through. Onto the other side, towards the western edge of the main island. And they're going to play along the shorelines from here on out. Just moving south, entering the circle, and they're just holding on towards the edge once they find either a solid cover or maybe a high ground to work with. In the meanwhile, though, Lifecraft, they are surrounded, and Mafia smells the players of T7S approaching his position. The nade lob preemptively, dishing out damage to Hellboy. The knock almost secured by Redox, but the players from the side of T7S running behind cover right in the nick of time are able to protect themselves for a little while longer.
Beautiful positioning from Lifecraft in that location, but once again, Global Esports, it seems like they have been brought into battle and win. God Esports, are they prepared for this fight or not?
They were, at least, as Mavi started things off. He was traded out instantly, but it was Ryder's flank who swung this fight again in the favor of Global Esports, because now look at what has happened. Once Mavi is back on his feet, the players from Wingard are going to be pinned out in the open with no escape. And plus, with this fight happening in the blue zone, both these teams will have to rely on how many heals they have to bring themselves back. But Simple with an impressive knock. But Ryder, before he went out, did lob a nade towards Rex. So the trade was instantaneous. It is still a 3v2 in the favor of Global Esports, because Mavi has been brought back into the fight.
This is such a comedy of errors, to be honest.
Yeah, it is.
Win God Esports, you've got to kind of understand.
Simple has no heals.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he has nothing.
Inside of the blue?
One energy drink. I don't think it's going to be enough.
That is not enough, absolutely. But on the other side, you've got Lifecraft and you've got Team T7S just trying to huddle up Hellboy, and the other player, his other comrade, they're just trying to move up close and personal. But Lifecraft, I think they have the intention of falling back from this fight, do they?
They are trying their level best to fall back, but Lifecraft, They need to be careful. They have to cover their backs while they move. They are aware of the threat. It might be in their back lines, but still they push through. And they're being extremely quick about this. Exactly how it needed to be done. But as they avoid the threat in the back lines, there's more threat waiting for them in the front lines as well. And especially with a massive high ground advantage as we see the players of Lifecraft move towards the players of RTG.
It's not just RTG, Johnny. I mean, the circle, in fact, has sort of taken drastic shifts, and now we're back into boot camp. Hydra Esports is the only team that has got a comfortable spot for themselves. Even Redemption Crew, as a matter of fact, are being continuously poked. And Global Esports, of course, from that northward rotation. But the entire eastern flank of the circle has been sort of collided with teams on the other side as well. Team OP has been phenomenal so far. But this is one of the games where they can actually make it to the end game, where they can actually get themselves a chicken that was actually waiting for them for so long.
Yeah, the opportunity will definitely be there, but it's up to them to seize it for themselves. But let's see, Lifecraft, Radox, mid-rotation almost did get knocked out, had just a pixel remaining when he got out of the vehicle and ran behind the rock for cover. UMP on Omega, along with the M4, one of their teammates had the Groza to work with in close ranges. Extremely brilliant weapon utilized, but Seven Shaw falling like dominoes. Goat knocked out, and we all know as soon as this man is taken care of, Seven Shaw, they lose almost half their firepower. But Fly Esports, they need to be extremely quick about this. Exist sees the players of T7S closing in from the backlines. The nade is going to be lobbed. Does this secure the knock? He needs to delay the push, but from the flank, the players of Hyper taking their shots. And Exist, he's going to fall. Fee finishes lying in the front of the players of T7S as Shivam leads the charge, secures one for his team. We have Y19 running towards Asur and Rio, and he's going to be taken out. Hellboy in the backlines dropped as well. Asur still managing to survive with the DBS, secures another one, and still is there standing. But the jump shots from Shivam securing the pick for his team, and that will be the wipeout for the opposition. What a brilliant fight.
Absolutely, that was brilliant. Man was flying in the air, but it's not going to be the end of it. Lifecraft just charging like animals and taking down Road to Glory. It's been absolutely brilliant. Have a look at this. But wait, what? Through the smoke? It's Ethic from Road to Glory finding the final connection. It's fabulous. And once again, through the PIP, you know that there are two teams who have the advantage. It's Hydra and Redemption Crew. Wingod as well, out of nowhere. They found boot camp. How?
I have no idea where they found that position from and how they ended up in boot camp. But one thing is for sure, in this particular match, Redemption Crew and Hydra, they're having a time of their lives. These two teams are just having a ball. Hydra especially, they did not have to do much. We saw them take that early fight, secure a few points against the players from Cincinnati Kids. And from there on out, they've just been playing cover to cover, not really running into any more fights. Vintage, is this going to be the escape that they want? Killer trying his level best along with Jin to not take any more damage on that US since it was already going up in smokes, but Flash barely making it through. The DBS is there, but the HP is missing, and he's going to get knocked out, and the entirety of Vintage annihilated in a matter of seconds. Such an easy squad wipe secured by the lads of Wingod Esports. In the meanwhile, though, Hydra also take care of the opposition, as it was an unfortunate moment for the players of OPHV. They tried to go for a vehicle slam in, but they were just wiped from the face of the map.
I mean, boys and girls, just bring down your pen and paper because you need to do a lot of calculations right now. We wiped off half of the player base in a matter of a flash. We had 14 teams in just moments ago, and now we have 7. And 19 players do remain, but majority of them on that southern flank. You've got Hydra Esports still looking to make that entry with Blood Rose as well as Hyper Legends. I think these two will be massive thorns along the way. Hydra do have the compounds to work with, but Blood Rose trying to cross the distance. Starboy once again got napping, but from the distance it seemed like Redemption Crew, they have kind of held Hydra in that situation a little bit.
Yeah, Hydra, they have a little bit of a breathing room to work with, as you mentioned, all thanks to their knock. by the opposition. Now Hydra, Starboy, will he get a revive? He certainly seems to be in a position from where it should not be too difficult, but Blood Rose Esports, hit after hit, they can't deal with it, and they're going to fall at the hands of Hyper. 6 eliminations on the board in Hyper already. Siu was the only man who was picked off. Aaron extremely low, but he can be brought back as well. I believe the first aids are definitely going to be there on these players, or if they don't have first aids, there's so many crates around them.
Yeah, it is an absolute graveyard, to be honest, and you find everything. It is also a grocery shop right now. But having said that, Hyper Legends, they have tried to take down players without being spotted themselves, but that is going to force them inside of the blue zone right now. And THUOP wants to heal himself up. On the other side, you've got Final Boss all by himself, just charging up against lads from Team Hydra Esports, but that's not how you do it, right? That is not exactly how you take that fight. Hydra Esports, 11 finishes already, but they're doing so well.
I have no idea what's going through the heads of OPHV. 3 players stepping into the crosshairs of Hydra Esports, and they go down without even reacting to the opposition. The last man as well tried his best, but was finished off by the DBS. The Redemption crew now in the perfect position, looking so solid for the win, but finally the zone betrays them. It moves towards the players of Wingod Esports, and they still have 3 players remaining. The armor on Simple is almost gone, but they will look for those finish points now. Oh, the hit marker is there. The players of Hydra under heavy fire from both sides. One more knock secured by Max. And now Hydra slowly and steadily bleeding out. Caught between the crossfire of Wingod and the players of Redemption crew.
Look at the radar. I mean, from Redemption crew as well as Wingod, you've got those lines coming. Hydra Esports, they have been pinned down to a corner, and even though if they try and go for the revive, what do they do after that? They do not have smokes. PreyGod does not have any smokes on them, and of course, in turn, as well, but through the blades of the grass, he's fine that knock on towards Max. Absolutely phenomenal. And finally, I think Wingod will be pressured by the circle themselves.
A massive blunder from Redemption crew, running out into the open. They have the cover for smokes, but they will now face the brunt of Hydra Esports. 2 players knocked out. 1 more can be secured by SprayGod. Fails to connect, but finally Shrios is going to be dropped. Pain is going to be the last man standing. And again, just the wall of smokes protecting them from the onslaught that they can face by the lads of Hydra Esports and Wingod. In the meanwhile, though, let's not forget Wingod. 1 player from their side was also knocked out. Hydra still have an opportunity to win this game, but it will be down to that last man. A 1v3 in the final few moments. Wingod, they're looking for the win. It will be down to Max and Rex. Simple has still not gotten the revive, and Max is spotted out from the edge of the smoke. SprayGod, what will he do? No utility available. Has nothing to work with except the circle itself. He can go close to the wall, try and line up the players, but it will still be a very difficult moment for him. Max with that jump is going to be spotted out. SprayGod being extremely patient. He has the DBS. That's the second weapon that he has. But he is going to be spotted out. The nade was lobbed, and there was no option. Went for the fight. Went down taking the fight. But still, it is going to be the side of Wingod Esports out of nowhere, securing the chicken dinner in an impressive manner. I'll be honest, at the start of the game, I did not think this was the team that was going to walk away with the win.
Exactly, I'm not even sure Wingod Esports, how did they make that rotation inside of boot camp? But when they found that position, it felt like the circle was naturally always looking towards their favor, looking to be in their favor, of course. But Hydra Esports, what a turnaround has been for this team, to be honest. In that final circle, they did try to put up a fight against Redemption crew, and Redemption crew, time and time again, they've fallen short in the final moments.
They just panicked, and to be very honest, they were the ones furthest away from the zone as well. So they were supposed to be the one who was supposed to move first towards the circle. But again, crossing that road was going to be impossible. Hydra, they lost 3 players in making that move. Redemption crew, they just got wiped out. But still, I mean, all 3 teams did a phenomenal job. Wingod, they got lucky that the circle came towards boot camp, because had the circle moved towards either Redemption crew or Hydra, then it would have been impossible for Wingod to cross, because they would have been the ones caught in the crossfire at that point.
It would have been a similar fate, right? It was a completely open circle, no cover whatsoever. Hydra Esports have to thank their gods because that 1 week will kind of help them resurrect the two players. Not for long though, but still gave them that little bit of a station to kind of try and survive as long as they possibly can. But this Sandhawk Johnny was not as expected. I mean, the dead face in between, there was the silence.
I mean, so you're saying you expected what happened on Erangel and Miramar earlier before this, right? No, today is just a day that's just extremely weird. Everyone is making their last-ditch efforts to qualify. But ladies and gentlemen, you guys don't have to make a lot of effort if you want to be, well, not be default inside the game. Let's have a look at the new RP that's going to be dropping in BGMI soon.
Sure they know. With the new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
New Freaky Fiesta, ladies and gentlemen, coming to BGMI, and the instruction is simple. Don't be default. Just like the players of Vanguard weren't, because we are still surprised about how they made it all the way in bootcamp. There was absolutely no way this team should be there. But we did see them, to be honest. I mean, that escape in that US that was there from the northern side, they were there blocking the way for, I believe it was Redemption Crew, who tried to make that similar rotation. But Vanguard got there first, and since they were able to take control of that bootcamp area, and the circle moved away towards them, it was an easy win in the end.
Just to double click on what you just said, right, it definitely was Vanguard in that location, but I kind of felt that Global Esports would have had first entry inside of bootcamp because they're all also trying to make that northward rotation. I don't know what exactly happened in that moment where so many teams got wiped out in a matter of a flash. Multiple teams have also made their rotations themselves, but I think we will be able to catch all of that in the highlights. Of course, it did start off with this fight between Cincinnati Kids as well as Game Hub, and Game Hub, they didn't really have a little fighting chance in this fight, did they?
Yeah, he ran out of ammo in that shotgun. I just realized that S12K was completely empty when Dreams peeked from behind the shack, so he had an easy finish. But even then, there was no reset opportunity for the players of CK, because we did see a few moments later Hydra chiming in. And again, this might have been a slow start to Sanhok, but it was in no way lacking in aggression during the mid-game.
Exactly, but no, wait. I think you actually said the entire opposite thing. It was a very high voltage start to the map of Sandhawk, and then in the mid game we've had some dead phases.
No, stage 5 we were down to 6 teams.
Stage 5. Yeah, I mean, having said that, we'll just talk about that later on. Like I said, there are some differences which need to be cleared out. But again, Vanguard Esports, all of a sudden, inside of the final circle, they look like the firepower that we've talked about in this team. It just put up on display. Max doing wonderfully brilliant, Rex being there as well, and finally the courage on Max, the X factor that this man has to just jump down and spot players. I think that was important in a fight like this.
Yeah, it definitely was. But in the very end, I believe this was pointed out by Arka, a brilliant detail about this fight, that Spray God's helmet was spotted out by the opposition, so they knew, they had an idea about where the man can be and where they need to aim, so all of them just pincered him down. But kudos to Spray God, he was able to take one of the players down, catch him off guard, because he was also constantly repositioning. And the objective was simple: get as close to that fence as possible, because once he's close to the fence, his head, even his head, won't be visible. And as we mentioned, he had that DBS to work with, so if the players from the side of Vanguard got too close, there was a potential that he could actually clutch that fight out.
Exactly, and I think the fence was also the biggest cover that was closest to him. That was literally it. He had nothing to work around. So once Max had actually made that cross, he knew that his time was over. He was always spotted in the backlines, of course. But having said that, I think for Vanguard, Wingod Esports. What lies ahead is going to be very special because on the final day of week 2, Wingod Esports possibly have made a performance which might take them a little higher on that point standings, but they need a lot more, Johnny.
Exactly, they need a lot more, and the only way they can get those points is, well, with the bonus points. There is nothing else that can happen. So hopefully by the end of the day they are in that bonus point bracket, finishing with at least 6 to 8 bonus points extra, because I think if they do move up in the rankings and if they end up finishing this particular week within the top 40 or maybe even the top 50, then coming into next week with 5 matches, they win 2 games, they will propel themselves into a position from where there is an opportunity for them to break into the top 16. But this is all hypothetical speculation right now. Nothing is written in stone.
I think nothing is written in stone for sure, and I think for Wingod specifically, they have to look at their own group and his standings.
Yes.
Cannot look at the cumulative standings because those games haven't yet happened so far.
Yeah.
So try and position yourself as much higher as you can on your group blue I'm talking about. I think that will be the final objective. I'm not even sure if they have some games remaining, but if they do so, I think have to go all guns blazing like this one. In terms of that, I think with some amount of finish points, it will be important for them. Max chiming in with that final performance. I think this is the performance which might take them to the grand finals.
But I don't disagree with you when you say go guns blazing in whatever games that you have left. I always like the aggression. It seems like the teams that weren't doing well have sort of realized, like, all right, if we can't really survive to the late game stages, might as well just be aggressive in the early stages, take an early exit with like 8 to 9 elimination points on the board, and that way at least we can keep a decent average moving forward. Plus, if we take out the right specific teams, then we can hamper the performances of the teams at the top as well.
Yeah, but also one team that has done, I think, brilliantly well has to be Redemption Crew because their comeback story, especially today, has to be talked about. They managed to get the second and the third position respectively in 2 games right now.
Redemption is in their name, literally, Salty. I mean, they are trying to redeem themselves on the overall ranking. But the question is this a little too late now? Because Redemption Crew, we saw in week 1, they were lagging a little bit behind in terms of that cumulative ranking of both the groups combined together. And that is the only thing that I'm worried about, that they might do well in their own group, but when it comes to the overall leaderboard of all the 96 teams, Redemption Crew, they will have to go all guns blazing in the last week.
Yeah, guns blazing in the last week for sure, but in terms of the bonus points, I think bonus points on week 2 were compulsory. We talked about how performance in week 1, if that is not going in your favor, you have to rely on those bonus points to try and reclaim back lost territory. And I think Redemption Crew haven't really done that. I mean, for sure, today's performance has been brilliant. They have been consistent in a little while, but having said that, do they have enough points on board to actually get themselves the bonus points? We'll find out a little while later. But for now, of course, we have to talk about the MVP of this game. Who do you think the MVP can be?
Well, it's going to be very difficult to
Max?
predict. I think it can be Max.
I think it has to be somebody from Wingod or possibly from Hydra Esports. I remember one player having 5 finishes, but not exactly. Why are we even testing our memory? It's not that good. Let's find it out. I mean, the map MVP has to be Dora OP from Team Hydra. 5 finishes. My memory is not that bad, but finish contribution 38.4, that's pretty good.
We got the team right. At least.
Yeah.
Duror OP was quite incredible. 5 eliminations, 38.4 contribution, as you said, and the entirety of Hydra Esports was quite decent in this game because we also see Starboy. I actually thought it was going to be Starboy, to be honest, because he's always the one leading the charge for his team, always the first aggressor, and majority of the times that turns out to be the downfall of Hydra as well because he ends up falling down for no reason. But still, they do well for themselves. Wingod, we have Rex there with 5 eliminations on the board. So it was a close fight in the very end. Pain from the side of Redemption Crew with 4, and then we have Teju from Hyper with 3 eliminations. The top 5 players from the game of Sanok.
Absolutely. And now, to be honest, I'm personally very happy for Rex because it was a very healthy comeback for this man on the top 5 players. Initially, when he was in peak form, he used to be here almost every single game, but having said that, I think Hydra Esports, they're going to be happy about their performance, especially with the 13 finish number that they've got. 25 total points. They have outshined Wingod Esports in terms of overall points, but Wingod also are not far behind, just 24 points acquired from this particular game. I think it was a decent outing for them.
It was definitely a decent outing for both these teams, and not just both of them, including Redemption Crew and Hyper. I think all 4 teams performed brilliantly because even Hyper, look at them. finish in the top 8, 6 elimination, 14 points. Not too shabby. That is actually a good game.
That certainly is a good game, right? But then again, you come down to one power. One power, we were talking about how this game was sort of important for them. They were kind of building on certain micro performances on the map of Miramar, on the map of Erangel previously as well. But it did not turn out to be their absolute best. Having said that, if we go on to the next page, you've got a little bit of a disappointment here.
Yeah.
Blood Rose Esports once again, just 4 points acquired, and Lifecraft.
I mean, we talk about Lifecraft, we talk about Blood Rose Global Esports. Yeah, this is not where you want to see them. But the real question, Salty, is what has happened to Vintage? From doing so well, being so consistent in terms of their placements and how they played their matches in week 1, it seems like in week 2 they've just absolutely disappeared. We see them constantly finishing on the second page of the rankings every single game.
To be honest, I have no answer to this question, because when Vintage surprised all of us, even I personally was kind of taken aback, because Vintage did not really have a lot of on-screen time initially,
Yes.
right? They were lacking in terms of the finished numbers, because of which we did not catch a majority of their rotations. But those rotations made them a team to fear for, getting almost 30 points in terms of positions from just 3 games itself. But from that point on, it seems like they've hit a rock bottom. But well, something about rock bottom is that always there is going to be an upward curve that follows, and it seems like Vintage might actually have similar fate. But this match, the map of Vikendi, they're not going to be playing it. It is going to be Group 1 and Group 3 who are going to be duking it out.
Exactly, but we have a few Titans in this group as well, in these groups as well, especially Autobots coming back from that incredible performance earlier on in the day, winning the map of Erangel, the first game with 18 eliminations on the board. And ever since then, they have set the bar for what needs to happen on the last playday for the Group Blue. But we also have Revenant Esports from Group 3 who are going to be looking to secure a few extra points, because they are also worried about their position in the overall leaderboard. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, the talk of the town for week 2, the squad of I Am Official. Now, another switch that's going to happen is that my co-pilot for this game is going to change, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to give Salty a little break, and Arka is going to be joining on the panel once again. Arka, I Am Official, with how they started this week, we thought we were going to see more action from their end. But that hasn't really been the case. What do you think happened yesterday?
I would say that they've done the job for this week. And there's no necessity for them to put themselves under so much pressure and better concentrate on how they're going to perform next. Yes, in case they play better in the coming games and they put so much finish points as to how we saw comparatively in the map of Erangel and Miramar, they can do much better in the overall standings.
I mean, opportunity will still be there for this particular team in this game, at least. As of now, I think they've only had one bad game, because day number 1 was absolutely phenomenal. They built up the momentum, carried on with it, and made sure that they finished the day in the top 3 of the leaderboard for the blue group. But this time around in Vikendi, do you think they can employ the same strategies and bring themselves back, or are they going to face a tougher competition with GS and Revenant being there?
The whole group itself is playing their final game. So
Yes,
we can expect all these teams to go a little berserk. As I Am Officials, I do believe in case they don't get into fights, they might get some position points. But in case there's a fight coming up to their doorsteps, I do believe that they might face an early exit.
Because even I Am Official have a tendency of getting a little too over-eager to try and take the fights. And when you're not really thinking about your safety, just completely focused on eliminating the opposition, sometimes you do end up making mistakes. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be, as Arka mentioned, the last group for this Group 3. And they have to make sure that this is the best game they've played in this week 2. Let's see how the action is going to unfold, because we are about to jump into the map of Vikendi, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. The plane is on our screens, and the flight path, as we can tell, it's going to start from that west-eastern edge, just east of Cement Factory, and it will go all the way towards the northernmost point of the map, towards Port. This is quite a short flight path for this map.
I mean, I agree, but at the same time, I would say it's the best flight path you could have for the final Vikendi to be played for this group, because again, everybody can respect one another, go to their drop locations, pick up the right kind of ammunitions, and then take those fights.
I think that might not be true today, though. Today has been all about disrespect, Arka.
I mean, I would say that, when we expect the players to be a little low when it comes to the map of Erangel and Miramar and use Vikendi and Sanok as the wild card, it's been the other way around. Sanok has become a little more controlled, whereas Erangel and Miramar has been more aggressive. So that's why I want to give that the element of doubt and make it a little more calmer this time.
Well, hopefully it's going to be a little bit more calmer, but we do have the circle, the first circle of the game, ladies and gentlemen, forming towards the Goroka region. What I'm worried about right off the bat, Arca, is 4 aggressive man. They took a 2-2 split drop, and it seemed like they were dropping quite close to the players of Reckoning and Autobots. The threat was there, but it has been deterred as well, as the players from 4 aggressive man realized how quickly they could have been wiped from the game and are again gliding back towards their teammates. But in the meanwhile, we have a drop clash in the early stages, and again it is A2K not really having a good day today. We saw what happened to them in the wrangle earlier on, and now they're going to face the brunt of I Am Official. Hawk lobbing the nade, forcing the opposition into a corner.
Now, what's important for A2K is to watch out for those flanks as well. And there it is. I Am Official Bullet has got to be caught off guard as Vicky knows his location perfectly. And since they've got the hard cover, A2K shouldn't fail in this fight, especially as Hawk and his teammate, they're looking forward to get that first knock against IM. And as I said, if IM Officials they get a knock against themselves for the first time, then the story can be way too different.
Yeah, whoever takes the first knock is going to be there with the advantage, but I think from the side of A2K, they are also lacking a lot of information about where the players of I Am Official actually are. Wiki is trying his level best from this rooftop to see if he can spot out one of the players. Did see a few pixels of Fury Lucifer. The Uzi. Yeah, not really the distance at which an Uzi can do something.
I mean, he did do a lot of damage if you ask me, but again, he needed that extended for that connection to be more persistent. But yes, A2K, they're looking a bit aggressive. They understand that there's one man to the nearest compound, so immediately they're going to loot up. As I Am Officials will look forward to fall back and continue farming. But yes, coming back right on our screens, it's going to be Galaxy who's trying to find out where that solo man of DOD who came so close to them is, as Sky still got an opportunity to run away, but if he sticks to this position, he might get taken down.
He's being extremely patient. Balu is there on the flank as well, and they're just waiting for the players of Galaxy to back off. But Word-Eye Sky, he's moving towards Nova, and Nova sees him. Shots were fired with that Thompson, and Galaxy, they are made aware of the opposition of the threat that's lurking near them. Sky spotted out, does not really have a lot of ammo to work with. No helmet, just level 1 armor, 2 nades. And it's going to be an easy pick for Galaxy to secure. And they can get a few more points in the early stages, considering do or die with how they were moving. They wanted to escape this situation with all 4 players, but now they will have to settle. They have no options and no say in this fight.
Balu, like a good teammate, came up and he was like, you know what? We don't need this. Come sit in the vehicle. Let's fall back. And then he says, Sky says, you know what? Just being not aggressive or probably too defensive.
There is a very, very old gaming meme. It's called the Leroy Jenkins.
Okay.
So it's a very old story about a team planning an assault. And there's always going to be that one guy. I think this is relatable to everyone. There's going to be one guy who's going to just have his own war cry. He's going to scream it and then just run towards the opposition and get absolutely annihilated, leaving his team in shambles.
When you started off, I thought that you're going to recite a beautiful story, and it turned out to be a story
I said it's a meme.
I mean, but yes, Galaxy, the way they're rotating around this map, seems like they have found the footing in the map of Vikendi, as they understand as to from what angles they can find the side of DOD to take him down. But again, far away, it's going to be Hindustan Gaming playing the final game over here. Seems like they are also not having such a great run, and they need points on the table because they are the other disappointment when it comes to this group.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of expectations from Hindustan Gaming. When we saw them a few months ago in the grind, looked so aggressive, so beautiful, so many expectations from the team, but it seems like the progression in the Pro Series has not been that great.
The first week was kind of,
It was okay.
decent. Yeah. But the second week at the 34th position with just 5 finish points and 9 possession points. I mean, this could have been one of the, downfalls which Hindustan Gaming would look forward to come out of. Yes, they've lost a player, Nick Opie. Brings a lot of pressure on the shoulder of Harry, who needs to now clutch off a 1v2 or a 1v3 as an assaulter.
He has a DBS to work with. We all know as long as you have this shotgun and you are indoors, a 1v3 is always on the table. It is never off. It is always an option for you. Harry has positioned himself perfectly as well, but it's going to be the nade from Clouds that takes one more player from the side of HG down. And Harry tries to go for the peak. Is going to be picked off. The players from the side of Seal moving like the Navy SEALs, just destroying the competition. Just one player remaining from the side of Hindustan Gaming in the back lines. And it seems like the Seals are out for a hunt. One by one, 3 players picked off. MJ, he has just one option. Just run away. Avoid the side of Seal for as long as possible. Go for a heal battle. It is Wakendy after all.
Yep, but again, does he have enough first aids for that? Or does he have enough, hard compounds around to go in for that loot? I do understand that the circle is towards the Dobro Masto region where teams can actually go into that very compound and get a lot of loot for a solo player. But avoiding all the crosshairs is going to be one other big concern as Galaxy still stick on to put an end for the side of DOD or running out in the open. And retaliation is not that great also.
Yeah, the retaliation wasn't really there. Luckily for them, they did not take a lot of damage, but Galaxy seems like still on the hunt for the players of DOD. And do or die, they should have actually let them go. They are just a 3-man lineup remaining in this match. They lost one player to this same team, and now they have attracted their attention. Balu, look at him sitting there with just half his HP bar. And Galaxy Nova looking to see if he can spot the players out from the flank, while the other 3 players go for a slam on the compound.
Now, this is going to be a very important push. They need to get the first knock, or else things can actually backfire.
And even Danav's position, look at that.
Yeah, exactly. Because Nova's position is going to be compromised very soon. As soon as he takes the first shot. And since he's going to be the weakest link of this fight, more concentration of firepower is going to go his way. And one knock on this side and one knock on the other, Galaxies will be shooting themselves out.
Oh, but it seems like I'm Official and A2K have decided to settle their differences once and for all. I'm Official looking for the push. A2K looking to avoid this threat at any cost. They are trying to make that escape, but they are at the edge of this city. Nowhere left to go. And even on the radar, we did see there was one more team waiting in the back lines, but Galaxy, they take a hit. The blue zone, the wall of death is going to be upon them, but it's just the first blue zone, so the damage will definitely not be enough to swing this fight in any of these teams' favor. Utility will be important. Danav, he has none upon him. I wonder what about his teammates.
Sticking together is going to be the key of success for this fight, if you ask me. Make sure that you have the revival coming through, whereas the other person is going to go in to give the backup. As DOD right now, they need to be careful. They're going to be pushing in as they know Galaxy is falling back in those vehicles, but coming out in the open, is Danav doing a mistake?
I mean, it can be a mistake, but a few moments ago you did mention about Nova and his positioning, and Galaxy, they were being so careful. They made sure that Nova did not reveal his position. And this might be one of the reasons, because he was on that high ground and he might have seen the players of Marcos Gaming Zero appear from the back lines. Galaxy backing off preemptively, and DOD caught off guard by the players of Marcos Gaming Zero. It will be Scout kicking things off as one of the players from the side of DOD did get picked off. I believe it was Balu. Kylo quite close. And in fact, he's the man standing in between Galaxy and DOD. What just happened? What is this trifecta of death?
Now, Kylo's location has been compromised. He needs to be careful. He needs to connect those shots. And since he's missed some, he needs to run back to his teammates as well. As Shadow, he cleverly comes up to pick him up. And it's important for them to fall back as well. Galaxy as well, they're going to part ways from this fight. They understand the importance of trying to survive until the final circles, which is much more important for this team as well.
They don't want to do anything with Marcus Gaming 0 over there. Focused on their own gameplay, moving up north. Back towards Peskova they go, Galaxy. But I wonder where are they going to go from here on out. The blue zone, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to hit the safe zone, and we will have the next circle shift of this game of Weekendy. Did it even move? I'm just kidding, it did move, but in the classic Weekendy fashion, it did not really move much. It's again a central shift, not changing anything in this match actually.
No, we also need to concentrate on the prime teams to get this chicken dinner. Autobots, their regression is up in the top notch.
Yeah.
Revenant Esports, who wants to end the game, end the day on a high note. 4 AM as well. They have the 5th position in the overall standing.
Yeah.
They also want some points because last week was not so great for them.
You know what the best part is? All of these teams are together in this game.
Yeah.
They are towards the southern half of the circle. So there is a fight between the Titans, the top contenders of the chicken dinner of this map of Weekendy that we can expect, ladies and gentlemen. But it won't happen until stage 4, I believe, because there is no incentive to force the fight. But this was a recap of how things went down between the players of Seal and Hindustan Gaming. There was an opportunity in the hands of Harry, but the reactions a little bit delayed, and the players from the side of Seal taking full advantage of the situation that was there for them. We see these squads, Marcus Gaming focused on their rotation. Oh, Shadow. Here's that vehicle in the back lines. Wants to try and gatekeep the opposition.
But he has no clue actually where the sound has traveled now.
Yeah.
And
lost track
also,
of it.
Yeah. And also, he needs to travel in a better vehicle. That's not the vehicle you would want to...
Hey, in terms of safety, yes, it is not advisable. But come on, snowmobiles are quite stylish. You get style points.
I mean, yeah, I do understand the charisma and all those things you carry. But again, if you get knocked out, the charisma of your team is just going to fall down, down the drain to be specific. Yeah, so it's all about, the team's performance, especially for the side of Marcus Gaming, who need a chicken dinner at any cost to have that fighting chance in the final week of BMPS.
At least they make it inside the circle at this point. I think that is the... Wow, all right. Now they may actually made it. And they will be happy with that position as well towards the northwestern edge.
Just imagine from where the expectations of Marcus Gaming trying to win a game, and now we are just happy that they made it inside the circle.
You know what's very awkward? That all 3 teams that were there in that collision made it through. Even DOD have found an entry. Galaxy made it towards Mount Kresnik, and Marcus Gaming 0, they're all the way up north in coal mines.
Goroka region. 3 different teams, or rather 4 different teams in close proximity with one another. Once the map comes up, yes, we would love to see the, the split of Enigma right now. After having such a great week, which they were missing on week 1. And it seems like the final game, you're a bit overconfident when it comes to the map of Weekendy. Because Addy and Somai from one corner, and we have LeBron and his teammate to the other corner. I wouldn't recommend such a formation in a map like this.
Yeah, I agree with you, because when it actually comes time for the players to rotate, with 2 players, it's going to be extremely difficult, and we all know Weekendy is more about holding on to your compounds, your safe havens. But there's going to be the next shift of the zone, and again, it is still in a much similar position.
Enigma Gaming, guys, we were referring to the split they have in the center. But what's more important is Sirvi and Sensi's location right to the center of the map. Just across the roads, both of them probably will have the info with one another. And now Sensi says, you know what, guys, pick me up. I do believe I have a better rotation, and this is going to be an interesting move coming in from the side of Revenant.
Oh, if they try and take the compound away from Enigma Gaming, they have to do it now, because the other 2 lads have already started to move as well. Soumya with that vehicle, he's going to look to join his teammates, and they actually make it through safely. Entire squad all together in the center of the circle.
That very compound with Somai just left might be the compound you would want to have in the final circles. And guess what? Seal, it seems like Lady Luck has kissed their forehead, as from that position they move and now got a hard compound inside the circle. Everything is going right for them, and they need to capitalize for the chicken dinner as they have the right spot.
A lot of movement in that southern half of the zone, but a fight breaking out towards the northeastern side as Metal Wings spot out the players of Marcos Gaming 0 approaching their compound. Shadow got extremely lucky avoiding the damage from AMA Jord, but the spray from the UMP did dish out quite a lot of damage. Shadow still secures a knock on Gonu. It seems like Marcos Gaming 0, they're not going down without a fight, but Metal Wings, they are doing the same thing. Only one player knocked out from either sides. Now there's the second that they've found for themselves. Amy Jord, a beautiful nade connecting. Kylo, he's still there, along with his teammate Scout. The DBS looks good. Oh, reaction delayed, but the knock is still going to be there. The jump shot not connecting from the players of Metal Wings. It's Kylo. What an incredible move. Opens the door, peeks at the right time and shoots the man in his face. The savior for the side of Marcos Gaming 0.
Now this is for the first time Kylo has done the job and the very reason as to why he was selected for this team. I really love that fight over there. He understood somebody was trying to come through the doors and that's why he hit behind it. But again, I am officials. We spoke about this. They're going to get damaged if they go in for those early collision. It's like Inferno down on his knees. Smurf still looking forward for that push against the opponents. An unwanted fight being committed over here.
I'm just amazed that it took a good 10 minutes for these teams to actually kick things off. Wiki was finished off a few moments ago. Hawk knocked out. I'm official. They did get traded as well, but still they have made sure that there's an opportunity for a revive. Smurf is going to hit the floor at the hands of Musa and his DBS. A brilliant cover coming in from Noisy. A2K, they brought themselves back. Noisy is still looking for more. Has a nade, is cooking it up. If this connects on Bullet or Inferno, I am official. They could be done in this matchup, but Inferno, look at him. He repositions, goes back in the corner room. He's going to try and protect himself, and Noisy needs to be careful. As of now, it is a 2v2. He's looking to go for a revive, but will not be able to make... Oh, that is just sad.
And that's going to eventually make him a bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
He's got his teammate with him. It's a 2v2 fight, if you ask me. As Murph is still down on his knees, they can now go in to capitalize on this. Musa. Can he bring them down? Bullet gone in for a revival, but the knock comes through. Inferno, it seems like this flame is also getting, turned off. As Bullet waiting for him to make it inside. The door is open. Now it's closed.
Needs to be careful. There's a man waiting for him on the other side. The Molotov is going to be loud. He sees Bullet, but Bullet takes Musa down and runs away in the backlines. He's going to burn alive, all thanks to that Molotov. It is a 1v1 Arca in this fight. Noisy versus Smurf in the backlines.
Oh,
and
shots.
Look at the radar. There's another squad waiting for these teams to settle their differences. Both I Am Official and A2K go for a revive of their own. And Musa and Noisy, they're looking for a push. But in the meanwhile, I Am Official, they bring their player back into the fray. Noisy has 4 nades remaining. Is going to lob one. Bouncing it off the wall. Trying to see if he can catch someone off guard. Sees the players. Sees Smurf running up to the top floor. Another nade does not really connect.
Now this is where Inferno's location is again going to be compromised. What a beautiful push coming in from the side of Smurf. But Musa understands now he'll have to make sure that he brings the opponents towards him, but rather pushing in towards them. And there it is, the weight, the FPP, the perfect selection for this frontal battle.
Definitely, but Noisy getting caught off guard over there, slacking and lacking. Not really a position you want to be in if you are the players from the side of A2K. The smoke was lobbed, and this will provide cover to both the sides. Musa right now, again, looking for that revive. Inferno in the meanwhile in the backlines from the side of I Am Official being patient. And now finally they're looking to push. Musa spots out the opposition. Noisy there in the corner, still hoping for a revive that will be there in his direction. But Musa needs to be careful. The players of I Am Official playing mind games with this one man. And all of a sudden he finds himself the solo survivor from the side of A2K. Armor is still there, no utility left.
He needs to make it count, because there was a sacrifice behind his revival in the name of Noisy, who's done a good job so far to get 2 finishes for himself. Musa. Smokes and grenades gonna be cooked up.
Such a scrappy fight.
Smurf, there he is. The location is gonna be compromised. Both of them are scared to come out and take that fight.
But I think it is decided. I Am Official will be the victors of this collision. Musa can't really do much. He has 5 smokes left. The damage from the blue is going to be brutal. It will force both these teams to step out. And I Am Official, once they start to move towards the southern side of the map, they can just gatekeep Musa or just leave him in the blue to slowly bleed out and die.
That's going to be one side of the coin, whereas the second one might say that, you know, Musa can backstab them, take them down as they are making it inside the circle. You know, a 3/4 of the damage being dished by him through the bullets. The blue zone is going to do the rest of the job.
That is if he does not panic. He needs to be calm. If he panics, he might just look to see if he can look around for some first aids. I think that is the decision he has decided to go with to avoid any more conflict with the players of I Am Official. But I think he might go down before he finds that healing utility for himself. Just a few more meters, 200 meters in fact, before he gets to safety.
Now the most important thing is Musa could have looted his friend's crates and then made it inside the circle, carrying himself to a few first aids.
I believe they were inaccessible to him, the players of I Am
The one which
Official.
was in the ground stairs, who got finished off, who came for the revival right next to the door.
A person like me will actually stay behind to bait it out. You don't think of that evil player, right, Arka?
Yeah. I like that. I like that approach as well. But guess what? Enigma versus INF. And even before I speak about it, it seems like they've been eliminated at UK 0-7. Stranger goes down. Head G far away gets finished off with just one finish for themselves. Not the kind of run they were looking out for from week 2.
I wonder, have they secured a finish yet? UK 0-7? No, still 0. Quite an unfortunate start, but anyways, we switch focus, switch gears, just like Galaxy, as they are looking to go for a push on the players of 4 Aggressive Man. And 4 AM, they are down to the last player, JD. He's trying his level best, armed with the DBS, just trying to survive in this shack. Goes for the reload. The players of Galaxy, they're waiting outside. They don't want to risk anything, even if it's just one man. They want to go together. I like this approach. Don't give the man isolated 1v1s. If you are there with a 4-man roster, there's nothing he can do. But what is Marcos Gaming Zero doing? Kylo and Shadow just slamming in without any information. They secure one elimination. Kylo still running forward towards the players of Galaxy. He's going to be finished off. Shadow in the backlines finds a pick for his team, but he's going to fall as well. Hit the floor, and Galaxy, they are still present. Scout, he has been spotted out. The hit marker was definitely there, and Nova will not waste a single second in securing that knock. And Marcos Gaming Zero have just made a very big blunder in this game of Vacandi.
They rushed in, but they had to rush in together. I don't know why they came in as solos, as Scout, somewhere lying out in the open. You know, I think he's pushing his luck too much, and he needs to realize that he needs to stay undercover or push in as probably the assaulter for the team itself.
Well, let's see. Still 10 teams, 32 players alive in this match. Marcos Gaming down to their last man in the form of Dark Lord. And he will have to deal with the blue zone damage if he dreams of securing a few extra points for his team. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The last-ditch effort from MJ, the last survivor from the side of Hindustan Gaming. And the fall of UK 07. Slamming into a compound. 3 players knocked out without delay. As soon as they came, and the last man just ran indoors, sacrificed himself to the players of Enigma Gaming.
You might be wondering why the smirk on my face. I'm going to come back to that, but eventually it's going to be Galaxy versus Revenant. Yet another time, Galaxies are looking forward for some really good retaliation as MJ, the last man standing, is going in for the revival. But what he has to do is strike right now as the iron is hot.
Yeah.
OP and Kakashi are the 2 men he needs to take down, and is capable of pulling off a 1v2 easily. And a grenade cooked in from his side. This is going to be important.
Oh, the nade was quite close to the opposition. The jump shots from MJ connect. And it is going to be an incredible knock, but Galaxy, they still have numbers to work with. And Revenant, they need to be careful about this push. Apollo has the HP, but Galaxy, they make a mistake. Another one, in fact. 2 players from the side of Revenant Esports, the dynamic duo, doing a phenomenal job. Just one more man indoors. It's in the form of Nova. And they're waiting for him to mess up as well.
But he does the deed. He finishes off 2 of the players who are knocked out before getting taken down. And that damage, I think it's going to be hard for the side of Revenant to overcome.
No resets for Revenant Reckoning Esports, Arka. They show up out of nowhere. We talked about the collision, the movement towards the west, and it is the exact compound that you mentioned at the start of the game that is still in the circle at the eastern edge. And Revenant, they get wiped out as they try to escape. They get wiped out at the hands of Reckoning Esports. But Reckoning, they won't have any time. Wait, what? Rishi? Now that is what you call a ninja.
Oh, and still missing those shots and eventually registering the last one. Oh my goodness, his teammate from the distance says, you might be the ninja, but I'm a good brother in need. And there it is, Infinity puts him down. Now Enigma has got an opportunity to make it inside the circle. But yes, the final moments of the game, ladies and gentlemen, Seal had that hard compound for themselves, which I did, want them to stay for a long time. But now they need to clear off the side of Autobots to make it inside the circle.
Man, you make so many good predictions. I wonder sometimes, why do you not lead a team of your own?
No, man. I'm so good behind the camera.
To be honest, those days are behind us, Arka.
Oh, yeah, very much.
We can't deal with the pressure anymore. I mean, look at what is happening. Enigma Gaming, they just get annihilated in a matter of seconds. Somme is the last man surviving. Reckoning Esports just running around the map, securing all of these finishes for themselves. And then we have the players from Seal who were in such a brilliant spot for so long. That was abandoned by the players of Enigma Gaming themselves. But Seal, they are lacking in the number of eliminations that they have, and they might get a little too greedy as we are down to 5 teams and 15 players remaining. But look at this, Clouds, he's going to hit the floor.
Cloud has always been that person to come out in the open no matter what situation it is. And he's going to be paying a very hefty price in this map of Vikendi because they need that man advantage in an open ground like this. Autobots, they've got the perfect ridge or the perfect hard compound inside the circle. As Reckoning are coming in from the other side, and they might actually take down the side of Autobots and pay way for the side of Seal to not only make it inside the circle, but hand themselves the chicken dinner they're working hard for.
Well, let's see. Seal, they are still there. Sticking together, growing strong in the back line, spotted out by the players of Reckoning Esports. And Aladdin is going to kick things off. A brilliant knock secured on Sparky Eye. And Reckoning Esports, they move forward. They have control of the northern edge of the circle. And they can gatekeep both the teams of Growing Strong and the players from the side of Seal. Sparky Eye bleeds out in the blue zone. The finish point is going to be secured by Reckoning Esports. But Autobots, all they have to do is just lie in wait. Be patient towards that southern edge. But let's see. They are biding their time. Growing Strong, they're going to be wiped out from the game. And Seal, they make a mistake, Arka. Aryan in the front line is going to get knocked out for no reason at all. But look at this, the last survivor from the side of Marcus Gaming 0 on our screens. And Dark Lord, as he puts on that first aid, he realizes he's going to get wiped out. But Marcus Gaming, they had a brilliant game this time around. But we transition to the end game. And what a nade from Rico. Secures 2 knocks. The finishes are going to be there. And Seal, they are getting absolutely destroyed by Autobots. It seems like the one chicken dinner that they had earlier on in the day was not enough to satisfy their hunger. And Autobots with 3 players are looking for another win in this match of Vikendi.
Now, momentum. We speak about momentum. We speak about consistency. And Autobots are showing us how 2 games can change the overall standings. As Blackie's still alive over here, Autobots have no idea that there's another man lurking around. Reckoning Esports, for the first time, Punk is finally able to bring his team into the final circles. But that chicken dinner, the wait for them to get that chicken dinner still lies in vain.
Yeah, they're going to have to wait more because the circle is not really their friend this time around. Autobots, they have the man advantage. They have the zone completely in their control. And they can just dominate this final fight. Aladdin and Punk going for a split approach. Punk has been pointed out, is going to be taken down as well. And that, ladies and gentlemen, might as well be the final nail in the coffin. Autobots, 2 games. They had left 2 games remaining in this last day for their particular group. And they win both of their matches.
I just love this momentum being built up by them. The first game, it was all about their aggression to pick up finishes, whereas the second one is about their possession points. And eventually, with just 4 finish points, they're just going to have a smile on their face and they're going to thank their stars for doing beautiful when it comes to the map of Vikendi.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't think they're going to be upset, right? Because I believe if you think about it, they got half the finishes they needed in Vikendi inner angle already. I mean, they ended the game with 18 eliminations, and as far as the average points goes, it is going to look good for today because they have 2 chicken dinners. That is 30 points for placement alone that they've secured.
I know, specifically speaking, since they've got 4 finishes over here with the chicken dinner, that's going to be 19 points. And 33 is what they had previously. So they crossed that 50-pointer like a cakewalk. And when you have a 50-pointer in 2 games, we saw that Hydra was able to hold the top position. Growing Strong was able to build it up as well. So good run for them.
Exactly, good run for them, but with Hydra and with Growing Strong, it was the fact that they performed from the start till the very end. With Autobot, it's going to be a question of whether they make it to the first spot. One thing is for sure, they will be in the top 3. But ladies and gentlemen, we keep asking you again and again to don't be default, just like the players. Because these players, they aren't default for sure, and you guys can get inspired from these players and utilize these skills inside the game, but also can look cool just like the athletes themselves. Don't be default, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look. Well, we are also not being default, Arka, I hope, right?
Yeah, we're not. I mean, our prediction game has been spot on.
Your prediction game has been spot on.
Come on, it's the desk, obviously, right? The inputs you guys give me and the inputs I have in my brain, it's just the calculation which goes on. And guys, you also, please, I've been telling this, don't be default in the game, get yourself the Royal Pass, and then in turn you're going to get all the other skins, and everything is going to follow eventually.
I mean, it's the best way to collect skins inside of the game, to be honest. That is how I go about it. But as we bring ourselves back into the game, let's also have a look at the recap of the match, ladies and gentlemen, because it is going to be an exciting one. And I think we expected too much from Vikendi, to be honest. I think after this day, I can say for sure that no matter what happens, no matter what you think, Vikendi will always be the slowest map.
No, as I said again, it's just the momentum of how the games have turned out to be. There was one group or one team which was a few set of teams who were trying to play the final game, whereas the rest of them were trying to build that momentum. So this is how everything, happened in the map of Vikendi. Kailu using his brain to the fullest, I would like to say, because if he had not shut that door, probably the person from the outside would have struck him down.
Yeah, definitely. But this was my favorite moment when Bullet, he saw the door blow up in his face, just runs out, takes one guy down, and then I think he just panicked, thinking that, all right, it's 2 players, maybe the second guy will finish me off, and he runs back into the fire and burns and gets knocked out. But still, the team I don't know. What is UK07 doing? Arka, can you break this down for me?
Sticking too much together and making sure that they play from the corners of the circle. And I do believe that they've got 1 or 2 finishes by this game, and if they have not, then I'll be most shocked to see that with that prime position inside the circle, they're walking away with nothing.
See, in this match they had 0, and apart from this, I think even in the first game we did not see them with anything.
I mean, we have not seen them have anything before this.
Yeah.
And if they're walking away with 0, I do believe that UK07 is going to be the first team to write another
that is a new record.
Themselves. Yeah.
An entire week with no eliminations on the board. But
an entire 2 weeks.
Well, hopefully in the next week we see them pull off some incredible moves, just like Seal. Seal was so fun to watch in this matchup. Especially, my favorite moment was, as you said, that compound where the Enigma Gaming players in the early stage were playing a 2-2 split. It was just a little bit south of where Seal was. And as soon as the players from the side of Seal, Team Seal, saw the players of Enigma abandon that compound, their first instinct was, goodness gracious, this is ours now. They just bolt without any delay, and they just held on almost till the end game.
As soon as I saw Somai moving away from that, I'm like, don't go, wait. The circle might favor that. The rod seems to have placed in a perfect direction.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Enigma, I guess that is what was written for them by the end of this week.
Yeah, that was written in their stars at least for this end game. But Autobots, I'm so happy to see this team bring themselves back because with how they played in week 1, I was so surprised. I was like, all right, is this the same team that we saw in BGIS? Doesn't really seem like it.
I mean, see, I would give a perfect answer for this. It's Sirvi suddenly becoming that frontline assaulter. He was bought into the team for a specific reason, to build up that momentum. And it seems like Sirvi was not the actual person to take those frontal battles. And now since he's able to do that, and Carey is able to give him the right kind of backup, it seems like they found the perfect equation.
And even this mix of players and what roles they are playing right now is extremely weird because, as you mentioned, I mean, Sirvi is usually the man who stays in the back lines, providing his team with a lot of information, and that is how it's always been. But this time, forced into an unorthodox position, he's doing a brilliant job. So, mad props to Sirvi and the squad of Autobots. 2 wins in this last day. It will definitely propel them quite high up in the rankings, and I think you might be right. They might finish up on the first position as well.
Now, let's see whether that's going to be the case, because Revenant, I do believe, have one more game to play. 4 a.m. as well have got another game to play. And since these teams still have an opportunity, and with Revenant in the map of Erangel, the kind of success rate they hold, and if they are able to pull off a chicken dinner with some 30 pointers in total, probably they'll be shooting up to the top of the table itself.
And we all know Revenant is one of those teams that can actually make it happen. But it will be the last game for this blue group, and their intentions are going to be clear. Just go all in, do everything that you can to secure as many points as you can from this last map. I think every single team will be looking to drop that 30 bomb in this last Erangel.
Now let's see whether that's going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are enjoying all the action out here, I did find out, but one of my friends didn't even realize that the tournament was going on, because he was away from the socials in the recent past, and then he was like, what? Are you serious? So you might have few friends like that. So what you have to do is share this link to all your friends out there, and they're going to be thanking you for coming in and getting all the entertainment which is bought by us in front of you guys.
And if one of your friends does not actually know that events, tournaments like this do happen, get them to follow Crafton India Esports Official on their social media handles, because that is where all the updates come out. Arka, get your friend to follow us on our socials as well.
I mean, I've told him, so I hope that there's going to be much more followers joining with him. But again, ladies and gentlemen, with all of that being said, the map of Vikendi, even though it was a slow start, I kind of, was disappointed with IM's rotation and their commitment to one single fight, where they understood that they could have rather prioritized the zone and got so many position points.
See, I'll let the audience know about this. It's very easy to get our hopes up. You play one game well, and we will be rooting for you for the rest of your journey. And that is what IM Official did yesterday. And we are hoping to see that same performance again. But unfortunately, this wasn't the time. They tried the level best to bring themselves back for the fight. But kudos to the opposition. They actually made them pay for trying to approach them. And it was an incredible moment. That was an extended fight that I did not think was going to go on for so long.
I mean, that greed for wanting finish points just because you have so many position points is always going to backfire.
Yeah, that is
It's
true.
not only for the side of IM. We have seen that happen to several other teams. Let it be a team Together Esports as well, who were also doing great in week 1, then overcommitting and then not able to put some points when it comes to position points. So it's a story which has always been told.
But another surprising early exit in this match was the side of Growing Strong. I believe they were trying to run after those elimination numbers, but got overheated in the middle of the match.
I believe I did see them somewhere in the latter stages.
One guy.
I mean, the position points at the end of the day, when they know the team can just now gain position points, because first week, a decent average, second one, having such a good one, and the third week is just going to be a cakewalk for this team.
Hopefully. I mean, that is what they are expecting as well, I believe. But my perspective is third week is where you face the most resistance, because the teams at the bottom will definitely try to see if they can test you to your limits. And it will be interesting to see how these teams adapt for that final week. And of course, a reminder, group swaps are going to happen. There's going to be a reshuffle of the groups that will happen after red group is done with their matches. So we will have to wait for the next set of teams to play their matches before we have an idea of what week 3 is going to look like. But is there any other team that we have to talk about? I mean, was there anyone who let you down in this game, Arka?
It has to be the side of Enigma Gaming. Letting go of a prime position from inside the circle and then trying to, fight their way into the circle and then eventually getting finished off.
You're not going to forget it, right?
Yeah, obviously, right? Because I do believe that sometimes the decisions you take might go wrong.
Yeah.
But again, when you have a split going on, just stick on to that split.
Exactly. I mean, they could have held on to it for a little while longer. That is what I will say. Because with splits, one thing I don't like is how divided your firepower is. But, ladies and gentlemen, a man who was brewing with a lot of firepower was also from the side of Enigma. It was Infinity. 7 eliminations and 77.7% contribution. Lucky number 7, I guess, for Infinity. And he went to beyond. I mean, one of the best plays was that destruction of the players of UK07. But looking at the top 5 players, we also have Rico from the side of Autobots, who has been quite consistent throughout the day.
Yes, and Kailu, for the first time for the side of Marcus Gaming, will be here in the top 5, where we expect him to do wonders when it comes to the final week itself. And, Shadow as well. I mean, 2 players of Marcus Gaming, probably this could be the start of Marcus Gaming's dominance in this tournament.
It can be. Right now, they're just going to be hoping that they make it to the finals and are going to be there for that land finale. But in the end, Seal, they had the man advantage to work with. I, for a few seconds, did actually think that it might be Team Seal walking away with the win, but then I forgot that Autobots did actually have a lot of cover to work with in form of those rocks lying in front and the vehicles that they had. But ladies and gentlemen, looking at the rankings of the game, it was Reckoning Esports who end up finishing with 23 points, 11 eliminations on this team. Wow!
I mean, good one. Because Punk, until the final moments, was able to provide their assaulters the right positions from where they could pick up those finishes. Autobots is going to be walking right behind them with 19 points. And they're going to be happy with the 2 games they had so far. Seal, this might be a little late for them. But again, a good wake-up call.
Exactly, a good wake-up call, and hopefully in the last week, if they just end up dominating every single game, maybe we can see them in the land finale. But ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, we have Marcus Gaming on the 4th, Enigma on the 5th, growing strong 6th, Galaxy 7th, and now over to the next page, we have A2K to kick things off with 4 points. Revenant finishing the game with just 4 points, and I am official. These 3 teams are going to be quite upset, especially A2K, because it seems like teams are just piling up on top of them for no reason. In game 1, it was Global Esports, and now in this match, it was I am official.
A2K, they could have chosen not to go to the drop location, right? As soon as they saw the shoots, they could have just evaded from all these teams, but still, they were confident about their firepower, and it seems like they've learned the lesson the hardest way.
Yeah, but one more thing inside of this match is going to be the upsetting run from the side of Hindustan Gaming. We keep talking about them, ever so hopeful to see them at the top with the chicken dinners on the board, but that hasn't really happened. And then again, the bottom 3 finishing with no points. UK07, 4am, and Metal Wings are going to be the teams in the bottom 3 of this game. For Aggressive Man, this is another team that we have massive expectations from, but the performance till now, from week 1 till now, in fact, has been extremely underwhelming.
Yeah, and it's just that the climb they're having. Apart from this game, week 1, according to me, was again pretty decent compared to the performance from week 2. And week 2 is where they've actually picked up the momentum. And I was expecting to end the day was on a high note for this team. And since they have another game left out, I do believe that we can still keep the stakes up high.
And it's going to be the home ground of Erangel. I mean, everyone is comfortable on Erangel unless you have Global Esports running after you. But since they won't be there in the last game, you don't really have to worry about them. But ladies and gentlemen,
Revenant.
Revenant is going to be, you always have to mention the threat arc, don't you? But ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward, have a look at the teams that will be playing the last game of the day. And of course, the last game for Blue Group. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the teams on our screens.
Revenant Esports, 4am, HG, Reckoning, Metal Wings, Team Seal, 10, and I Am Officials. Now, these are the 4 teams who might be here to enjoy the game and try to, check out the frontal battles. But yes, Group 6, on the other hand, they want to end the day on a very good note. Blind, UP50, Burnex Official, Dragon Esports, again, still not able to spit out the fire. And we have Gujarat Tigers, THW, and then you're going to have the side of HH and TWOB. Now, Salty, since you're back on the desk, you saw how the map of Vikendi turned out to be. And since we had the map of Erangel, they started off being way too aggressive. Do you think we're going to end the day with the same kind of aggression?
Yeah, I think so, to be honest. I think the final map of Erangel will be somewhat similar, but we'll have to find that out because, like Johnny said, right, all our expectations have sort of gone down the drain, to be honest. You cannot expect anything, especially in the final day of week 2 here in BMPS. So I think we have to keep our expectations aside and you have to ride the tide. All the teams, they have got their plans, and if they are able to execute it, possibly only then we'll get to see something exciting. I think something very, very aggressive. But Erangel has sort of always been aggressive, has always delivered on that promise. And looking at the teams, of course, I am very sure it's going to be promising.
Now, let's see whether that's going to be the case, because the final map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the final map to be played by Group Blue. And things are going to be much more interesting because throughout the day, we have got 2 games which has gone for 30-pointer, and we would love to see another 30-pointer being registered in the map of Erangel. If you guys are watching this, hope you share it among your friends. But before we head right into the game, I have a few questions for my fellow caster. Which is the team you're going to look out for? I'm not asking the winners. I'm not asking the teams in the final circle, but rather I'm asking you, the team, which you're going to look out for when it comes to the map of Erangel.
So Arca is going to go do that to me. He's flipped the switch right now. He's like, all right, fine. I'm the one who asked question right now. And Salty, you are going to be answering the question. Well, I'll just give you that. I think I'm still going to go with Gujarat Tigers. I hope that they sort of do okay in this game, especially after the debacle on that map of Miramar. But no, wait. See, I was the one who was asking questions on this show. I want to come back with the question to you back again, man. Give me your analytical brain. Give me the team. Who do you think is going to win?
Reckoning.
And I want winners.
Reckoning. I'll be vouching for Reckoning because they had a good run so far. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the map of Erangel, the final map for Group Blue, as the flight path starting all the way from the side of shooting range, ending towards the Milta Power region. Since several teams who will be going towards the military base region is going to have a little bit of a problem, I would love to see some duck hunt, at least on the final map of this day.
I mean, duck hunts are going to be there, Arca, and I'm pretty sure a lot of bird hunting is going to be there as well, but having a look at the flight path, seems like it's been a sort of a healthy change right now. Finally, maybe we have a little bit of less stress on top of military base island. It is still going to be possible to try and glide over the mainland and try and reaching the military base shorelines. But for now, it still looks a little difficult, especially for the likes of Revenant, especially for the likes of Dragon Esports. Revenant Esports usually have gone to that Milta region. Do you think they're still going to stick with that? Because I think this flight path is ideal for them.
Let's see, because the drop locations I don't think are going to be compromised. It's all about those early skirmishes which are going to take place. 70 region, 2 different teams heading on over there. I can see HH, Hyderabad Hydras, yet again wants to take down the side of Metal Wings, who are not able to. Oh my goodness, it was the bird which gets knocked out in the air as Zod gets that first knock against the side of Madman.
Yeah, I mean, Metal Wings, as a matter of fact, they've sort of found the first opening, but they've looked to kind of push the ropes right from the get-go itself. Is without a helmet, without a vest, Zod just wants to try and charge up, but are there the rest of his teammates following up on him? That is the question. It seems like they found that angle on top of Madman perfectly. He's right in that track, Arca, and if anybody wants to go and revive him, I think Zod has the perfect angle to take him down. He has got the perfect weapon as well, and AKM in the early stages can be devastating, isn't it?
Yes, no helmet and vest and 2-3 bullets connecting to you, and then you're down on your knees. But again, how will HH recover from this knock which they've got for themselves? Because they're going to have a lot of time to go in for the revival. It's just that they need to have those smokes in their hand if they're looking forward for that push.
I think they have the smokes already. Look at the peak coming in from Zod. The smoke that you were talking about has been put up across in another side of the compound that we are witnessing, but Octavius is still trying to get close to Madman. Meanwhile, it just gets strikingly low. Octavius just going for the revive, and another knock comes in. Metal Wings, they found, like I said, they found that perfect angle, and Zod is going to punish them for being outrageous. Madman and his life is going to run out, but now things have gone exponentially more difficult for Hyderabad Hydras all of a sudden.
They knew that this was a death trap, and they could have allowed Madman to come to the buildings. And I don't know why Octavius, he tried to be such a valiant hero in a situation like this. But again, Hyderabad Hydras, after Bobdop came in, the aggression was added to an extent of where they could have dominated.
Yeah.
But it seems like when the map of Erangel, it's kind of backfired.
It's kind of backfired for them, but look at the finish feed. It seems like TWOB and Gujarat Tigers have also gone into battle. I was talking about Gujarat Tigers, Arka. Don't give me that smile. It's fine. Metal Wings on the other side. They've also spotted Bobdop as well, which means nades are going to be flying. Well, with that being said, Octavius also going to get finished off. So only 2 players from Hyderabad Hydras remain.
You know, GT, even though we saw that finish feed and the name popping up, I do believe that they're strong enough to bounce back. And since they're taking down the side of TWOB with a little bit composure coming in from their side, they can register 2-3 finishes over here.
I mean, 2-3 finishes will be the goal, of course. They have one, but Jackson only has those 35 bullets to work with and a shotgun. Not the ideal inventory to actually go up against a team like TWOB. And TWOB as well, they've taken pot shots, but they're not trying to close up any further right now. The distance has been maintained, and this smoke, I think, will sort of push that even further. Not allow them push into this compound, isn't it?
No, I don't know about that, because basically if they've got some vehicles and they believe in their firepower, they can just rush in. Especially for him. Now he can actually make it a little bit closer to those hard compounds and somehow find an off angle against the side of team GT. And since everybody are falling back now, Jackson is going to be in a bit of a trouble, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think he is going to be in some trouble. And even him, as a matter of fact, from the side of Team TWOB, look at him, look at the radar, right? The rest of the players have actually escaped. And here comes Eggy, a very violent effort, a valiant effort from him either as well. But I don't really think he's going to survive for long, because now that he has been spotted, I think he's going to get surrounded from multiple angles. He's going to come right from behind. The buggy is going to run him over. And that's all she wrote for him.
I mean, look at his teammates just abandon him and walk back. Yes, 2 finishes is what I was looking for from the side of Team GT. And since they're bounced back hard, let's see how much more they can rake up. Zod, down on his knees, Bobdop running to get that finish in his name.
Oh my god, the stun grenade! Bobdop! He does not care! He had his hand on his eyes, but it still seems like he's managed to provide what was asked of him. You mentioned it perfectly. It seems like the aggression has been added to the lineup, but Hyderabad Hydras, he is going to be the last ray of hope, and 2 players charging on top of him. Will he be able to pull off a 1v4 here? That is the question. 40 bullets in the chamber, 30 in the magazine underneath, but that's all. Metal Wings Fang. The final bullet, the final nail in the coffin has been met, and Hyderabad Hydras will be the first team to bow out of this game.
Now, Johnny at one point of time did ask me, you know, you become a good person in predicting the circle, why don't you play the game? And I do believe that, you know, for all the casters out there, Dope is going to be playing on behalf of us. And he has done a decent job, if you ask me. A solo man taking down 2 of the players who are well equipped, comes in a bit more closer. And even though you got that smirk on your face, thinking that you can, I'm not going to be such great of a player.
No, I was actually thinking if I was playing, I'd have picked up the trophy. But I thought that let me give the pro players a chance, you know. Haha.
Let's have a minute of silence, ladies and gentlemen, for the statement which was just given by the side of Salty.
Yeah, I'm just having fun. I'm just...
Hey, wait. You actually do lift the trophy and hand it over to somebody as a caster.
Oh yeah, I mean, exactly, right? And also click pictures for Instagram, but that is not the case. This fight, right? This fight, I think, deserves that pedestal for now. I think this fight does deserve one of those lifting up trophy moments, because he was stunned. He could not see, but still managed to land the shot. So, good job over there by Bobdop, but he was all by himself. He had no support from his teammates whatsoever. And little mistakes made by Octavius, little mistakes made by Madman, and the entire cookie crumbles for the side of Team Hyderabad Hydras. Look at that, the spray coming in from MJ, the Scar L traditionally being a little more difficult to control rather than the M4. And I think that was the reason why I think Demon is still surviving.
I mean, I would say that MJ have lost a golden opportunity to get that first finish.
Yeah.
Because it was very important for them to get an early start. And guess what? THW, they're going to be coming up with the vehicles, trying to register those knocks and finishes. As Sekiro, this grenade connects, and UP50 might walk away with 2 finishes against them.
UP50, I mean, they are under fire. They are in a massive world of trouble because they are currently in a sandwich situation. A similar situation happened to them on the map of Miramar. It seems like they are facing similar fate here as well. Team Seal on the other side. This has been a very aggressive Erangel, and it seems like it's not stopping anytime soon. AJ, what a brilliant movement over there. The DBS and the M16 just sing the songs of death for him. 3 finishes for this lad, but 5 finishes for Gujarat Tigers.
Oh my goodness, a 1v3, a phenomenal one if you ask me. AJ was a lone man out there, no first aid whatsoever, but with that DBS over the horizon, roaring like a lion, will be registering that and giving his team a huge ray of hope. Trust me when I say this. The Gujarat Tigers, you predicted, might walk away with that chicken dinner.
Might actually, but that is for later, of course, Arka. Here, of course, it's going to be Hindustan Gaming. 1 pump from the DBS, and that's all. Sarkar, of course, is also going to get traded out, but I think UP50, they certainly are in trouble right now because THW, who has entered into this fight, I think are going to make life so much more difficult from the backlines. Look at that. All 4 players trying to peek up on top of that range. The nade was so accurate. Atlas has been taken down, and now it's all down to Demon. I think it is time for THW to actually come in charging, and here they come. But before the vehicle arrives, it's the spray from the guns itself. THW, they have found 2 finishes for themselves.
HG always making that mistake of overcommitting to fights now. Trying to spray down the side of THW where they have a greater chance of, just rushing in towards them and making troubles for the side of HG. I believe that an unwanted fight for both these teams.
Unwanted fight for teams like THW as well, but the third party timing was perfect. And I think they're actually looking for more. They do have some crates lying right in front of them. And THW are going to stock up on those utilities. But the ball is in the court of Edgy, Arka, because look at the circle. THW are on the right side of it. If Edgy want to enter the circle, they either have to take a long rotation or fight THW to make themselves inside. It's going to be a tough job, but on the other side, it's a rather basic Erangel circle that we're looking forward to, right?
No, I'm shocked to see that TWOB are still in the Nova Repnoy region.
Yeah.
Because they had to make it inside the circle. I know waterways are one of those ways to make it inside the circle, but yes, if some team chooses to, somewhere come near that bridge region, then they might get taken down.
And the only potential team that can do that is Gujarat Tigers, because Revenant, who usually hold that Milta region, have already escaped. And then this was the 1v3 that we were talking about. AJ just connecting those shots from the DBS.
Look at the HP he has. Barely 10, and then he pulls off a 1v3.
Yeah, that is how good he is in those clutch situations. I've sort of realized certain players, they're actually better in clutch situations than in normal 1v1s.
Yeah, very much.
Because when a player plays in a clutch situation, I believe it's the adrenaline which comes into play, and that adrenaline brings out the best out of them.
Yeah, and also with the adrenaline comes the composure which they need to hold on to. And I do believe that, there are several players out there who are capable of doing it. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be looking at how things will unfold, as the next circle is going to be a pretty important one if you ask me. Because right now, it's just a default shift as it's going to be stage 2. But stage 3, when everybody going to get betrayed, at least 30% of the map is going to be betrayed. And I would love to see the expressions of these players.
I mean, I would have loved to had it been a LAN match, because...
Wait, we're heading to one?
We are heading to one, but that is the only way you could see the expression of players. Arca, in an online match, you wouldn't be able to see the expression of players, can you?
It's so hard for me to, kind of personify things in my statement.
But you know what the interesting thing is? We're still inside of stage 2. The blue zone hasn't started shrinking, but we only have 49 players alive and 14 teams who are inside of this game so far. We've had a very rough stage 1 so far. And as we move towards stage 3, I think, Arca, everything that you manifest comes out to be true, because multiple teams have been betrayed once again. THW, Hindustan Gaming, Blind, and 4 Aggressive Men, Metal Wings, all of those teams are going to be in some massive world of trouble.
Now, Shelter region is going to be the prime position for you. Make sure that you hold on to at least 2 entrances of Shelter, because probably if you fail to have one, then the other one is going to allow you to go in for the heal battle. Yes, the museum is going to be taken by the side of Blind. The rotation has been predictable lately, But since their firepower is really good, they know how to maintain this position for a long time. As Reckoning Esports, they come up to the northern side of this shelter region and hold the open high grounds for themselves.
Exactly. I think Blind as well as Reckoning are going to be the first teams to actually get themselves the pieces of real estate. Now, courtesy to this early rotation, I think Blind is going to be comfortable, especially the kind of compound they hold. But on the other side, teams that are not going to be comfortable are going to be I Am Official, because Fury Lucifer is going to go down. The explosions happen on either side as Meliodas is also going to fall. Like, it is a positive trade for both these two teams. But what will Ernie do in this situation is going to be the question. Does take the vehicle. It moves closer towards the lads of I'm Official. What a disastrous move, to be honest. It seems like the players are playing with their brain switched off. Device all by himself right now. He does have the support of Millen. But it seems like I'm Official from the backlines, especially Fury Lucifer, has actually shown what kind of a fury he has. It is an SMG and Device. I mean, nonetheless, it has been phenomenal for I'm Officials to put Burnix in such a troublesome position. It is a 1v1, but Bullet, I think he has been spotted, and I don't really think it's gonna be time before he will be taken out.
Lucifer, still alive, would have given the information that there's a player behind the tree, and due to which Bullet is got to be lofting a grenade, not against him, but against the player Millen, so that, you know, he can register a knock and a finish as well. But Device, even he's going to be revived at this point of time, but 4 AM from a distance. Look at when they strike. They strike when the iron is hot.
Yeah, they strike when the iron is hot, but will Device and Bullet be able to clean it up for their respective teams? Of course, it's not just that extra finish point, it's also the fact that these teams, they want to get those placement points on board. It is the DBS that has been equipped on both sides, and Bullet, the wide swing not really helping Device in that one. Bullet was prepared for it, and that one pump connected onto that head perfectly. But look at that. I think 4 aggressive men, they've heard the gunshots from the backlines.
And then they're going to rush in. And they're going to rush in such a way that they hold the corner of the circle and create that gatekeeping scenario. Least do they realize it's just one finish. They're trying to do the hard work. But ladies and gentlemen, the final circle forming right on top of shelter. Now I would love to see if any team is going to go inside the shelter and go in for a heal battle with the first hits they have, or else it's just going to be an open field, all-out war which is going to take place, and teams might walk away with a big chicken dinner of 15 finishes.
Exactly. I mean, there will be certain scenarios as well, because this circle does not have any compounds inside. Look at that scramble that is happening between Hindustan Gaming and TWOB as well. I think these two teams will be duking it out. On the northern side of Milta, it is not going to be easy to enter the circle from its southern front, especially because Gujarat Tigers are gatekeeping. But for now, of course, they will have to survive this fight. Kirnada as well as MJ. Kirmada, as a matter of fact, will try to kind of get that revive for himself, but
this grenade is going to be a very crucial one. But again, it's just that he's lost. He's completely lost about the position of the other players, and eventually going to pay a very hefty price. And it seems like Hindustan Gaming says that we have the power of Beam to put him down.
I mean, fights have been scrambling left, right and center. You were talking about one of the entrances of the shelter itself, and it seems like Gujarat Tigers, they're not looking very healthy right now. Eggy does have a massive job at hand, and that is to be the ambulance for the team right now. The revival on Jackson has been successful, and now Jackson has to get AJ back up. But with the amount of utility coming inside, I think it's going to be troublesome for them.
Forget about the opponents rushing inside. They're going to be caught off guard by the side of Reckoning, as well as another team out there. Punk extending himself too much is going to be down on his knees yet again, putting his complete team in a lot of pressure. But again, it's going to be GTs who are going to be having a sigh of relief, as 4 AM is going to be tagged in from 2 different teams. And the high ground still in control of Reckoning Esports will have to worry about only one man from the side of IM in his backlines.
Absolutely, 100% agree with you on that one. I think Reckoning Esports, only one man designated to kind of close out their backlines will be enough for them, but they have to focus on what's happening up front. That is 4 aggressive men. They're definitely struggling out there. The massive dip which lies ahead will be the drop spot for all the nades and the Molotovs coming in from Reckoning Esports. And Eggy will be taken down by 4 aggressive men. It's very surprising that Reckoning Esports, they're not actually pushing up front.
Because obviously they have the side of 4am having a kind of, divided attention, right?
Yeah.
So once they concentrate on a single team, then the story can be different. The amount of resources which is right now burned by the hands of Gujarat Tigers won't allow them to go in for the heel battle. But yes, Revenant versus Reckoning, that could be a fate decider.
That could be a fate decider. And I think Gujarat Tigers, they look to hold on to the shelter region, at least for a while right now. Bullet, of course, from the backlines has been spotted. Reckoning Esports, they did exactly what you said, right? They had to clear their backline so that nobody else was troubling them while they are fighting for that entrance towards that shelter region.
Oh my god.
It seems like they've taken care of Bullet. And now they're suddenly moving for more. But Blind Esports, where did they come from? And how did they take down Aladdin? This is absolutely phenomenal.
I said, oh my god, oh no. And I exactly referred to the rotation coming in from the side of Blind, because this is going to be an end battle for both these teams. Punk, an unnecessary push towards this location, yet again trying to save his teammates. And Hunter was going in as a backup, is also going to be caught off guard, as it's going to be one more player getting taken down. Aim guard seems like he wants to pull off a 1v2 or 1v3 over here, but eventually gets taken down as S-Power again becomes that savior for the team. But still the troubles are not far away, as Punk wants to end the deed for the side of Blind, picking up finishes after finishes, and S-Power heads inside the hard compound.
He has to head inside the hard compound, because Punk, especially with his AKM through the smoke, has been an absolute madman. But S-Power does have the DBS himself. He's still trying to search for the players. It seems like the shot has connected. Man survives by a sliver of HP, and I have no clue how this did happen. To be honest, Blind, they are going to thank their gods, but Punk, he's going to be so unsatisfied with this move. The jump shot was there. The shot from the DBS was there. The connection from Punk was also there. But it seems like it all went down the drain. But speaking about going down the drain, it seems like Sensei will also go down the drain. There's nothing that can actually be done in this situation.
Now let's see how well they recover from this very situation. Because, as you said, no circle in their favor. Apollo is the only person holding one corner for himself, and he has a complete view of the opponents, as they have one against him as well. A grenade is going to be connected. Apollo is going to tell his teammates to somehow run away or strike from a different angle, but Ten knows that location as well, and they look forward to finish off the side of Revenant before making it inside the circle.
Revenant Esports, one by one, their bodies are falling, and the wolves, the pack of wolves that hunt together, it seems like they have been isolated and they have been exterminated, and now it's just one player in the form of Fierce. But Fierce has been phenomenal, ladies and gentlemen, inside of week 2. So anything is possible for this team. And possibly for the first time, they might not be entering the top 5 players. Look at this, the smokes are there. The nade connects once again. He did find the knock against Hercules, but it's still a 1v2 left for him. No, wait, what? 4 aggressive men from the distance.
They're going to be the blessing in disguise, ladies and gentlemen, giving a little bit of a breathing space for the side of Revenant. And Fierce now, if he enters inside that shelter region and goes in for a heal battle, it'll be a much more better thing for him. But guess what? Now he walks into another team altogether. The hungry wolves of Hedgie, who are looking forward for a chicken dinner, is now going to welcome this man with open arms.
I mean, we do have a lot of players inside the circle, Arca. 21 players still remain. It seems like amidst all of this chaos, it's just going to be the side of 4 aggressive men who have their 3 players surviving. And they are comfortable inside the circle. This entry point of shelter has sort of been shut down wonderfully by this team so far. But it seems like Gujarat Tigers, in an attempt to nade outside, Eggy just managed to knock himself out. Like, the finish feed, what is happening? Eggy just knocked himself out.
I mean, I'm not shocked, because the kind of pressure they're undergoing right now, that is the best you could do. But again, a prime position yet again being held by the side of Hedgie, Hindustan Gaming. And I can tell you this, Blind Esports are just going to rush in towards them and try to put them down. And in case they do, probably this is where every team will have to be careful of Blind's rotation from here on. And there it is. Hedgie is going to restrict the side of Blind from getting anywhere closer towards them.
I mean, Dragon Esports also will try their level best to take down The lads form 4 aggressive men. Blind Esports on the other side. They've sort of been pinned down, especially as Power trying to revive his fallen comrade. Ronnie's finish will be picked off by Hindustan Gaming, but Nick OP with 5 finishes already. This man is on a roll already. He does have the topography, and I think with his power completely out in the open. Wait, what just happened? He missed so many shots.
Yes, he's going to be missing so many that he's going to be regretting later, as it's S-Power. You need to strike when you've got the opportunity, as Gujarat Tigers now get almost extinguished with one beautiful Molotov coming in from the side of 4 AM. Avi just smoked his eyes, and I don't think so it's going to be the right kind of thing which HG have done over here. But they strike, and they strike hard to put an end against the side of Blind.
Absolutely. You've got 4 teams and 9 players surviving right now. The commotion is going to calm down for a second. At least that is what I hope for. Gujarat Tigers, they've sort of been locked inside, but thankfully, I think the circle is going to favor them. The blue zone is also approaching, so this is not the ideal kind of situation. He will not be able to escape that trap of death. But on the other side, it's not just the staircase that is the trap of death. Even Wanted is kind of caught up in one. Out in the open, no cover whatsoever. And from top, 4 hungry wolves of Hindustan Gaming, they are approaching them. Nick OP on the flank, I think nobody spotted that.
I mean, they did spot out, if you ask me, because 4 AM eventually tried to make it inside the circle, and they're actually looking at him. But HG, they can't lose from this point because they've got a great opportunity out there. GT, yes, they did survive for the longest time possible. I've done a decent job, if you ask me. But eventually, it's going to be HG who wants to sing the final moments or the songs of death for the side of 4 AM. The grenade tossed into perfection, and there's another man going down.
Oh, for sure. I think the Grim Reaper has come calling for 4 aggressive men. There is nothing that they can potentially do. Hindustan Gaming, they have got it in their bag. This is a clean chicken dinner for this team. Not just clean, but also a very dominating one. With so many finishes, let's just have the counter for ourselves. 16 eliminations for Hindustan Gaming. It seems like your call for a 30 bomb has been made true. And you've got to give credits to Hindustan Gaming for that, doesn't it?
I mean, not the team which we chose that they might pull off. But again, this was the very location which was held by Reckoning Esports. And all they had to do was not evade from that fight. Just imagine from that situation, they rush in towards the blind, which is somewhere on the southern side of the map.
Yeah.
And then try to take those fights. An unnecessary one from the side of Punk yet again.
Absolutely. I think the misjudgment, and I think he was sort of being baited by the players of IM officials. Bullet was present and he was spotted as well. So Reckoning possibly would have thought that, okay, fine, let's just clear our backlines and then we are going to focus inside. But in turn, they were forced into that fight against Blind Esports and they were not prepared for that, and it completely shown. But what happened to Blind Esports was also very surprising, to be honest, because they themselves chose to take that fight, but after that fight, it seems like they had no idea what's going on.
I mean, with the highlights coming on our screens, we might, witness every single aspect of it, because we have tried to, make sure there is no stone unturned. But yes, this is how things started off. HH, look at that madman. Even before he could put his foot on the ground, he was punished by Zod. And then Bob Dope, they take the revenge against him.
I mean, for sure, Bob Dope was phenomenal. In spite of the stun grenade, man just did not really release his trigger, but he did not have enough healing utility, did not really have enough team support as well. But this was one fight which we thought could potentially make Gujarat Tigers the the contenders for the chicken dinner in this game. The 1v3 coming in from AJ. What do you have to say about that, Arka?
I mean, I was already mesmerized by it with that DBS. I did not expect anybody to pull off over the horizon shots like that. But again, HG's domination actually started off from this very fight. And with early 3 to 4 finishes, they understood it becomes easier for them. But again, Burnex official burning down by their own overconfidence.
I think they are burning down by their own confidence. It seems like IM officials, they were very well prepared for this particular fight. Burnix official, the plan was simple to try and close the distance, but the way they did that was not really appropriate. Reckoning again, now we are going to talk about it if we do spot that rotation coming in, but Gujarat Tigers moving inside of shelter, but never really managed to come out of it. This was the fight that we were talking about, Blind versus Reckoning. Aimbot did try to get in some sort of finishes going in for himself, but finally it was the 1v1 between S-Power as well as Punk that actually got them the victory.
I mean, Punk, all he had to do was be one with the nature in those final moments. But again, all these permutation combination is good to, recite sitting on the desk. But yes, they have done the best of what they can. But this was the turning point of the game, if you ask me. 4 a.m. and Hedgie together. I always have this issue with pronouncing this word.
Yeah.
But again, before I speak any further, that is how the cookie crumbled for the side of Blind. 2 players. That's going to be one from the side of 4 a.m. and one from the side of Hedgie, clearing things off. And it was just one man, Nick Opie, who picked up all 4 finishes.
Absolutely. I mean, Nick Opie had 8 eliminations by the time we ended that entire fight. And it was phenomenal that a single player has picked up 8 eliminations for the team. But again, let's just come back to the conversation of Gujarat Tigers, because that is what we started the game with. Gujarat Tigers were pretty good in terms of their gunplay, in terms of position as well, trying to predict that, alright, shelter is going to be one place. But they were blocked by the vehicle which was parked right up front and then destroyed. This is a strategy which has been utilized over and over again for so many years right now.
I mean, it's GT, I guess, who put the vehicle over there. They were like, we'll have a backup in case the circle goes away. We'll make sure that, we'll come out of this cover. But eventually it backfired.
It backfired for sure. But one thing which is never going to backfire is if you do equip this beautiful Fool's Blessing Scarel. It does look wonderful. It does make you shoot better as well, because when you feel confident, you do hit more targets. I mean, hopefully I will hit more targets, and possibly next season I'm going to lift up BMPS trophy, because that is what I'm aiming at. Why are you disappointed, Arka?
I mean,
well, he just does not trust my potential. Anyway, I trust myself. I hope I will come back later on. But moving ahead. Enough of banter on the desk. Coming back to that conversation. 4 aggressive men, right? That fight versus Gujarat Tigers, I think they kind of stretched it too much before they got taken down. Had they a better position, I think they would have survived.
They dug their own grave.
Yeah, exactly.
We can say it that way, because again, putting the vehicle at the entrance of shelter region and then you being inside, eventually the opponents are just going to blow it up and make sure you're restricted inside. But the sad thing was they could have exited from another side of the shelter and come and taken the fight, which never struck them for some reason.
For some reason, for sure. And we constantly saw that so much utility was being dumped inside that entrance. Nades, Molotovs, etc. And usually the shelter circles are very interesting, because it's not just a place where players do tend to end, but there's been multiple heal battles that has been made legendary from this particular side. I think Gujarat Tigers, nor 4 aggressive men, I think were prepared for a heal battle situation. Do you think a heal battle would have changed the fate for many teams in this circle?
Yes, for Gujarat Tigers, it would have, and they would have got better position points.
Yeah.
But eventually, it was just that they were committing to themselves so much to that fight against the side of 4 a.m. that they walked into their Molotovs and grenades and burnt off all their resources.
I think you mentioned this during the cast as well, that they are utilizing a lot more meds during the fight, which will sort of backfire as the ending circles will appear. And that exactly happened for this team. True. But let's just talk about other teams as a matter of fact. I mean, let's just talk about the teams who could not really perform. Reckoning, right? We talked about them a little further. They have had one good game today where they got 23 points. But following that game, this performance was not really expected. That decision just did not really make...
The split, an unnecessary one, I would say. They could have just stayed on the top of the hill. Now, I've seen that Enigma also did the same kind of mistake and going in for a split and then waiting for the circle to form up. You need to sometimes realize the number of people alive out there, they're just going to rush in towards you. As soon as Blind saw that there were just 2 men standing out there, they're like, you know what, this is the weaker squad for us. And they just rushed in to that Wizard Tower, which was held by the 2 players of Reckoning. But just in case they had held that high ground, they could have welcomed Hedgie with a pour of bullets. Then from then on, dominated against them.
Absolutely. And that 1v1 between S-Power and Punk, I mean, I want to know your thoughts. That jump shot through the smoke by Punk, I almost thought he got S-Power. I almost thought that the shot connected on top of S-Power. He just had a little bit of HP on him.
See, this is where the small details come into picture.
Yeah.
He was boosted, but Punk was not. And again, even though if Punk was boosted, it's the shotgun. One good shot and your HP just goes, with a snap of a finger. But whereas S-Power on the other side, since he was boosted and shots were coming his way, he could survive with that sliver of HP.
I think S-Power also had that a little bit of an advantage. Man had vision inside the smoke. He went in aggressive. He was like, all right, fine, I will take that 1v1 fight. I will spot him and I will take him down. That trust factor. And of course, S-Power is a young blood. He has that aggression inside of him.
I'll tell you. I didn't want to bring this up, but probably this could be a great addition to counter against the side of S-Power for all the teams out there. He's very good when it comes to the sound cues.
Yeah.
And since his ears training is so strong, it becomes an added 2 eyes for his gameplay. And eventually, when he heard that Punk is here, he kept on shooting to make sure Punk doesn't stay in one place to attack him through those smokes. And eventually, if some team is able to use a stun against S-Power and then rush in towards him, I do believe that they'll be able to put him down easily.
Arka, I mean, you're spilling on the beans here. I mean, if any team is watching the broadcast, possibly they will be able to come up a counter against Team Blind, just like you mentioned. But Team Blind was countered in this game very accurately, I think. From that fight against Reckoning Esports, I think they never really looked comfortable after that, because in that fight, multiple players got knocked out, but majority of them could never really come back on their feet because the circle was such that there were multiple teams shooting at them from the distance.
See, I'll tell you one thing. Every single team has now realized the textbook basics. Knock and finish, because those valuable finish points is eventually going to help you out in the later stages. So we have seen the revival has not been the major priority right now. It's those finishes which they can pick up has become one.
Exactly. But with that being said, I think who will be the player who picks up the biggest or the most amount of finish points? We will find out. I'm talking about the MVP of this game. Yes, rightly pointed out by Arka. It will be Nick OP. No surprise over there. I mean, 8 finishes, 50% finish contribution. He had to be him.
Yeah, and the way he restricted the side of Blind, this is where he lost some shots, but then he still committed to that fight and made sure that he gets those finishes. See, 5 is where he stands at this point of time, but still, he doesn't stop from here. 3 valuable finishes in the final circles, and striking exactly when 4AM are not looking towards him was the perfect move coming in from their side. But 2 players of 4AM are still going to be his big company.
I think 4 aggressive men will be the team who sort of improved the most inside of the BGI so far. Inside of week 1, we saw that their impact inside the game was not much, but in week 2, they amped up that aggression, and Skillful and JD Gaming YT has sort of been absolutely phenomenal. I think inside of this week, being consistent with the frags, and that has been visible. Inside of the top 5 players, these 2 players, they deserve all the credit. But that's sort of been overshadowed by Nick OP and the 8 finishes. 3 players from Edgy inside of the top 5 players. And why not? When they drop the 30 bomb in a single game, it has to be 3 players from Edgy inside of the top 5 players.
This one good game is going to give that Hedgie to come into the top 15 and give them a fighting chance in the final week. And I hope to see them perform much better in days to come. Yes, 4AM is going to be right behind them. And this is going to be one of the other teams who have shown consistency in week 2, as week 1 was not their strongest forte.
Exactly. And it's not just 4 aggressive men as well. Dragon Esports, they've done a brilliant job. They could not really get a lot of finishes on board, but the 12 position points, it's going to help them a lot. And very surprisingly, it seems like Revenant Esports, the consistency was not there. They were being countered, they were being overpressured in various choke points, and that resulted in their demise. In the second page, of course, you've got certain disappointments in the form of Reckoning Esports and in the form of Hyderabad Hydras. But I want to ask you, Arka, which team has sort of disappointed the most in this?
I know it's going to be obvious for you. It's going to be Reckoning Esports, because having a prime position from inside the circle, overthinking and extending themselves too much eventually backfired, and they restrict themselves to get 1 position point where they could have gained 14 more to get that chicken dinner.
I mean, they could have gotten a lot more, to be honest, for Reckoning Esports. They had such a beautiful position. And that has been the problem with Reckoning Esports, right? Earlier, when Punk was associated with a different team, when he had this lineup with Velocity, in fact, I think...
And also Team Punk.
And also Team Punk, right? They were very consistent throughout, not just in...
PGIS.
Exactly, right? But why did that change, especially coming under Reckoning Esports? That just does not make sense.
I mean, it's a good question. I never thought from this angle. Coming under a big banner, is it the pressure over his shoulder which is going to be restricting him? But I would rather say that they've done a decent job so far, right? In week 2, if not the best of the time is what they had, but they have that cushion to fight in week 3.
They certainly have that cushion to fight. I mean, they certainly haven't disappointed us much. Certain games, they've just been inconsistent. Right now, today as well, they got a massive victory for themselves. Not a victory, but a huge pointer game. I was talking about the game where they got 23 points, but this has been a monumental week so far inside of the BMPS, ladies and gentlemen, and these are the best moments. Starting from day number 1, this was Godbot and growing strong, and I remember this fight against, I believe it was Autobots, if I'm not mistaken, the nades, the 1v3 from this lad was absolutely brilliant, and Godbot, it's not just the only time he's performed.
Yes, and also the boot camp region and the final finish which came by connecting the headshot. Godex, peeking over with the DBS rather than going in for a push, eventually got taken down. And yes, before that he did do wonders, with what he had, but Inferno did put an end for that fight.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, but this was one hell of a finish, to be honest. Just coming in like a bird, the stunts were happening, but the shots were connected throughout. Genesis as well, right, they also sort of had a brilliant week, but Aru, bird hunting missions, we saw how beautiful it was. Sensei holding that flank angle, giving Revenant Esports, pardon me for that, their first chicken dinner inside of BMPS 2023.
Yeah, VNT, they were looking promising when it comes to this move, but eventually did not have that great run. But this map of Erangel was also kind of shocking for me to see that, Marcus Gaming again got taken down. Scout, look at the Dark Lord and Scout in the line of fire, both of them together. Eventually, Autobots were like, you know what, those are easy pickings. Why don't we go and push it and pick him up?
Yeah, even Road to Glory, as a matter of fact, had their fair share of moments. They did try to go up against 4 aggressive men, but did not really work out. Hindustan Gaming, as a matter of fact, they've had decent times inside of this tournament so far. This game was one such game, of course, with 16 finishes, a chicken dinner to work with. But we'll have to find out how many points did they acquire from the entire game as of now, from the entire week.
GE, the phenomenal brilliance coming in from their side as well. 4 AM, yes, I do understand that, this was one of those games which gave them that confidence boost, and after that they couldn't register much. But since they had a good run, or the final map of Erangel went their way, I do believe that they're going to be happy with their performance.
There are going to be multiple teams who will be happy with their performance, but for now, it seems like Genesis versus Mayhem was that one fight where Genesis are going to be pissed at themselves because that fight wasn't really ideal. Genesis should have won that one. On the other side, of course, we move over to Blind Esports. And Blind Esports have been absolutely phenomenal today, the first game.
Yes, very much. Their brilliance throughout week 2 was great.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you've got Growing Strong, you've got Blind Esports. Hydra Esports, as a matter of fact, were also fabulous. But that brings us to today, the map of Miramar. We got to see that Hyderabad Hydras, they started off on a strong road. They started off on an aggressive front. But that did not carry for long, right?
I mean, they could have actually, if you ask me. All they had to do was just, select the kind of fights they were going to.
Yeah.
But again, S-Power, the way had already assaulted the opponents, and then eventually the final man trying to do his best to take down the side of Blind Baymax and his valiant effort. It was a good run for the side of Baymax as well.
Exactly, but this fight this fight on Sanox was very unorthodox, to be honest. This was one of the first Sanox where we saw a little bit of peace, we saw a little bit of a calmness inside of the players, and it seemed like they all wanted to survive till the ending zones, but the ending zone was a death trap, ladies and gentlemen. It was completely out in the open, right next to Bootcamp. You can see it from the radar. Hydra and Wingod just going head to head, and it was Spray God in the end. Spray God versus Max could have been a phenomenal battle, but the red helmet on Spray God isn't really the ideal weapon. That is one of the reasons why I tell you, just equip the purple Fool's Blessing, not any red helmets. Do not use bad skins in your game.
There is no bad skin, my friend. It's just the situation in which you place yourself.
It is a red helmet, Arka.
Yeah, obviously, right? Just imagine having that in the map of Miramar when you won in the high grounds.
Yeah.
And nobody can actually shoot you. Trust me.
All right, then possibly I'll actually give it a try. Gujarat Tigers on the other side. AJ was absolutely phenomenal with that DBS, and then this fight, we saw it time and time again. Blind versus Reckoning, a very healthy battle. Two titans just going against each other, but S-Power just showing his brilliance in that final find. Absolutely phenomenal to connect that shot. I think he was surviving by just 1 HP in that fight, but we've talked about it. Yeah, we've talked about it enough. I think S-Power, if he listens to this broadcast, I think he is going to be very happy. I think Blind Esports together will be very happy throughout this day because they've had fantastic performances. And I wouldn't be surprised if they actually end today at the very top. But I want to come back to week 2 as a whole, of course. We've had multiple teams who have been consistent, but any team who you think has gone home with the 25 bonus points that we always talk about? Any team that comes in your head in particular?
No, it's become a bit hard for me because it's a very close call between all these teams. Even the 4am had a great chance. GE had a great chance.
Yep.
I do believe that, as you said, Blind might be the top contenders for it because both the games, they had a decent run.
Well, we'll actually find out. No guessing. I think they are going to be at the very top. Well, ladies and gentlemen, bonus points. It is time to award them. We are going to be having a look at the overall standings. 48 teams. Group Blue, the overall standings is going to come in front of your screens right now. The end of week 2 is here, but Blind Esports at the very top. Arka, once again, you have sort of outshined all of us. It's just one chicken in for Blind, but at the end of the day, they have found themselves 115 points, closely followed by a massive improvement in performance by Team Autobots, 104 points for them.
Blind Esports with this, I believe, have sealed themselves or got themselves the golden ticket in their pockets right now to make sure that, they head on to the grand finals. But again, that golden ticket could also be snatched away if they have a bad run. Team Together Esports also is going to be one of those teams who almost have their hands on the golden ticket.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they have been phenomenal. They have been so consistent. Genesis, in fact, has made a massive jump as well. I think they've sort of continue the run of form. Global Esports have done brilliant. Hydra Esports, they had the number 1 spot, which was snatched by Growing Strong, but Growing Strong in this week. They were good, they were decent, but on that 9th position, I think this is where they are going to sacrifice that number 1 spot to Blind possibly. We'll have to find it out at the cumulative standings when we have a look at it at the end of Group Red. But for now, of course, Enigma Gaming, 57 points for themselves. A very healthy comeback, isn't it?
Oh yes, and look at where HG stand after that. Into the top 15 on the 13th position shows one good game is enough for you to still have that fighting chance. But again, Vingard with that chicken dinner I thought could be performing much better.
Yeah.
With just 4 bonus points, they're going to place themselves at the 17th position.
Yeah, you've got Dragon Esports on 47 points. You've got Road to Glory on 47 points as well. And Redemption Crew on 46.
Reckoning Esports on the 23rd position. I mean, look at the position points they have.
Yeah.
Just 15 for an IGL who knows to crack the code to make it inside the circle.
Exactly. I think they are going to be disappointed with that. But as we move further, ladies and gentlemen, this is the danger zone. This is from where you're not going to be awarded any bonus points. Look at that. 0 points all across the board. But for Livecraft, from the 5 matches that they've played so far, they've only gotten themselves 37 points. A team who knows how to get those finishes on board. 25 finishes for them, but only 12 position points. I think this is where they lacked massively, isn't it, Arka?
Speaking about lacking, the next set of groups or the next set of teams are going to be lacking when it comes to both position as well as finish points. Yes, Midwave. First week was a decent run.
Yeah.
So they still have a good chance to fight out in week 3. But this is where the concern starts to hit up.
Oh my God.
A2K is going to be there on the 36th position. Similar to what they had in the previous week. And now their chances of going into the grand final seems to be bleak.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be bleak. Even for Vintage and UP50, who had good run inside of week 1. All of a sudden, the massive drop in terms of performance. Just 27 and 17 points acquired respectively for these teams. CK, the run of form just continues. They haven't really shown the true potential. And then, of course, ladies and gentlemen, the last the last page of the overall standings. UK07 still looking at that first finish for themselves. 0 finish points acquired throughout the week. 0 finish points acquired throughout week 1 as well. This team needs to bounce back. Also, some teams that need to bounce back will be Team TWOB, will be Metal Wings, will be Blood Rose Esports, because they definitely know how to crack the code, but it seems like inside of BMPS, they've had a lot of troubles for themselves.
It's the pressure, my friend. 96 teams, most of them fighting for five games, every single week. And I do believe that from here on, we'll be expecting teams like UK07 to forget about whatever's happened to them in the previous 2 weeks and just enjoy the final week, so that they can find themselves momentum to do well in the further tournaments to come.
Exactly, but you've got to give it to the comebacks, right? Especially the consistency from Team Together Esports,
Autobots.
Blind Esports as well, and Autobots. Autobots specifically, right, inside of week 1, they certainly were somewhere in that mid-pack, but week 2 has been phenomenal. Like you said, they had 2 games today and 2 chicken dinners. This is a very big feat for a team like that.
Yes, and Autobots, I would like to tell this, when Sirvi and Carry was added, I had a lot of expectations from them, for them.
Yeah.
And then eventually week 1 didn't go in their favor and I started to doubt on them. And eventually they've slapped my senses in and they've told that, what? Get back to what you were thinking, because what we are doing right now is the right thing. And probably when we look at the overall standing or the cumulative standing, we'll be able to see them stand atop, at least in the top 15.
Absolutely. I think they have made their position inside of the top 16 for now. But will they get the golden ticket to Ahmedabad, to Eka Arena for the finals at 15, 16 and 17th of December? We'll find it out, because performances in week 3 is still going to be required. I don't think there is solidified qualification right now itself. Week 3 is going to be phenomenal. But again, coming back to the discussion of teams, there are certain teams I want to talk about. Revenant Esports, we were talking about this team and the consistency throughout week 1. In week 2, they got their first chicken dinner, but the consistency was not there. They are at, I believe, the 7th or the 8th spot.
I would say that, Sensei is just not going to bother about all these things. I was reminded that it's Sensei, and he'd love to be called on that specific way, because a man with perfection, when it comes to rotations, a man with perfection when it comes to leading his team into the frontal battles or the head-on firepower which they contain within themselves. But yes, one positive aspect of week 2 is Fierce is able to come back on top and get finishes for the team. And Apollo and Fierce combination is going to be the deadliest one you're going to witness in the land.
Exactly. I think Apollo and Fierce, Apollo was there for week 1. Fierce was phenomenal in week 2. Hopefully in week 3, both... MJ, okay, fine. Add MJ to the list. Add all 3 players. Let's just hope that Apollo, Fierce and MJ, all 3 of them can actually play together. And Revenant Esports have always done that. They've always played together as a pack. But another team that has also done brilliant in terms of a comeback has to be Gujarat Tigers, because nobody expected this team to bounce back, but they did so brilliantly.
It's all the finishes which they raked up. Every single game, even though they knew they were on the losing end of things when it comes to the chicken dinner, they concentrated more on those finish points. And as I keep saying, right, average of 6 points in finishes eventually will make sure that you get an average of 4 points when it comes to placement points.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, we've spoken a lot about teams and we have discussed every single team in detail. But now I think we've got to talk about the fact that these teams, they've got to prepare themselves for what is to come, because now that their games are over for week number 2, I think Group Red is waiting for them to come back into action. There are some amazing teams inside of Group Red. Specifically, let's name the biggest 3, or let's just name the fan favorites. Soul is there, you've got Godlike, you've got Team Xbox. 3 fan favorite teams who are going to come into action for the next 3 days, Arka. I want to know your expectations, and I want to know which team is going to be the one you will be looking out for.
It's a very, very tough question. Trust me when I say this, because there is no way anybody can come out and say this group, this team can come out on the top. Because it's not because, they are big teams and they're all in one single group.
Yeah.
It's because the competition which we saw in Group Blue was so great, and the comeback story for the teams from the bottom has been so great. We can expect some of the other teams like OR Esports, I do believe, can do a great comeback when it comes to week 2.
And OR Esports need a big comeback, to be honest, because their performance inside of week 1 was not really good. But inside of BMPS season 1, we saw that they were dominating in the league stages. They were possibly the contenders for the title. So I think OR Esports would love to carry forward their legacy, and I think they have the opportunity to do so right now. Having not played in Group Blue, they now have the advantage of doing a little bit of a research on how the map pans out, on how strategy looks like, especially for the kind of circles that we got to witness inside of this particular week, right? That Sandhawk circle, circles on the military base island, some very obnoxious circles. I think Group Red will be prepared for this, isn't it?
Now, 2 teams which I name them in accordance to the numbers, and you'll be like, yes, how did I forget about them? One has to be Gladiator Esports, and Gladiator Esports is going to be one of those big names who would want to make a big comeback in week 2, and then by the end of it itself, they want that golden ticket in their pocket. And right behind them has to be one of those teams who are closer to you in any way possible, and I don't understand why you didn't take their name. The Apes themselves, who wants to rumble and make sure that they want some finish points and placement points, because their fans are vouching for them from every nook and corner of the country.
Absolutely. I mean, they will try and come back. Hopefully, of course. Gladiators themselves, you don't really have to talk about them to be exact. I think this team, being the champions of BGIs, they've shown the world what they're capable of. They've shown the entire country that Destro at the top, he's going to take a chill pill. He doesn't need to stress much. He will come inside the game. He'll like, all right, fine, boys. This is the game plan. And he will follow that game plan. He'll lead his team to victory. But one team, Arka, that did raise a lot of eyebrows was God's Reign. I want to come to you with this quick suggestion. Inside of week 1, God's Reign could not really perform. What are you expecting from them in week 2?
Circle control and a lot of aggression whenever required.
Absolutely. I think that is something which always is going to look forward to, and we're also going to watch out if Ninja Jod is going to make his comeback inside of the MVP standings. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a phenomenal week so far. Group Blue was fantastic. The circles were fantastic. The games were fantastic, and the fights were amazing. But I think the action is going to continue. That will happen, of course, tomorrow onwards. Group Red will come in action. Which team are you supporting for? Let us know. But for now, it's a goodbye and good night.
लगेगा। अरे आगे 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 आगे। हाय कृणाल, कैसे हैं आप?
बहुत बढ़िया।
कृणाल, आखिरी मैच के पहले मैं पूछना चाहूंगा उस बारे में। लास्ट मैच के अंदर एक बेहतर प्रदर्शन आया, एक जो अकेला प्लेयर था वो बचे हुए थे, 2 प्लेयर्स आपके नॉक थे, फिर उसके बाद आपने सबको रिवाइव कर दिया। कुछ बताइए उस मैच में क्या कॉलिंग चल रही थी?
उस मैच में बता दिया था, लेफ्ट साइड में जो बंदे थे हमारे सेवी और पैरा, उन्होंने बता दिया था कि लेफ्ट वाला जो है वो उन्होंने होल्ड करा के रखा है, और जो सामने बंदा है उसे भी एक नॉक पड़ा था, तो उनको भी रेव करना था। तो मैंने सोचा कि पहले रेव करता हूँ, उसके बाद जो है पुश का अपन कर देंगे बाद में। लेकिन वही उन्होंने रेव कर दिया बाद में, और वो ऊपर से पुश कर दिए, तो हमने भी रेव का पूरा सबको कर लिया। उसके बाद मैंने पीछे गया, क्योंकि मैं उनके पास नेड थे, तो वो नेड फेंकने वाले थे बहुत ज़्यादा, और जंप करके हमारे बस वही तक नेड आ सकते थे, उसके आगे नहीं आ सकते थे। इसलिए मैं पीछे बग्गी पे गया, थोड़ा सा होल्ड किया और उसके बाद मारा।
काफी बढ़िया वो चिकन डिनर, बड़ा चिकन डिनर, फिनिशर्स भी आपके पास आए थे। बट मैं चीज जानना चाहता हूँ कि टीम टुगेदर ई स्पोर्ट्स इतना टुगेदर कैसे खेल पाते हैं, क्योंकि हम हर मुकाबले के अंदर देखते हैं जहाँ पे भी आप लोग जाते हैं वो सिनर्जी साफ साफ देखने को मिलती है, जहाँ पे सारे खिलाड़ी या तो सरवाइव कर रहे होते हैं। तो ये जो सिनर्जी है, ये कुछ टिप्स दीजिए ताकि जो अपकमिंग स्टार्स हैं, जो बाकी की टीम्स हैं, वो भी कुछ सीख पाए।
मेरा जो प्लेयर्स के साथ रिलेशन वो गेम में छोड़ के ज़्यादा मतलब बाहर का ज़्यादा बॉन्ड है, तो उसकी वजह से हम लोग समझ लेते हैं एक दूसरे को सबको, और अच्छा गेम जाता है उसी के वजह से। मेरा ऐसा मानना है।
बट मुझे लगता है कृणाल, एक आखिरी सवाल मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि अभी तक तो हमने देख लिया कि भाई टीम टुगेदर स्पोर्ट्स बहुत बढ़िया खेल रही है, बट कोई एक टीम जो आपको लगता है कि आपके प्रतिद्वंदी अच्छे हो सकते हैं या फिर आपको रोक सकते हैं?
आई थिंक जीएस।
चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच कृणाल, बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे बात करके। ऐसे ही आप सब ओके, आई थिंक थोड़ा नेटवर्क इशू वहाँ पे उनका था, बट थैंक यू सो मच कृणाल हमसे बात करने के लिए। बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे बात करके, एंड जो टीम वर्क है वो हम देख भी रहे हैं और सीख भी रहे हैं आपकी टीम को देख के। थैंक यू सो मच। अगले इंटरव्यू की तरफ चलते हैं। आई थिंक जेनेसिस के एक प्लेयर है जो हमारे साथ यहाँ पे जुड़ते नजर आएंगे, एंड दैट इज गोइंग टू बी बनी, जिन्होंने लास्ट मैच में बहुत ज्यादा फ्रैग्स निकाले। हाय बनी, कैसे हैं आप?
हेलो स्पीरो भाई, बढ़िया, आप बताएं क्या हाल है?
ऑल गुड बनी। लास्ट मैच की बात कर रहे थे, आपने बहुत फ्रैग निकाले, आप नॉक भी बहुत बार हुए, कुछ बताइए उस मैच में क्या स्ट्रैटेजी थी?
स्ट्रैटेजी तो कुछ नहीं थी, बस ये था कि पिछले वीक में भी थोड़े से पॉइंट कम आए थे हमारे, तो ये था कि इस वीक में हमको कवर अप करना है नियाओ करके। और पहला यही था कि सेकंड लास्ट मुकाबला था जो, उसमें थोड़ा सा चोक हो गया था हमारा, तो उसमें पॉइंट ज़्यादा आ नहीं पाए, तो यही एक ही मौका था हम पे लास्ट कि ये वाले में अगर हमारे पॉइंट्स ना आए तो हम मोस्टली कि थर्ड वीक में बहुत ज़्यादा प्रेशर आ जाएगा, तो यही था कि ये वाले में डिसेंट हमको निकालने ही पड़ने थे पॉइंट, तो वही हुआ, अभी निकल गए थोड़े बहुत।
नहीं, थोड़े तो नहीं, खैर काफी आपने निकाल लिए बनी, आपकी और आपकी टीम ने पॉइंट्स। बट मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, जैसे वीक 1 आपने भी बोला कि खराब गया, तो वो कहते हैं ना जब सब कुछ अच्छा चलता है तो टीम की स्पिरिट भी बढ़िया चलती है, सब पॉजिटिव चलता है, बट फिर वो पूरा हफ्ता खराब गया। वीक 2 वो रीसेट कैसे आपने किया, क्योंकि बहुत सारी टीम से जो रीसेट नहीं कर पाई, तो उस रीसेट के बारे में बताइए, और वो कौन खिलाड़ी है एक जो खड़ा रहता है और ये सारे रीसेट में अपना योगदान देता है?
मेन तो हीरो ही है, क्योंकि वही आईजीएल करता है, अगर उसी का मोमेंटम डाउन होगा तो फिर हम पूरी टीम का ही डाउन ही रहता है एक हिसाब से, क्योंकि वही होता है कि जिसके थ्रू बूस्ट अप मिलता है सारी टीम को, अगर वही थोड़ा सा डाउन रहेगा तो फिर मुश्किल हो ही जाता। अब यही था, फर्स्ट वीक में उसका थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम डाउन था, तो ठीक है, धीरे धीरे थोड़े बहुत ऐसा था कि चल ज़्यादा नहीं तो जितने निकल रहे हैं उतने ही निकाले पॉइंट, बट अब सेकंड वीक में चलो जोन का थोड़ा बहुत फेवर कई जगह नहीं मिल रहा था तो मार के लेना पड़ रहा था, तो हाँ ठीक है, आ गए मोस्टली।
चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच बनी हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए, बहुत मजा आया आपके गेम प्ले को देखने में और आपकी कमबैक को देखने में। ऐसे ही एंटरटेन करते रहिए हम सभी को। ऑल द बेस्ट। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू।